Hello and welcome to DREAGUS Productions Wednesday Night Shows. It is 7 January 2026. I am setting up and getting ready for all the shows tonight. It's going to be great. Can't wait to get everybody up and in. So, still doing some setup work here. Hope everybody had a great weekend. And a great week. It's hump day. So sit back, relax, go grab your drink and your snacks. So hope everybody is ready for us. We got lots of shows tonight. It'll be the first Wednesday show back for the new year. I am looking forward to it and cannot wait. So, let me get everything set up here. I got one group here that's giving me a little bit of issues, but you know, hey, we're gonna take care of it and get it going. Be no problem at all once things are rolling. If you're new with us, we have first show of the night is going to be Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We got all sorts of great and crazy stuff going with that. It'll be there'll be news, politics, commentary, and just a little bit of everything else out there. And then we'll have Jack Carey later on the night. After that, and then when Jack's finished, Jack Carey got Paranormal Intelligence Agency. We'll go into the VIXEN'S Vault with Nancy Planetta and the VIXEN'S Vault, where she talks about paranormal and conspiracies type stuff, so look out. You're going to love it. We're going to have a great show tonight. I promise you all. It's going to be fun. Having a little bit of problems with that parte. I don't know why it's making me do a new stream deal every time now, but we're gonna be all right. We'll make it work. Do 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 do. Oh yeah. Do 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 do. Looks like we got everybody up and rolling. Let me get our folks over on together and going over on Censorship Sucks. Do our pre-show there. Hello, hello, hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's a going.
Good. Excellent.
Here we go. Trying to get everything rolling the way it's supposed to. There we go. So how was your week?
Good.
Awesome.
Can't complain. Hasn't been much sunshine. It's like just been overcast for the week, for a while now, which is rare out here. But at least it keeps the temperatures like steady at night. You know what I mean? When it's really dry, it gets super cold at night. And so lately it's been pretty warm at night, which is kind of nice. I mean, it doesn't get as warm in the day, but it doesn't get as cold at night. So
yeah,
kind of take it, you know?
That's odd, but okay, it's working.
Cool. Don't know what you're talking about, but good for you.
Yeah, I'm talking about our, sometimes when I go to like Facebook or some of these other platforms and that, it things show up different than you would expect them. But hey, it is what it is because it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. That's a really succinct way of explaining what you were just talking about.
That's probably the easiest way to explain it. Okay.
Oh my God, you crack me up, dude.
All right. Probably because I clean my cookies. Like, and then you get stuff like that happen. You have to eat all the cookies in the jar so that you can clean the jar out. So, got clean cookies.
You can justify buying more cookies.
Yeah, that's where I get more cookies, and they're fresh cookies then too.
Yeah, if you don't eat all the ones you bought last time, why would you buy more?
Yeah, because who wants old stale cookies? All right, now some cookies I think taste a little bit better when they're older. They're not as hard to bite through and stuff like that. But hey, that's just a thing of an opinion there. But oh well.
Yeah. I wonder where Barry is. I don't see any messages from him.
I saw a couple days ago or something like that last week, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, normally I don't worry, but it's just the first show of the year. We haven't seen him in 3 weeks or whatever. So
it's his mom's sister's cousin's roommate that isn't feeling well today, and he couldn't make it in because he was making cocoa for them. Organic cocoa with cricket's milk and things like that. Or was it cockroach milk from Willie? Who knows? But anyways.
This is Barry right here calling me. I'll be right back.
Are we here? Are we on? Are we? We having a show tonight? Yeah, we're having a show. Hey, Barry.
Microphone check 1 and 2.
Yep, there he is.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah, I got you. We're good.
All right.
We're good.
You called John, so John's trying to talk to you.
I mean, I already told him I'm in, so we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I talked to him on the phone. I said
Oh.
I'm in now. I said you sent me the link. I said you sent. Yeah, I just want to make sure I got the date right and everything. So, because
Yep, we are back today.
oh, I'm excited, dude.
First Wednesday of the year. Oh yeah.
Yep. And I got Brent confirmed, so.
Oh, I got fixed that.
What day is that?
Say what?
What day is he coming?
Right now. He'll be
Today.
in soon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, first Wednesday of the month.
All right.
So. Yeah, it'd be interesting if you want to hang out with us today. You know, a little more so. Please feel free.
Well, I'm always hanging out. I wouldn't get into
Yeah,
word.
you know what I mean.
I wouldn't get in a word anyway because Brent's like 90%, then you're 10. If I cut in, you're down to 8%.
Yeah.
So, and he's down to 80%. So.
I will say this: the last show of the year for Vixen's Vault was awesome because Brent was there.
Yeah, it was.
Did you hear it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was excellent.
I thought it was. I think that really took us out to the new year really good doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad he could do it too. You know, not everybody, can free their schedule up like Brent, Be reliable like Brent.
Yep. He is steady like Eddie.
Yeah.
Well, he likes doing it,
That's the key, man. Find something you love doing, and you never work a day in your life.
Did you just make that up? That's really good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an age-old adage, man. I wish I had coined that.
Okay, let me get some articles up here.
So, how's everybody's year gone so far, man? I mean, we're 7 days in, so how's the first week?
Can't complain.
I mean, it started out with a bang, like literally with a bang.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man, but exciting. It really is. It's exciting. And of course,
It's good to get you back, man. We haven't covered all this stuff, so I don't know what to think about it till I hear what you have to say.
Yeah, and I think I'm still learning, because there's so much information, and there is some of the stuff I initially believed at first, I found out was misinformation, and which you find out, and you're like, oh wow, even people that are like really seeking the truth, it's easy to get wrong information, and I haven't paid as much attention to the detail as I should lately, just because I've been busy. So when I've been posting stuff, I've missed some things, and people get all bent out of shape. It's like, okay, man, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. I'll fix it, correct it. But, doesn't happen often, but it's an honest mistake, and a small thing out of the whole picture, like one tiny little aspect of the post, was incorrect or something. Just because we're getting information so quickly and we don't always have time to, fact check every aspect. But there's nothing malicious on my end. I'm not trying to, if I'm wrong, I'll just correct it. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I was.
God, I have 11 articles this week. That's kind of rare.
but they're big ones, probably, right?
Yeah. There's stuff we can talk about for a while.
Oh yeah.
The trick is I just got to get back into my vibe, right? Because that's like Sunday. It's Monday, Tuesday, and then I have Wednesday to get articles up. Between the two shows. So usually in those 3 days, I'll post more than 10, or 10 or 11 articles. But there's a lot of memes in there, to be fair. Some pretty dank ones.
I think one of the things that I'm really concerned about right now is the life of Nick Shirley. I think they're going to try to kill him. I'm praying for his protection. He's asked for people to pray for his protection. He has security as well. But man, if they kill him, dude, it's not going to be good, because some people are not going to take a liking to that. I won't take a liking to it, but I'll be peaceful. But I'm not sure that, some people are going to, because it's getting out of hand. All the violent rhetoric on the left and all the violence on the left, it's so insane, Trump's going to have to take decisive action, man. He's going to have to do sweeping action in all these places where all these Muslims are at, the bad ones, where they're all crimes rampant, and because otherwise they'll kill him. They'll kill Nick Shirley, and he's 23 years old, man. 23 years old. He's got a whole life ahead of him. And why is he doing it of every other journalist?
And I'll tell you, if they do that, it will be such a blatant pattern. You know what I mean? It's just, there's no hiding at that point. Yeah, we want to kill you guys, right? Yeah, no. It's just out in the open. Let's just get it out in the open. At this point, there's no denying it. Yeah,
the backfire would go to a whole new level, and more people would wake up, but at the same time, things become more hostile, which is, but I guess it's going to happen. If it's going to happen, if that's the road they take, is violence, it's not going to look good for them, because I think the Trump administration will crack down on them legally and lawfully and put an end to it pretty quickly. He was talking about the Insurrection Act just today, said Bush Sr. used it, I don't know, dozens of times or something like that, he said. So, it's coming. That Insurrection Act thing is on the back burner right now.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. I mean, the midterms, they say Trump's not on the ballot, so he's not going to do well. But I think he's on the ballot. I think he's going to put himself on the ballot, Yeah. I think his biggest goal is to win the midterms this year.
Oh, 100%.
Because he said today they're going to impeach him day one. If they don't, Yeah, done.
Yep.
Of course they will.
Well, he said
obviously
they'll find something. Doesn't matter what it is. They'll find something.
Doesn't matter anything. Yeah. Of course they will.
He picked his nose. And, something.
And it'll never go anywhere. The Senate will never take it anywhere. Right? It's just a complete sideshow that'll waste everyone's time.
But things are definitely amping up, man. I did it's like a 2-minute piece on my second forecast, 2026 forecast, and I cover a lot of this stuff, man. 2026 is definitely, out of all the years that we've had so far, it's the pivotal year. We're basically at a crossroads. You know what I'm saying? For real. Like everything, a lot of things are going to come to head in 2026. They have to. The 2026 elections is part of that. Because if we lose that, we lose the momentum, and God only knows where it goes from there.
Yeah, it gets ugly then.
Yeah. So I'm excited and happy and optimistic, but also super concerned, because I know how crucial this year is. This is probably the biggest year, man. If we have any particular time that we need to be on the air right now, it's right now.
Right here, right now. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The thing is, though, I was laughing because we say that every election year. Every election year, it's the most important one ever.
Out of the last 10, for sure. But it's escalating like this. But this one is more crucial than even the rest. The others were just stepping stones to get us to the next level. This is the one which literally might determine our trajectory for the rest of, And I guess all those instances were too, because had we lost, God knows we would be right now. We would look like the UK, but worse, because Kamala would be pushing it. Then all the other nations would be pushing it. They would have global unity at this time, pushing their green scam and all of their, immigration, illegal immigration, and, prosecuting and persecuting white people and Christians and conservatives. I mean, it would just be censorship. I mean, everything. It would be all under. We would. Oh man, it would be so bad. I can't even imagine what it would have been like had she won. But now, think about
just look at England.
That's what we're saying.
Look at Germany,
Yeah. Look at how Venezuela was. About a month
It still
ago.
is.
Yeah, it still is.
It still is. Yeah, it's the Venezuela. Let's not kid ourselves that Venezuela is any different today than it was last week.
The future of Venezuela is undetermined. If they have fair and open elections, which America should help oversee that and help with that, if that happens, yes, they could be completely liberated, but in the meantime, you know, we're just one step closer to that process. They're not totally free or anything like that. They've got that, you know, the vice president took over. She's a dictator as well. And then you've got all the radicals that in the government that are still, I mean, they're still running over people, civilians. I saw that video where some of the tankers were running over civilians that were protesting.
And the great irony in all this is that we're taking down the socialism and fighting this nasty, horrible socialist dictator while we're also electing in New York, dictatorship socialists, right? It's the same thing. They're talking about taking away people's property in New York, you know? You're white, we just might take your property.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're talking about that. There's a lot of Democrats saying that, you know, we need to look at house ownership from a different perspective, from instead of private property as a collective property. And we need to give it to black people and minorities and white people not have them. Which is just like, what? What kind of, and that, you know, equity. She used the term equity, this woman did, and I was like, what are you talking about? I'm not for equity, I'm for equality.
Yeah, there's the warmth of collectivism. There's a really funny story behind that because in Moscow they put together a heating system that was all one central heating system for the whole city, right? So they had a big factory or whatever. They burned all the coal or whatever, and then had like water pipes running through the city with hot water to run through all the furnaces and whatnot. And if you lived really close to it, your house was probably 120 degrees, so you had to keep the windows open. And if you lived like 5 miles away, your house was like 45 degrees, so you had to like burn fire and stuff to keep warm. So the warmth of collectivism, it was just disaster, you know what I mean? And then they would have to forecast how much to burn based on how cold they thought it would be. Yeah. Right, to heat up the system and get all the stuff pumped through it. So they had like a 14-hour, 20-hour delay between how much energy they put in and how cold they expected it to be. And if they were off on that forecast, then you're screwed, you know?
Yeah, the collective promises never, ever work out like they say they're going to work out. And in reality, I mean, it's really just, hey, we're going to have a hive mind, whether you like it or not, and forget about your individual rights. There are no constitutional rights. It's collectivism from here on out. But I'll choose freedom and my rights over being told what I have to think, how I have to think, or how I have to live. You know, long live freedom. That's what I got to say. Because
Roger's in the room says Trump's threatening to ban large investors on buying small homes and small properties.
What?
Yeah.
Like BlackRock?
Yeah.
Or like large investor, like a wealthy
like
person. She's got to be talking about BlackRock.
Yeah, he's talking about BlackRock, most likely.
Yeah.
Oh, before coming in here, I got to see quite a bit of that. What was it? The impeachments of congressional hearings on impeachment for judges, for federal judges. 2 of them. All right. And it was quite interesting. Yeah.
Impeachments for federal judges.
2
Probably
of
not
them.
Bosberg.
There's 2 of
That's
them.
the guy that needs it.
Yeah. One was took a clemency of gave clemency to a person that was going to assassinate Kavanaugh.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
She took it from 30 years down to 8. Gave clemency to 8 years. And they're appealing that. And they're questioning her ability. Congress is questioning her ability to, interpret and do the law.
In her sentences?
Yeah. And, yeah. And then that one judge for the January 6th stuff, and the guy turned the planes around to come back. He's on that too. So it was those 2 judges. I don't remember their names, but it was still quite interesting. Ted Cruz was the chair for the committee.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very good. Very interesting stuff, man. But I think the Venezuela thing has to work out because we need to cut off the empowerment of China and Russia and all those nations, and from getting the oil, and it's our hemisphere. It belongs to us. And don't say, oh, that's a sovereign nation. Oh, they get to choose who they want to give the oil to. There was never any fair elections. Give me a break, man. Dominion and Smartmatic was created in Venezuela. So don't even tell me that that's a fair government system that's in place over there, and that's the will of the people. No, they're going to love us working with them because they're going to become rich, as Trump said.
Mm. And I love watching these Venezuelans on the interwebs just scorching down these liberals, like, mind your business, learn something before you start protesting what's going on here. They're celebrating in the streets down there, and you guys are against it? Like, good luck. And World War III, right? That's the thing. Like, this is just it's done. It's already done. Whatever happened in like a 3-hour course, and now it's over. They
can't even be happy for them, right? That they now have hope and a chance of true liberation. They can't even be happy for them. And for them to pretend like this is not a good thing. It was Joe Biden at the end of his term that took the $15 million bounty that Trump put in on Maduro and upped it to $25 million. And they talked openly about how much of a tyrant he was and how he was a rogue element. So, it's just Trump derangement syndrome. That's all it is, man. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like we said a long time ago, if he literally saved the world from nuclear destruction, they would blame Trump for saving us all. It's just insane.
Yep.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong. It's literally that bad. And so those people are suffering from mass formation psychosis at such a degree that we can't even wrap our heads around it, man. And that's why I avoid those types. And I know not all liberals are like that. I know some somewhat normal liberals, but those that are out there like that, oh no, you can't even get close to those people because they are dangerous, man. Yeah. Dangerous. They might even hurt you.
Hey, Mark, we should switch rooms sooner than later tonight just so we have an extra couple minutes to get Brent in.
Yeah, but I don't want our room to end before we go on break. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
And I know how you like to take it over and right up to the, well, not over, but right up to the very bitter end. So I'm going to make sure.
Okay.
All right.
So you're not going to leave us any room?
Give me another minute, and I'm going to do that. Okay. All right.
What's the saying that we hear a lot? It's an adage that's so true right now. Not the tale of two cities, but this one is like, sometimes it takes, 200 years for anything, the needle to move, and sometimes it's just like it's 2 weeks and everything just dramatically changes. That's what we're stepping into in 2026.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's an actual saying, I can't remember what it is, but more happens in 2 weeks than 200 years sometimes. When this paradigm shift kind of begins to happen, and it's going to happen, it's either Great Awakening or the Great Reset, one or the other, man. We're never going back to the way it was. Never.
Great conspiracy.
I'm going to jump out. Call me when we're into the new one.
Okay. Yep. Well, I guess we're close enough now. I'll see you over there. All right.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take a link, and anyway.
Take the link. The link's going to be right here. All right, folks. Welcome in, Great Conspiracy. Thanks for restreaming wherever you're at, whenever you're at, and all that other good stuff. Missed you over the holiday, and we are back right now for our first Wednesday back of the year. Let me try to get the crew together. Let's get John, Barry, and Brent. Oh, there he's Brent.
Let me send him the link.
I saw, looked like he was on down below, but it bounced him right out. That must be his mobile phone. All right.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, I just sent him that.
Kia stama. Kia stama.
You better not leave office this year. Not.
Yeah. Hiya, Kia stama. I'm gonna put the TV on so I can hear the show before the second hour. Let's see what I got going here. Go to Rumble. Tune in to DREAGUS Productions.
In the Rumble.
The DREAGUS Productions must bring them down for the Great Reset. They are a danger to society. Did you know that you're a danger to society, Mark?
Of course I am.
Klaus Schwab has said so.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
There's Brent. Howdy ho.
Hey guys,
Howdy, howdy, ho.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. I don't. Let's see. There's my
face.
there's my camera.
There you
Yeah, I
go.
got to be able to
There
see
we go.
myself because none of you guys show yourselves, and otherwise I'm just talking to a blank screen. Of course, if I can see myself, I'm still sort of talking to a blank screen. Some would argue.
There we go.
So-
I'll just
We
make you bigger.
It's almost like
over
you don't
on
remember
my end.
the-
How's that? How's that, Brent? When you talk, you'll just get big. All right.
Yeah. Right. There we go.
See, Brent, you fear no deep state operatives. See, you're like, hey, deep state, here I am.
Yeah. No, I'm really not afraid of much. You know, if somebody steals my identity, they'll give it back.
Don't give
If
it
somebody,
How does that work?
if somebody wants to come and take me out,
30
if
seconds,
their life's
guys.
that
30
empty,
seconds.
all right.
Brent, I want to thank you for last year's last show with Nancy. That was one of our best shows that we've had. Appreciate you.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
that's-
fantastic. That really was. I was very
Well,
impressed, Brent.
Oh, well, gosh, thanks. I thought it was nice that she had me. She had
Nancy-
wanted a book for parents, and I told her if she sent me, you know, I didn't have any way to reach her. I said if
Yeah.
she sent me their address, I'd send them one.
I'll get it. Here's your countdown, anyways. 5,
Have a good show, you guys. I'll be listening in.
4, 3,
Okay.
2,
Jump in if you'd like.
1. And you are live and on the radio side for the first time this year on a Wednesday right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for January 7th, 2026. And wouldn't you know it, we've got a very special guest in with us tonight. We've got Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com, humanevents.com. Brent, Happy New Year to you. How are you?
Happy New Year to you as well. I'm Dandy. I'm here from my new studio set up in Venezuela. Just
Excellent.
kidding. Yeah. I'm thinking of
It's safer than
I'm
Chicago.
thinking of relocating, you know. I understand that soon Venezuela might be more free than the state of Illinois, which is where I do live. So maybe it's a
Exactly.
sensible move.
The crime rate's about half.
Yeah. I think there could be some real benefits. You know, I could be like a pioneer.
Mm-hmm. Well, good for you. I look forward to that. Maybe we'll come down and visit you next winter if it all works out well for you.
That'd be great. I'll keep you posted.
Excellent. So last time we had you on, I told you that when I brought you back, I would ask you about what you thought some of the most significant stories from last year were. And I don't know how much time you've given that, or I don't know if you have a list in front of you with detailed notes, or if you just kind of have some ideas on the top of your head. Obviously, what happened to Charlie was right up there. Not according to Time Magazine, of course, who had completely ignored it from their list. But, your good friend Charlie, what a tragedy there. But I don't know, anything you want to say on that?
Well, I mean, look, with regard to the Charlie thing, there's different ways to measure the size and impact of stories. And I think in terms of a story, it is, I don't know how you can argue that it wasn't the biggest story of the year. I mean, that just seems to be objectively true. It was the biggest story of the year. And it's also the most likely publicly individual tragic story of the year. Why do I say it the way I said it? Well, anytime that one human being murders another human being, murder being by definition unjustifiable homicide, that's a tragedy. And it doesn't matter if you started a national organization or if you just watched one on TV in your home. So from that sense, the tragedy is no bigger than any of those others. But from a public standpoint, of course, it is the biggest. Is it the most important story of the year? There, I would argue it isn't, and not for some sort of cynical reason. You know, one of the things we talked about, I believe in October when I was on your show, is we talked about the impact of this and how. Remember, we had people saying, well, this was going to be the biggest thing for the Republican Party and going to, change the country and so on. And I pointed out at that time that the last time something like this happened in America was when Bobby Kennedy was assassinated. We've had other political people shot, but not assassinated. And right after Bobby Kennedy was assassinated, who was a bigger figure than Charlie Kirk, different era, but a bigger national figure. Right after that, Richard Nixon was elected president. And so the idea that somehow or other, all of the energy that was brought together and formed and came about because of and in the aftermath of Charlie's shooting certainly didn't lead to some great Republican success in November. It doesn't seem to portend any sort of great Republican success in the future. And if you look at what's going on, and I'm going to get to a minute of what I think is the most important story of this past year. I'll get there, I promise. But just wrapping up.
Right, we got an hour, man. Take your time.
Yeah. So just wrapping
so
up.
So I love the long format, right?
Yeah, I love the long format because I'm elderly and it takes me a long time to say things. As your audience saying, get to the point. I'm not sure what it is. That's why it takes me a long time. The Charlie piece, tragic, significant as an event, the biggest single event of the year, but not the most important story, because in this country, things don't stick very well. And, we saw that years ago when I was on your show, first getting started, and we talked about Russia and Ukraine and the American outrage and America supporting Ukraine. One of the things I said on your show and elsewhere is, if we're going to get involved, we better end it quickly because American people are going to get tired of it and bored. And of course they have, right?
Yeah.
So that's it on the Charlie thing. What do I think was the most important story of last year? It's a story that nobody actually covered as a story, but it's the most important story of the year. And that is the fracturing that we see within what I call Team Right. Team Right is coming apart at the seams. And of course, we saw a lot of that in the aftermath, and it's still going on in Charlie's death. So it's not because of Charlie, but it's one of the places where we see the split manifesting. And we look at the whole Candace Owens drama with regard to Turning Point and Israel, Tucker Carlson jumping on board with, the Israeli thing. Some people say, well, they're just asking questions. Questions are interesting things, aren't they? Sometimes it depends on what is the question you're asking. For example, if somebody says, why did Adolf Hitler go after and exterminate Jewish people? That's one question. somebody could also say, what did Jewish people do to cause 6 million of them to be killed? Sounds a little bit like the same question, but it's not, because it's how I'm asking it. So this is a fragment of it, but it's fracturing everywhere. I think that it's fracturing to some extent over ICE, not about deporting people, but how they're going about it. I think you're going to see it fracture some more over Venezuela. I think you'll see it fracture more, by the way, if Trump gets involved in Iran, if Trump ends up sending peacekeeping troops into Ukraine, something he's mentioned. We've seen it fracture over the tariffs issue. We've seen it fracture over the H-1B visas, right? I think I said that right. Every time I go to say it, I always want to confuse it with hepatitis. The point is, the point is this, and this is why I think it's the biggest story. And I'll let you take a breath and say something after this. After the election of November of last year, when everyone was all excited about the sweeping change taking place in the country, we talked about it on your show. Donald Trump got 49.8% of the vote. In this thing that was called a mandate, there was no such thing. He didn't even get a majority of the popular vote. And his election result was very pedestrian compared to the results of the last 12. So the hopeful change that people thought was going to happen after 4 years of really not having a president, right? During the Biden administration, we didn't have a president. We all know that. Even his supporters admit that now. There was an idea that maybe now America would really, truly reverse course. And I would suggest to you that the fracturing we're seeing within the very small base that he had in the first place is the most significant story of the year, because it portends the most ominous future for America as we go forward.
Wow. I see this fracturing as big as well, but I don't know if I see it as significant as you do, as going as deep. I think at the end of the day, we're all really, really, really happy that Kamala didn't win and Tim Walz isn't the vice president. And when we start putting up the two options on the table, you got the Zohan Mamdani socialism going on, the Democratic Socialist Party, and then you got the MAGA wing, you know? And I don't know, gosh, I was watching some old South Park where the future was everyone was atheist, right? But they were still having these huge wars over what their name should be, the Atheist Alliance Association or the Atheist League or the Atheist whatever, and they went to war over that, but they all believed everything exactly the same, right?
Right.
So it just kind of goes to show you that, like, even when things are pretty good, people are still going to infight over what can somewhat be, you know, I don't want to say trivial, but differences of opinions that at the end of the day, it's not, hey, should we be communists or should we be socialists? It's should we have gone into Venezuela and taken out, you know, the top 4 guys, the 5 guys, or just the 1 guy, you know? So I hope that you're incorrect there, but you might not be, Brent. You know, Brent, you're a better prognosticator than I am at the end of the day, which is why I'm not even going to ask you who's going to win the 2026 midterms.
Yeah, right. No, I don't get to predict elections anymore. I mean, when I was wrong in 20, as I said, you know, when I was wrong in 2024 for the first time in my adult life, first time, I don't get to pick elections anymore. When you lose once,
I feel a little bit of guilt. I feel a little bit of guilt about that because you were on my show when you made that big prediction. So.
Well, I made it everywhere, you know, and I didn't make it loud and strong. It sounded like I was screaming about it, but I was wrong. So I'm now disqualified from elections. And I want to stick on what you said.
Partially wrong, to be fair.
Yeah. So I want to take a couple of the things you said, though, because it's interesting. First of all, I would suggest that comparing Trump to the alternative of Harris, which is what even my high school friends in our old man texting group that's active every day, even they do the same thing. They'll say, well, yeah, but he was better than Harris. Okay, got it. I mean, I voted for him in November of 2024. That is absolutely, positively, 100% and completely and totally irrelevant because he beat Harris. That's over. All that matters is what's in front of us. So that choice was made. So he doesn't get to govern on the idea that he was better than Harris, and his supporters don't get to say, but he's better than Harris would have been. That's not relevant. What is relevant is what is happening now and next. That's what matters. So let's get rid of the Harris comparison because he beat her. That's gone. You're spot on when you talk about how there are always differences. And that's very true and always have been within parties, within nations. There's no question. So I agree with that. Why do I think this split is particularly important? I don't think it's different than those in the past. I think it's more important than those in the past. And that's because of the moment in time in which we sit. So this country, over a very long period of time, has been increasingly finding itself in higher levels of debt, less respected around the globe, increasingly clamping down on individual liberties, finding new and better ways to control its people, created a medical system that is corrupt at best and almost murderous at worst, between the hospitals and the pharmaceutical companies. So we sit in a different moment of time than we did in 1960 or 1940 or 1987. We're sitting here now. And if this very fragile coming together of people that seem to wanted to restore some sense of America, if that fragments and falls apart, it will be very difficult to rebuild it in any short amount of time. And oh, by the way, when you take a look at our national debt, when you take a look at our international currency situation, when you take a look at all of that, you have to wonder how much time we have to reverse it if we lose it. And that's why I think it's the biggest story.
And can we even reverse it? Even with Trump in office, I don't see him even trying to slow down the spending.
No.
I see him really making no effort whatsoever to balance a budget or do anything even close to that, which is kind of sickening. It's kind of bad.
Yeah, it is. You know, here's something fun to kick around that'll get, you know, everybody probably in the audience mad at me, which I never mean to do, but I'm always fearful of it. But if we understand what socialism is, which is centralized, the centralized union of big business and big government to plan, organize, and to plan, manage, and oversee economic, political, and social activity. All right. Simple definition of socialism. That's what it is. If we think of that definition and we take a look at this administration, I would argue, I don't even do this in some negative way, I would just argue and say very factually that Donald Trump is a socialist. He is. That's okay. Most Americans are. They just don't want to admit it because they don't understand it. So most Americans are socialists. And the question is, what kind of socialist are you, right? So Trump's not a socialist, perhaps, as much as Joe Biden would have liked to have been if he'd only had a brain. You know, the great scarecrow president. But nonetheless, if you just step back and objectively look at his policies, virtually everything he does involves large government, bringing in players from large business, and working to set up economic, political, or social policy, oversee it. So we're living in the age of socialism. We have been for over 200 years, since the early part of the 19th century. We're still living in it. And the question is, how socialist are we going to be how quickly, how much, and what can we do to preserve free markets and first principles. And I would argue that's the tenuous path that we've been on of losing them. And this is why I fear this fracture that we're seeing, because again of when it's happening. And I know the better answers are, oh, I think tariffs are the biggest story of the year, or I think what's gone on in Ukraine and the failed attempts to settle that, a biggest story of the year, on and on. But stories become important to me in terms of their impact, as I see it, on what happens next. So that's why I picked what I picked.
Interesting. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll move on to another story last year that just came out at the very end of the year, which is the Nick Shirley expose in Minneapolis, right? Minnesota, turns out, I mean, they changed their flag to the Somali flag, more or less, right?
Right.
It's shocking how, and I asked you this a while ago, and I was kind of sarcastically like, what's in the water out there? What's going on?
Yeah.
And you just told me it's kind of a H-hole. It seems like they've got their fingers in this thing all the way up to the governor, and he is guilty as can be. He's not running for re-election. He just announced this week. Nick Shirley, of course, put out a response saying, this is because of me, haha, kind of attitude. But he could be right. It took one citizen journalist, age of 23, to go out there, knock on these doors, and expose, $110 billion in one day of just looking around. Where has the government been? How has this been allowed to happen? And is this even bigger in Chicago? Is it even bigger in New York, in LA? And we know in Seattle it's turning, out to be huge. Ohio's another hotspot. This must be happening everywhere. Man, if we can expose this and get rid of this kind of level of fraud on a state by state by state level, can that turn things around, man? Can governments finally start saying, hey, maybe we don't need to do an income tax anymore because we've just been pissing this money away to fraud anyway, and half of it ends up in Somalia. I mean, Somalia's economy is $12 billion? And we're talking about, them repatriating probably a fourth of their economy every year. It's
Right.
Staggering numbers.
Oh,
so what do you think? Is there hope here? Is this a good thing, or is this just going to get washed away like everything else, and 4 people will be called to account?
One of the things I love about your show and the questions that you ask is that the show is long and the questions are massive. So that is a massive question you just asked. There's a lot of parts to that. So,
okay.
We have to keep in mind that a good amount of what we're seeing relates to all the China flu relief money and that whole piece. It was easy to see what was going to happen with that. You go back to 2020, back when I was writing for Charlie Kirk. I mean, we wrote a column right away when they were coming up with the whole China flu bailout programs about what was going to happen. I mean, you want a prediction. That was an easy one. There was going to be massive fraud. And I've seen it in the business community in which I live. So, but as to the rest of it, will this be a way to sort of balance budgets, reduce taxes, cure our fiscal improprieties? Sadly, no, because the frauds in their magnitude of dollars are only fractions of what we're spending. So we'll swipe left on that one, as I just swiped right, but maybe on the screen it looked left. So it's not going to cure anything. But your other question about how does this happen, and the governor seemingly involved. And look, dude, Walt's a bad guy. We know this. He's a bad actor. Of course, most people that get to that high level in office in this country are bad actors. It's how they get there. Very hard to be a principled, decent person and win a meaningful office because people with money and influence are helping the other guy, right? The one that isn't decent in principle. So, but when you take a look at this money and the Somalian connection, and from inside the state of Minnesota, you just really have to understand how despicable this is. There aren't quite words for it. I think we overuse the treason word a lot. Trump overuses it. His opponents overused it. I would use it here. And I would think that if, as this investigation unfolds, I, as somebody who's not in favor in general of the death penalty, if we find people who knowingly, deliberately, and we can clearly prove it, that they took part in funneling our dollars into Somalia, I would be in favor of their execution. And I'd be in favor of it being done publicly, because that is treason. And the idea that government officials could be involved in aiding and abetting it makes it even worse. And finally, you ask about New York City, you ask about Chicago. Of course, we're going, now that the layers of the onion have started to be peeled back, of course we're going to find that it exists there. Say, will it will be worse? Well, how do you measure worse? Dollar amount per capita? I don't know. Does it matter if it's worse? I don't even think we should use that word. That's not even relevant. Oh, it's not as bad as Minnesota. Oh, it's worse than Minnesota. It's treason. And it is an abuse of every American citizen that is told that they must pay their government and is suggested to that they should respect their government. So, like everything else,
Got about 25 seconds left.
Yeah, like everything else, I don't feel strongly about it.
Okay.
But,
well, the reason I say it might be bigger in Chicago is, I mean, if you've flown into the two cities, Chicago is a much, much bigger place than Minneapolis. If you number us high rises and whatnot, and New York is like, it makes Chicago look like a postage stamp, So you just got to wonder how deep this stuff is going on. But folks, we've got to take a break. With me tonight, we got Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com, who will be returning right after we come back from these messages.
All right, we are on radio break.
All right. Sorry to pack so much in there. You did a great job unpacking it, though.
No. I love your questions. They're great. I hope my unconventional answer to your story of the year wasn't bad, but
I liked it. Yeah, I did.
There's to me, it's always about what's gonna. If we're taking a look at the movement of history, things do alter trajectories, but not much does. And as a general rule, the bigger the incident appears, like the bigger the flash, the less impact it has on trajectory. There's exceptions to that. I mean, the Archduke Ferdinand getting shot in 1914, single big incident, enormous inflection point in history, right, leading to the First World War. Sure. But otherwise, it's things that are more that generate more just inertia, and then change the slope of the directionality, change the slope of the curve. So different way to look at it.
I wanted to really quick let you know something, man. Last night, I shit you not, last night, Candace Owens came to me in a dream, and she told me she was born a man. And I'm going to be dropping files in about a month from now to prove this, but yeah.
I think that's good. Now you're sure it was Candace Owens and not Michelle Obama.
Gosh, they look alike, don't they? Yeah.
Well, wait, gotta be careful saying that. Don't get in trouble here. Because censorship sucks. You don't want to get in trouble.
I don't want to get censored. Yeah.
I thought Candy was a little thinner and shorter than Mike. I mean Michelle.
Yeah, I think she is. All these conversations we're not meant to have respectfully, but
that's all right. Roger Hansen in chat loves Candace. I don't know why. I think it's just her looks. All right.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, you can't knock those, right? I mean,
I mean, she's got it where it counts, I guess. Like,
right. Yeah, I mean, if you don't like the Kansas City Chiefs, you can't say, yeah, and Patrick Mahomes sucks. He's a really lousy quarterback. Yeah, you can't do that, right?
yeah, right.
So
I get it.
But yeah, so yeah, poor Candace. She just misunderstood, I guess. So, whatever it might be. I don't know, guys. The world has passed me by in so many ways. It's just sheer madness anymore. Or seems to be.
Roger said she's just a sex object. Okay, Roger, calm down.
Yeah, it's we're still recording, so somebody's gonna get in trouble. Not gonna be me. I'm not making any bad sexist statements of any sort.
Hey, I just told you about a dream I had. That's all.
It was John's dream, not yours, Brent. So,
right,
or mine.
I mean,
but I know I know Roger wishes it was him.
But here we go. I just don't know there's no way out of this one except once we leave the break, right? We're in.
Yeah, we're about 30 seconds away.
Yeah,
I think,
30 seconds, guys.
All right, we're gonna try to escape this rabbit hole, this Candace hole. Oh,
I can tell you my dream on the
the
air.
The nice thing about coming on air is hard subject change usually.
Yeah.
Exactly. La 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 la.
All right, look out,
Beautiful.
cats, dogs, kids, curtain climbers, and crumb beggars. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are back live and on the air right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for January 7th, 2026. Got to get used to saying that, writing it on checks and all that stuff. It's always hard the first round of checks you write in the year to get that date right, But with me tonight, we've got Brent Hamachek, Senior Vice President over at humanevents.com. And Brent, now you guys were recently purchased near the end of last year by Just the News. What's Just the News? What, media group or just the group?
JTN Network is the street name in the moment.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm a member of that team. No longer, I was going to say we got to update your description of me, but I am a member of that team now, and we're going to be what we'll be working on is the event side of the business and trying to help create a platform that brings events to the American public, both live streaming events and in-person events and those sorts of things. And so anxious to be part of that. And I'll be doing some other stuff along the way as well. Still writing books, working on one as I speak. Can't announce publicly who it's with or what it is, but working on a book project that'll come out this year, and just working with a extraordinarily special human being, writing what I'll call memoirs in the form of sort of a self-help guide for others. So something new in terms of a type of project for me writing, but I'm enjoying it. So that's happening. And then, of course, the real passion in my world is Bridge Charities and in Common Ground Campus. We've had a successful year for us of fundraising. We've got some big plans for this coming year. This year we've just started. In particular, it'll be part of the American 250 tour that's going across the country in celebration of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. So we're tied into that. We've got some neat campus things coming up. It's gonna be a really good year for Common Ground Campus, and it's a year where some of the stuff we were talking about in the first half hour, and some of the issues and challenges facing the country. When we do the Common Ground Campus program, you know, Phyllis and I, we're playing a long game. We're trying to work with as many young people as we can and get them to stop, to think before they engage with others. We're trying to change their approach in the public square and in their family living room. And we're hoping that as those young people progress and have careers and meet other people and get to have their own impacts, that collectively they'll all do their own thing to help to start to make a difference in the way the dialogue of the country is had. Mm-hmm. So we're playing a long game, and it's fun to be my age and play a long game because you know you don't have to play it for long because it won't be here for long. So easy to play a long game. It's like I'll play it till I can't.
Yeah,
but it's pretty rewarding.
It's a 6-month plan.
Yeah,
a long game.
Pretty rewarding working with these young people.
Well, I'll know we're in trouble when you start doing specifically only like college Republican groups with the Common Ground stuff instead of targeting all students, as your prediction from the first hour, you know, was kind of alluding to.
Yeah, you know, it's a really good point. We had an event sometime back at Hope College where, and it was almost foreshadowing some of what I was talking about the last half hour, because for some reasons involving pressure from campus faculty, other student groups, the team left kids momentarily withdrew from the event. They said, we can't participate. They were just getting too much pressure. To their credit, by the way, they were ultimately decided to come back. But when they departed, we had already planned on having an event, and the young student leader we had at Hope College suggested that we do an event with just the conservative students on campus, because they were so fractured that she felt we could get a meaningful event out of that. When was that? November of 2023. Okay, so 2 years plus ago that this took place. And point of the story, I'm not sure there is one, except to say that your joke or you know, a little reference, it's really true, right? And it's okay. It's okay that there's differences within political parties or political sort of teams, as I put it. It's okay that there's differences. The problem is when the differences aren't tolerated. And when we start to have, when we demand a test for purity, so that somebody is saying, if you are going to be on our team, you must believe not just this, but you must believe all of that. The problem with that is that there's all kinds of other team members saying the exact same thing with a different set of tests. And so when you don't start to allow for reasonable differences within your team, then the team can't sustain, right? So that's
we've called out Team Left for this for a very long time, that if you're not, you know, if you're a J.K. Rowling who is maybe a TERF, but is a woman's rights, you know, in every other respect, and a Democrat her whole life, or Team Left her whole life, but comes out against one issue, then she's excommunicated from every event having to do with Harry Potter for perpetuity, you know, in perpetuity, that is. And, you know, we shouldn't be doing the same thing on our side, on Team Right. It should be something we can rise above. And it's tough, though. In some places, people have real deep felt, you know, concerns and feelings about certain issues. I mean, Israel's a huge one. You know, I've seen all kinds of people I thought I understood take crazy stances on that and whatnot. But, you know, it is what it is. But let's dive into some things that are going on here. We had a crazy weekend in Venezuela with the removal of Maduro from office. The Navy SEALs and a whole contingent of aircraft and helicopters and whatnot flew in there, took over a base for 8 minutes or something, got him out of there, and took him to New York City for prosecution. It was called, you know, the next war, and it's going to be huge, and they're going to be on the ground now for, you know, and we all have to kind of sit back and wait and see what's actually going to happen here. Maduro's gone. His vice president, who was elected in the same quote unquote stolen election from a couple of years ago, is now in power. If he wasn't legitimate, she's not either. So we're going to work towards doing a few things over there. One is getting in place oil infrastructure, heavy investments from American companies to go down in there and rebuild everything, to get it up and running and get the money flowing back into the country. And two is find a way to set up a free and fair election down there, where I'm sure they're going to insist on, voter ID, in-person ballots, the whole thing, none of this Dominion stuff. And hopefully they can find their way to a peaceful transition to democracy again and get away from the socialist kind of hellhole that they've become. And so, I don't know, Brent, I want to ask you what your opinion of all that is. And I did so in a long way, sort of to bring up the audience to speed, so to speak.
Sure. Yeah, no,
so,
all
pardon
good stuff.
my lengthy.
Right. No, it was good. Look, when my opinion is varied, as I guess is often sort of the case with me. I see this as being, first of all, extraordinarily complex, and I think it needs to be taken apart in different pieces. So, and as always is the case in our country and stuff we've talked about, I've written about, we make everything binary. So are you for or against Trump going into Venezuela? I don't know. Me personally, I can't answer a question that way. The question is sort of preposterous. It's way more complicated than that. But for the typical American now, that's the way we look at it. And certainly for our political leaders, they're for it or they're against it. It's binary. This is complicated. So let's take a couple elements of it. Was it okay for us to go in and get Maduro? Sure. Absolutely, in my mind. There's zero ethical issue with it. Ethics don't come into play in my mind from a foreign policy perspective. This guy's clearly a criminal. We all know that. The whole world knows that. We've got this silly law in the book that we don't get to assassinate foreign leaders anymore. That's no fun. That used to be the traditional way of doing things for centuries. It worked just fine for humanity as we toiled our way up and progressed. But now we don't get to do that anymore. So we had to go arrest him. Okay. I don't have any problem with that. Next,
Game of Thrones was a really fun show, I gotta say.
Yeah. I mean, and that stuff worked for a couple thousand years.
It worked real well.
Yeah, it did. The military operation, hats off to our military. That's great. I think that I do have an issue. Not really an issue. It's not the right way to put it. I'm not good with words, but I think it's concerning when people celebrate something like this because they want to puff their chest out and talk about, oh, look at our military, our great show of force and all this stuff. Look, is Venezuela. And I would argue that what the American military did in Venezuela, as good as our military is, with the technology and the training that we have, there are probably only a few countries on the whole planet where we also couldn't have done it. I think we'd have a hard time doing it in Russia. We'd have a hard time doing it in China. We could do it anywhere in South America. Any one of those nations, we could go in and do what we just did. So great that we can do it. I'm happy that we live in a country with a military that can do it. All that's good. But that's not anything to celebrate, right? That's not a reason to puff our chests out over this. We made a decision to take him out. All that matters now is what happens next, right? And
correct.
And what will be very interesting is the things you mentioned, about giving them democracy, the whole bit. The United States is pretty much for everything in the last 70, 80 years in terms of nation building and so on. Ronald Reagan's old line about we're from the government and we're here to help. How about we're from the United States and we're here to help? Oh my God, that doesn't go well. When Trump says he's going to run the country for a while, we're having a hard time running this one last time I checked. So this kind of stuff concerns me. I think from that perspective, how deeply we get involved and for how long is a big deal. We need to be really careful. Last thought, Venezuela and oil. You know, everybody said the Gulf War was about oil. Turns out they were wrong, weren't they? Last time I checked, Iraq still controls their oil. Oh, we might have some better arrangements, but we certainly didn't go in to take their oil fields, did we? Because we didn't take them. Now, if we wanted to go in and make Venezuela a wholly owned territory of the United States, there'd be some real international risk to that. I wouldn't mind it so much if we were taking their oil and using it for the United States. I'm good with that. I don't mind imperialism per se. The idea of us going in and rebuilding their infrastructure and giving them elections and having the oil companies go in and fix things up and then what? Look, I'm as cynical, not just skeptical. I'm as cynical as can be about all of that. So we'll see how it plays out, you know? I think that, you know, like all your questions, it's a big, giant question. And I do think, just to wrap up where I started, a binary answer of I'm for it or I'm against it, that just doesn't do justice to the importance and all of the tangential issues related to it.
Yeah. And I mean, I love what you just said a few minutes ago about we're here from the United States and we're here to help, being probably the scariest words, because we've seen so many regime change where they went in and they tried to like retrain everyone down to the secretarial pool. You know, let's handpick everything. Let's go in and take over the entire government and then train our loyal people up in all these positions and then rebuild the entire government from the ground up. And I hope that's not what we're going to see here. I really do. I hope it's just a very limited amount of people that are welcomed in there by whatever government is in place because, hey, they need the money and they don't know how to do what needs to be done. So welcome them in. Understand that they're going to make a profit out of it, but so are you. And hopefully they can come up with a win-win where they can, you know, kickstart this oil economy back into gear over the next few years and at least give them a hope. Now, in Iran, they're out there in the streets forcibly taking over the streets. They're doing it with violence out in the streets, and it's working. It seems like the Shah's on the run. He's about to, I mean, I might refresh my news feed and see that he's left for Russia or whatever. And that's kind of what Venezuela needs to do. At the end of the day, we can't do it for them. They need to do it for themselves. If they've got these little street squads, whatever, these motorcycles running around, they kind of need to take them on head on like they're doing in Iran. It's what has always needed to happen there for them to have peace and freedom, liberté.
Well,
so, but it's ironic that those things are happening simultaneously at the same time, isn't it?
Ironic, maybe. I just think it's coincidental that you've got, you know, a couple of struggling totalitarian countries, both rich in oil. That's a coincidence. The common thread is the totalitarianism, and we have revolts against it all the time, almost ongoing in different parts of the world over different points of history, right? So right now we happen to have one we're directly involved in our hemisphere, and then another one with a really big, important nation that, you know, that's a clear stated enemy of the United States. So that makes all that stuff interesting. The real serious concerns about us intervening in the Iranian thing, that would be, for me, that would be an extraordinary mistake in any shape, manner, or form. I don't think that it was a smart thing for Trump to indicate that. He didn't even say we might do it. He said we would do it. And I think that's wrong. It's wrong because, first of all, if you say we would do it, you know, remember the whole drawing a line in the sand in Syria thing that wound up haunting Obama? And then, you know, and then the line got crossed and we didn't do anything. And that was a pretty famous deal, right?
Biden did it with Ukraine too.
Yeah. So if we say we are going to do it, and by the way, there have been protesters killed. So, but we haven't done anything. So I guess there's some certain number that have to be killed. I'm not sure how it works. But to make that statement, I think, was a mistake. The only mistake that would be bigger is if we actually did it. Because if we do it, we are going to wake up Russia and China. And that doesn't mean they're going to go to war with us. But at some point in time, you know, we just took out Venezuela, a Russian ally. And you know, we're flirting with the idea of messing with Cuba. I wouldn't mind turning Cuba into a giant American resort, but an American resort, right? Not something where we're going to play around with nation building. Just take it over. But we're not going to do that, right? So we just messed around with Venezuela pretty significantly. And yeah, but it's just south of us, right? It's right there. Russia, China, they're not going to do much with that. Iran's their friend. And if you said, what do you think they would do if we get involved in Iran militarily? My answer is, I have absolutely no idea, and I want to remain totally ignorant. I don't want to know what they'll do. The last thing, and this is interesting, you know, someone in your audience might be able to help me figure this one out. When one of the big things that Trump ran on, one of the big things, by the way, that Charlie Kirk pushed for Trump, right, was not getting ourselves entangled in what we called endless foreign wars. But what we also meant was getting ourselves entangled militarily in other countries, right? Getting involved in other stuff. Yeah. Well, seems to be in this last few weeks of last year and the first week of this year, not only getting involved in one country, but we're threatening to get involved in others. And I want to know, from a Trump supporter perspective, not someone who voted for him, I mean a real supporter, how they reconcile that. Because to me, it seems inconsistent with the message upon which he ran and the agenda that his real supporters were pushing. And this, you know, I don't know.
He says a lot of things. You know what I mean? His Twitter is, it's a disaster zone, right? It always has been. You know, that's why everyone claimed to hate him so much from the get-go, is that he would say things, little Marco Rubio, look at his hands, you know, yada, yada. Marco Rubio is turning out to be pretty phenomenal nowadays, I got to say, by the way. But he's always been bad at saying, so you kind of have to watch what he does rather than what he says. And what he did in Venezuela, it's over, it's done. You know, I don't see any big effort to go back in there anytime soon. And that's what I hope to see. That's the way I hope it stays. And if it does stay that way, then I'll be happy with it. But if it doesn't, and we have boots on the ground in Venezuela, I'm not going to like it. I'm not going to be happy about it at all. Would I still support JD Vance, you know, in 2028? Yeah. Even if all that happened and we were entangled in a war in Central America, I would still vote for JD Vance over, you know, Governor Gray Hair, you know, slickback Gavin Newsom, or Kamala Harris again, or Jasmine Crockett, you know, or who else they got? Mamdani might run again, you know, right up into the presidency. Let's go. I mean, their options are so bad on the other side. That's the thing. We are really looking at two parties that are so far divided as far as what their goals are and where they're looking to take us, that there's just no space in between. They're so far apart. It's just shocking that we're one country united still under the same flag, if we even are. But I don't know. We got about 3 minutes left, and I kind of want to give you some time to speak. So is there anything I didn't ask you tonight that you want to kind of touch on, or do you want to just keep going down that road?
No, your thought about if we're even a united country, a fun story. Had a chance to go see the god of rock and roll at the end of this past year in concert. Robert Plant.
Bob Seger.
Robert Plant. Small venue, playing with his new group, the Saving Grace group, sitting right by the stage, and there he is, right? The greatest lead singer in history. And he's talking to the audience, and he said, you know, it's so good to be here. He talked about playing bigger venues. He's in this small venue. And he said, and it's always great to be here. I lived here for a while, so I love being in the I love being in America. And the audience all laughed because we all knew what he was doing, right? He couldn't say United States of America anymore. He just had to say America. That's where we are. That's our reality. I don't think we've ever been less united. We talked on your show before the election that no matter what happened in November, this was not going to be a reconciling moment for the nation. The divisions would get worse. They are. We've got some really tough times ahead. And the only thing I can say is we watch people fight within our country. Don't fight within your own living rooms or your classrooms or your workplaces. Do better at trying to better engage the people around you constructively. Try to find some common ground with them, because ending personal relationships isn't going to do anything to change policy in the United States. So keep your family, keep your friendships, keep your work relationships. Try to find ways to make those work, and not tear those apart too. For some of us, it's all we've got. So those are my thoughts.
Excellent. Well, as always, Brent, it is just an honor and a pleasure to have you on here. Now, where can people find out about Common Ground?
They can go to commongroundcampus.com, and they can go to bridgecharities.com and visit the websites. You can visit our page on Give, Send, Go and make a donation if you'd like. But you're going to hear a lot more about Common Ground Campus in 2026. I think that we're turning a corner in terms of being able to generate some awareness. And as I always say, standard line, Felissa and I know we can't solve the country's problems, but we do know we can do something. And this is what we're deciding to do. So I would urge everybody in your audience, figure out what you can do, whatever it is.
Yep.
Use your talents, use your passions, use your skills, bring them all together, find a way to make a difference, do something.
Brent, always an honor to have you on. We're running out of time. So check out Brent over at justthenews.com nowadays, justthenews.com, Brent Hamachek. We will see you next month. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We're going to go to break, folks. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
All right.
Well, hope that was all okay,
Thanks, buddy.
guys.
Yeah, and I still need to get some PSAs from the places that you help out with. I need to look for a place where I can find them.
Some PSAs, you like?
Public
what do you
service
mean?
Public
Well, I know
service
what that is,
announcements.
but what do you mean by? What are you trying to
put something you can play that would send people to say Common Ground?
Yeah.
Campus.
Oh,
right?
maybe we could figure something out together.
Yeah, and
like 30-second clips and stuff.
Yeah, you can just send me some clips, or if they have them already made up, you can just send them to me.
Audio or video and audio.
Audio. Yeah.
Audio.
Let me ask my much more brilliant than me partner about that, and see what she can come up with.
Okay. And
so
you know I'm at DREAGUSproductions@gmail.com. It's just all one word.
Okay. I probably have an email from you. Maybe if you could send me an email from that to make sure I have it, because I'm elderly.
Yep.
Yeah. And
I was looking. I was looking all over, and I could not find your email at all, Brent.
You guys always use the human events one.
Brent.
I think we should probably switch that. We should probably switch it to for now to my Brent at BrentHamachek.com. And if you send me a DREAGUS email, put everybody's email on it that I should have.
Okay.
And then I'll hit reply all, and I'll include my email address in the reply all, and then start using that one.
At Brent.
Nice.
At
Brent at BrentHamachek.com. I'll put it in for you. If you just send me an email to Human Events and copy anybody in your group I should have, I'll hit reply all, and you'll have my other one.
All right. I'll try to remember that.
We're about to lose this room abruptly at any moment, so if it hangs up,
all right, guys, I got to go make dinner anyway.
All right. there was the room, and I'll get us right back with more Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show with the second hour of the live radio broadcast. Yeah. You guys don't get that kind of radio sound most of the time. Let me call up the folks and see what we're doing. Do, 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 do.
Right.
There you are.
And Barry might just be listening on his Roku, so
Yeah, you know Barry.
let him know he's not in the new room as of yet.
Oh, I'm here, man.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there
You're
he is.
here.
Sweet.
You're not there, you're here?
Sweet.
Okay.
Sweet. Very sweet. Yes, sir, man. Well, I tried to listen as much as I could. I caught a few things, took a few notes, but I did get some work done, man, while I listened. It was great. I finished up everything that I set out to do for today, which wasn't as much as I'd like to have got done, but at least I got done what I put out to get done. So I'm happy now.
Mm-hmm. Is your volume as loud as it normally is? You don't sound like you were as loud as you were in the... Is that just me, Mark?
No.
How's that? Is that better?
No, he's good. Yeah,
Okay.
He's got good
Okay.
levels.
Hey, man, if you ever need a headset, I mean, I can probably send you a couple of headsets with microphones if you want, dude. Just give me your address. Just text it to me, and I run across them all the time. I think I have maybe one or two right now, but I run across them, for like $2 or $3, brand new in a little black pouch case and everything. I had 4 of them I could have picked up for $2 a piece. But I think I have one or two right now. If you just send me your address, I'll ship it out to you, man. In case that way, at least you got a backup in case it breaks or something like that. And it's got the pad on the headset and two headsets and just a little mic that comes out from it, and it's going to be right in front of your mouth, so it should sound pretty good.
Yeah. UBS or USB?
Yeah, that's what I need to know. USB,
or Bluetooth or
yeah. What
Connected.
what connection do you need? Do you need because I
Bluetooth would probably be the best.
Well, okay, but if you got to have direct, what
Direct?
If you have to have wired, because what are you using? PC or what, tablet?
Yeah. I'll send you the specs when I send you my address.
Because some of them do have USB.
I'll just show you what I got now.
Some of them have USB. Some of them have USB-C. Some of them have like a whatever you call it, stereo type menu at the end of it.
Oh, I've got like an audio port.
Oh, so you can plug in any connector then into the board.
Oops.
You got an audio board that you connected into now?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so I hardwired. I don't like Bluetooth typically. I don't know. In my years of gaming, it never really was 1,000% reliable versus just a good old, mouse that's plugged in.
Oh, yeah. I don't even use a wireless mic. A mouse. I directly plug in.
Yeah. I just got killed one too many times because my mouse wasn't, behaving correctly. Whereas if it was wired and plugged in, it would never have that problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You get killed in some fantastic way and you blame your mouse, you go buy a new one, and then you're a better player now.
Yeah. Or you replace the batteries in the mouse, right?
Well, yeah, a lot of times it has to do with that.
I never could get used to not having a mouse attached to my computer.
Yeah.
A wireless mouse. And plus, I drop it so often. It's easier if I drop it and I have that cord. I can just yank the cord and pull it right up, put back up on my desk. But hey,
I recently bought a almost $350 video microphone that goes on top of your cinema camera, and I paid like $27 for it on B&H on had a single day sale on it, and I picked it up. Snagged it for shipped and everything $27. And then I sold the cheap one that I had bought for like $8 at one of these little thrift places that I buy, and I'll sell it for almost that same price. So
Yeah.
I'll get it for free.
I'm really waiting for John to get the blue cam, where it attaches to her collar and he turns her loose, and we get to see where she's going, outside and running around during the show. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Or the one that the camera that mounts up on top the roof of his RV, and just gets those gorgeous scenic pictures of the mountains and deserts and places that he's at. Or his site down by the river.
Yes, sirree. Oh man, I got the wrong connection in here. Oops. Mic check.
Oh my God, big mic.
That was good.
Mic check. There we go.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Yeah.
I've been recording the song to my Alesis recorder, because anytime like I try to pull some clips from like BitChute or Rumble, like anytime like I try to speak, if I speak over CS or he speaks over me, it cuts us out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we can't sing.
What's that?
That's why we can't sing songs.
That's right. Exactly. Can't do the 4-part harmonies, right?
Yeah, people wanted to do like Christmas songs before, and I'm like, it'll sound like crap.
Yeah. That's why I always say, hey, record them all, individually, send them to me, and then I'll play it as one file. Oh, yeah, Roger says we don't want you two singing.
Sure they do.
Yeah, okay, Roger. Well, we all know that you and David Hogg are like gods of AI music. All right. Well, I've never sent you guys any of Roger's stuff, but I'll have to do that. He makes some pretty good stuff here and there too.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Mic check.
AI music is like the curse of your inbox. You get somebody starting to send you their AI music,
seconds.
and it's like, oh my God, what did I do?
What? Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
It just never ends.
Nancy made me a theme song with AI
Oh, yeah.
music, and it's really cool. Yeah, she made me this one that sounded kind of like going to a funeral, and then there's another one that's really rocking. But here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone out there, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for January 7, 2026. In the first hour, we had Brent Hamachek on from Just the News. And what a great conversation. This hour, I'm stepping it up, man. We're bringing in Bullhorn Barry. What's up, Barry? Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you and to everybody out there, man. Happy New Year. Merry New Year, however you want to approach it.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm just going to throw you a wild card here and say, is there any specific story you want to start tonight out with? Because I've already had a Sunday night show to, get my airs out there. You have been frozen. Your voice has been silenced for a few weeks as we've taken our vacation. So welcome back. And if you've got anything to say, man, dive in there and say it.
Well, I mean, I could talk about some news article or whatever, but I feel like my specialty is, being a trends forecaster. That's what I try to spend most of my time doing. And I've probably written since the beginning of the year, actually even before the beginning of the year started, I've probably written almost, 25, 26 different forecasts for 2026 already, 2 long form ones and a bunch of short ones. And I put together a video on one of them, and I'm going to put a video together of all the small ones when I'm finished doing all my forecasts. But here's one forecast that I would like to bring up because I think it kind of plays into what Brent was saying. And he was talking about how we're more divided than ever. And I don't deny that, but I don't find that to be a concern. And I even made a forecast about it. Let's see, it was, I think it was today, as a matter of fact. just a few hours before we came on the show, and I'm going to read it, and I'm going to tell you why exactly I'm not concerned about any of the division that's happening at all, not even remotely concerned. Here's what I wrote. Because 2026 is going to be such a pivotal year, and so many things are going to transpire, Americans are going to begin to unify like we haven't yet seen in our lifetime. The gravity of what we're up against is going to finally hit home. And our united front will grow stronger. And in time, we will have our united stand, which is something I've been talking about for years. The narratives that once kept us in fighting will begin to collapse under the weight of real world consequences. So that ties into another forecast that I made, which just simply says that 2026 is going to be a year of rapid change. It's going to be a pivotal moment. We're coming to a crossroads, if you will. So much hangs in the balance based on what happens in 2026. I'm excited about it, but I'm also a little cautious and concerned at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not as worried about it as Brent is, because as I was saying, the divide between the two sides is so massive that even if there's a little infighting on, the team left or team right, it's not going to amount to much next to the division between the two parties or the two teams. You're never going to some of these people running for president or potentially having their hats in the rings this next time around are just completely, they're morons. They've got no idea how to run a state. Look at Gavin Newsom. Look at what's happening to California, man. What a disaster this fire has been. Nothing rebuilt. It's just sitting there empty. No one can move because the state won't let them and the city won't let them. It's a disaster. They should have been in there with checks and bulldozers the first day that fire was out, but they weren't.
And it's been almost a year now since that event happened. That's crazy.
Yeah, where's the full force and power of the state and the state, Army reserves and whatnot to go into a place like that and just clean it all up, to throw it all into piles where they can get picked up and taken away? And at least the city went in and just cleaned it all out. And now you can go in and it's something, right? Clean it out. And now you got a chance to go in there and start looking at what happened and what you have to rebuild with and making plans to do so. But they didn't even do the minimum. They didn't do that. They did nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
it's just a sight to see. Well,
he did miss one little minor point, and a lot of people bring up the fact that, Trump's ratings, even according to Rasmussen, who's been known to be very accurate, has dropped down a little bit, into the mid to high 40s. But you look at how the ratings of the left have dropped, it's peanuts. So Trump could drop another 5 or 10 points, which, of course, most of these drops in Trump, which we've seen over his history of being the president, has gone up and down, and it'll go right back up. I'm sure if I look tomorrow, it's up above where it was. I think the Venezuela thing is actually working in his favor. I think more people are happy that the dictator is no longer in power and that the Venezuelans now have a chance at freedom and liberation.
Yep. I saw a clip from Harry Enton, I think it is, over at CNN, and he was showing, inside the Republican Party after Maduro, 85% approval, right?
Oh, really?
Which is, he's like, it's anywhere close to being down within the Republican Party. Of course, 45, that makes sense on a national scale because you got everyone in the Democratic Party hates him. So, right, you got the entire left of this country just foaming at the mouth over the guy. You got people like Rosie O'Donnell leaving the country to, flee from bad orange man. Meanwhile, it's like, gosh, it rains a lot over here compared to L.A.
Add George Clooney and his wife to that list now too. They've moved to France. Wonder why?
Exactly. Yeah, because the paparazzi, they have much better laws over there.
Yeah, he did talk about one of the reasons that he said he didn't want his kids to be, suffer the paparazzi and being a famous parents, but those people are not famous anymore, man. Okay, they are not famous. And I looked at the numbers about Hollywood. They used to have like 80 to 90% of the global box office sales. It's down to about 60 now. They're talking about in the next 5 years, it's going to be around 50, maybe less. They're not popular. Nobody likes them. The baton has been passed on. We're coming into a paradigm shift. Hollywood is done. Finished. Finito.
Yeah. It is, man. And they're laying people off left and right. I wish I had these articles. I've read them a few weeks back, but massive, massive cuts in the number of people working in Hollywood right now that are sitting there in LA wondering, okay, what's next? If I can't work in pictures, that's my whole career. What do I do? Where do I go? Do I try to go to some other part of the country where maybe I've got a better chance to get, a job? Or is it just you got to start waiting tables all of a sudden, So it's tough, but it's a bed they made and they're lying in it. They could have easily gone out and made great, great movies. They've had so many opportunities to.
Yeah.
What was I watching the other day? That, I don't know, some movie, a really good movie. At the end of it, they just set it up for a sequel and just ended it. And I'm like, why didn't they never make a sequel to this movie? It was just like so ready-made, perfectly ready to go.
What year
and they never did it.
What year did it come out?
The movie, I can't remember.
I mean, it's fairly recent though, or was this kind of pre?
Oh no, it was an older movie. It was something I'd seen a long time ago, and like the way it ended, it was just like, wow, you just have to. It'll come to me at some point during the next half hour or so, and I'll bring it up then. But if you press me on it now, I won't get you anywhere.
Well, you're right. There's a lot of Holly weirdos that are not working and so forth. But I got a question for you. I don't know if you read this story or not,
Sure.
but I found it fascinating. Here's a guy who's a career actor. He's worked every single year as an actor since 1980. There was only 1 year where he didn't make a film, and that was like, I think, 2007. And he supposedly can't pay his rent. He's $60,000 behind on his rent, and he made 17 films between 2020 and now. And yet he doesn't have enough money to pay for his rent, and he's a career actor, Mickey Rourke. And so he did a GoFundMe page to raise the money, and then he pretended like he didn't know who did it, even though it was his own management who set it up and said that he approved of it. He goes, I don't even know what GoFundMe is. I would never do this. This is embarrassing. But I can guarantee you, because he's already raised almost $100,000, he's going to take the $100,000 and probably frivolously spend that extra $40,000 too. The Hollywooders, they can't even budget their own money. I mean, how much money did he make with 17 films? Mickey Rourke. He's I don't know if you'd call him an A actor, but he's a top actor. He's been working for 40 years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And Hollywood's expensive. If you're Mickey Rourke and you want to go out to dinner, it's $1,000.
That's exactly right. I mean, rent's not cheap in Beverly Hills. And why doesn't he own a home? Why would he rent at this point in time in his life? I don't get it, man. But whatever. Yeah.
Or go live up in Colorado, some, cute little town that you can, hide away in and just kind of live a normal life or whatever. I don't know. I mean, you go to Telluride, Aspen. But I guess, when you're an A-list celebrity, those are the places you summer or, winter or whatever. Because it's just money, money, money. I mean, they can blow through. You raise $60,000 for somebody in that lifestyle, it's going to last them 2 months.
I would imagine he gets $1 million a movie, or at least $500,000 a movie. At least. I mean, he's Mickey Rourke, man.
Yeah, when's the last time he starred in like a big feature film now?
Well, he's had a few, and he's had some nominations and stuff, like that one movie where he played the wrestler. I mean, that was critically acclaimed, supposedly. I don't know how well it did at the box office, but, he's made somewhat of a comeback. His face kind of got beat up quite a bit from boxing and so forth. But that didn't stop him from getting roles. He just took different kinds of roles.
Yeah. Dirty Rotten Scoundrels was the movie I was thinking of. You remember that one with Steve Martin and John Cleese, maybe? Yeah, at the end of it, it just sets up for a sequel. And they never made a sequel, but they did remake the movie with 2 women in the roles. Right?
Really? Like recently?
Yeah, in the last 5 years or so.
Kind of like what they did with Ghostbusters?
Exactly. Precisely like they did with Ghostbusters. And you know, the funny part is they didn't even change like anything. It was the same movie, like
Oh, man.
scene to scene to scene to scene. They changed nothing.
Boring.
I mean, it was decent because it's a great movie, but it was like how weak when the movie sets up for a sequel perfectly, you know?
Yeah, I don't get it, man. It's like they've run out of ideas, and it's either prequels, sequels, or remakes. That's all they've got now. And every now and then when they do something really good that appeals to a broad audience, they do fairly well, but they just don't want to do that for whatever reason. And I did want to point out one thing about George Clooney. Him and his wife got citizenship in France as well. So
Yeah,
that's kind of weird.
expedited.
Like, why are all the Holly weirdos getting citizenship in other countries? I mean, I know conspiratorial minds are going to go wild on that one, but, you know, it is kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, you can cease to have any opinion on U.S. politics at that point, though, right? I mean, you're Frenchy. What do we care what you think? You're an actor and you're French.
Touche. Very good.
You know, it's 2 strikes on you right there, cheese eater. But anyway, while we're a little bit off the pressing news, I want to talk about this tuna. A world record tuna fish was just sold in Japan for $3.2 million. Okay, get this, man. It averages out to $6,060 a pound.
Wow.
How in the world is that possible?
I don't know. It must taste like unbelievable.
I mean, you got to gut the thing. You got to take out all the bones and everything. So you're only maybe half of that is meat at best. And so that doubles it to now $12,000 a pound. It's just incredible to me. Who's buying that? It's like sushi, 1 ounce each. You're paying what, $1,000 an ounce just to break even on the fish? I don't know what happens there. I don't know why that happens, but it happens. And wow, it makes me want to go get a boat, go over to Japan and start dropping a line in and see if I can catch one of these puppies.
You probably got to have an in with like Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab and Warren Buffett, because those are the kind of people that have the money to buy something like that and probably would,
Mm-hmm. Well, this is at the auction, the famous Tokyo auction they do at the fish market.
Yeah.
It's like every morning at like 6 a.m. they just auction everything off. And so it happened in an open auction. So,
I mean,
if they want it, they can come get it. But
I mean, and then so people were bidding it up. So there were a lot of people bidding, right? That's the thing that's crazy. There's a lot of people with a lot of money for tuna. I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me when, you have, art made out of feces that sells for $500,000. So, hey.
Now, the guy who bought it owns a chain of sushi shops in Japan, and he said it was very good luck. So I don't know if it's just like a luck thing for the Japanese that whoever, wins the first giant fish of the year or whatever it's the lucky thing for the year. I don't know, but the economics of that make no sense. I was reading this like, what in the world is going on with with tuna in Japan that it's this expensive?
Well, how much would like a tiny little can of that be? Like a can of tuna that we'd buy here in the United States. It's like what, a buck or two. Well, so how much would one? Yeah,
that's pink salmon. You know what I mean? This is bluefin, so very, very different.
I understand that, but I'm trying to give the perspective here of like how much would one of those things cost? Just one.
I don't know, $4, $4.50 maybe.
450,
and that's close to a pound.
No, how much would one cost of this high-end tuna?
Oh, a can like that? Well, again, it's close to a pound, so it'd be like, I don't know, $20,000 or something. Yeah.
So who's going to buy that? Again, that's the point I'm trying to make. You put it in a can and you say, here is some premium tuna, and it's $40,000 or whatever. It's crazy, dude. That doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to can it though, buddy. They're probably going to piece it out to their top clients over the next month or so.
How you piece it out? I'm trying to give perspective.
Yeah.
I'm saying. I mean, whether you put
I doubt they'll can it though.
You put it on in a can or on a plate with garnishment, it's still just 8 or 12 ounces of tuna.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's dive into an article here about this Craigslist ad that was going down in Minneapolis seeking to hire 20 children at $1,500 a day. Can you guess what they wanted them to do?
Tell me.
Child actors to go sit and play in a daycare center.
Wonder why.
Now, we don't know if this is real or if it's just somebody like, being funny, because you can't really tell who's behind it. But wow, if that's real, it's so blatant. And if it's somebody just trying to, pull a funny, then they got me, man. That's pretty funny.
It is funny. Unless it's real. Then it's not so funny.
Yes. Unless it's real, of course, which odds are 50-50.
I think so, yeah.
It wouldn't shock me if somebody, I'm panicking. I need 20 kids. Let's just put an ad out. We'll pay them $1,500. We'll get people faster than you can shake a stick at. I mean, this is for 3 days of work, by the way.
Well, the news,
$4,500 for your kid to go play at daycare.
The state-run news in that area, one of them ran a piece, and they were saying, look, here's some of the Somalians bringing their kids, and they had like 3 or 4, parents bringing in kids to the place. I mean, what, 3 or 4 when it's supposed to have 80? I mean, how easily could that be staged? It's so ridiculous at this point. It's really hard to tell. It's going to get even harder to tell what's real, what's not real. I mean, I even bought an AI fake about Jack White the other day. I thought it was real, where he was talking about, MAGA and Trump being fascist, and it wasn't even real, but it looked and sounded real. That's how good it's gotten. And it fooled me, and I'm not easily fooled because I mess with AI. I do AI video stuff. I do all kinds of AI stuff. So I know what it looks like, and I was not able to tell.
And we're closely approaching the point where we're not going to be able to really reliably believe anything we see on our devices, on our TVs. If you don't see it in person and human, then you can't believe it.
I think that's the strategy of the social engineers and the global elite. They don't want us to be able to make sense of things because they don't want the truth coming out. So what a perfect way to sort of conceal it.
Yeah, well, they got a lot to conceal, they really do. It's kind of crazy what's happening around the world, all over the place, man. These countries are putting their citizens last time and time again. It's just they're putting their own people last and trying, it seems, on purpose to take down countries. I mean, Germany, goodbye, man. You've got a limited amount of time left to really be Germany. But anyway, folks, we've got to go to break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show right after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
Hey, John, if you want to pick up from where you just left off, we could talk about how, there's kind of this battle between, and it's what we've talked about before, but it's taken a different turn now because of Venezuela. But, this division between freedom and individual empowerment and collectivism and all of that. How the Western Hemisphere now is a lot of the countries in the Western Hemisphere are becoming more pro-America, and all the moves that Trump is making the Western Hemisphere more pro-America. What Venezuela now, and maybe Iran, possibly, maybe Mexico, more American, and who knows, Cuba.
No, not Mexico. From what I'm seeing, they're in a bad place.
Well, I'm just saying maybe at some future time, but there are. Already, 4 or 5 nations that are kind of already secured, which is all part of Trump's agenda, if you ask me. You've got, let me see, I wrote all these nations down. I can see if I can find them.
Yeah, I've got an article here with polling from different, here, I think this is it. Showing what their recent polling showing what, the popularity of Trump's actions are. And every country that surrounds, here it is, that surrounds Venezuela is really happy about it. Costa Rica plus 80, Colombia plus 67, Peru 63, Chile 62, and then you get down to Mexico and it's a +1 issue.
Okay, well, maybe Mexico's not, we need to work on, but I know Argentina, Paraguay, Ecuador, Honduras, Greenland, those are all nations that are being secured, for a pro-Americanism, and we're taking it away from the power of the globalist in China and Russia, and securing the resources and pro-America, type values. I mean, there's definitely, like, the battle between these two forces are like kind of coming together, man. And all these people that hate Trump for what he's doing, come on, man, really? I mean, if he doesn't do them, we're gonna. I mean, the globalists, they've got their foothold strategy in so many different nations, man, and they had all the oil over there, you know. And then, of course, Iran, that was their safety, security. If they decided to do, any kind of war maneuvering or stuff, that's where they would get their oil and so forth. And now that's going to be cut off. And a big percentage of Venezuelan oil went to Iran and went to China and went to Russia. So that's going to be cut off. And then China.
It pretty much fuels Cuba. Not
yeah, Cuba's
anymore,
screwed.
But anyways, I was watching world news. It's Canadian news last night, and they're like, "Oh my God! They the Americans went into Venezuela and they got Maduro. Are we next?" Oh, and the politicians up there are spazzing out. Oh no, he's got his sights on Greenland again, or are we next?
Yeah,
they're panicking. What was it, Carney?
Well, doesn't China need all that
30 seconds, guys.
that oil for AI? And we're in the AI race right now between America and China, pretty much. So that's going to really...
They just need oil, dude. They have no production of oil internally in China, like at all. So they need every drop from outside.
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, first Wednesday of January 2026. And we're happy to be back, folks. What an honor and a pleasure to have each and every one of you out there listening. Now, before we went to break, we were talking a little bit about the difference that's going on in this world, right? The fall of socialism, potentially in Venezuela, and how much joy the people that see this potential are celebrating, how happy they are. And then you've got Mamdani talking about the comfort of the collective, the warmth of the collective, instead of the, cold,
rigid,
barren lands where you're just on your own.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And so there's this big in-your-face sort of, hey, we're going to turn New York socialist, man. Get ready for it. We're going to take your properties. We're going to, set laws in place where you can't even sell your property without first, giving the city a chance to buy it, or our NGO puppets. And you're going to live in this new socialist world in New York City. It's going to be beautiful. We're going to love it. But then you got all these people that are in this diaspora out of Venezuela through this last 20 years that are saying, no, it's the worst thing in the world. Don't go there. So I don't know, Barry, you were talking on this related subject, so jump in.
Yeah. I don't know where should I start, because we were kind of going at it from a bunch of different angles. What would you suggest?
Well, we've got these polls that are coming out of Central America and South America, where they're showing the net approval for the detention of Nicolas Maduro by the U.S. in Latin America. So Costa Rica plus 80%, Colombia 67%, Peru 63%, Chile 62%, Panama 59%, Argentina 30%, Ecuador 24%, Uruguay 19%. Notice the further away you get, the less they care. And then Mexico at plus 1%. So they're not happy about it there, because obviously they share a border with us, and they probably don't want to see this happening there, where it probably should, much more likely than, say, Canada. What they're doing there is despicable. So, we've got this reaction from the people on the ground that are saying, hey, this was good. We want to see this. That guy was a scumbag. He needed to go to jail. So we're glad he's there.
Right.
But yet, in America, you got the awfuls, the affluent white female liberals out in the street screaming bloody murder to free Maduro, with their paid signs and their paid protests and their paid everything. That's furthest thing from any naturally occurring protest. But there they are, getting that money from the system to go protest Bad Man Orange.
Yeah, I think it's what we're seeing is this ideological global battle is territorial, and what Trump is trying to do is secure the Western Hemisphere. I mean, I think that's what a lot of top influencers have been talking about, news pundits have been talking about. It's a lot of the Western Hemisphere is now becoming more pro-America, and they're more working side by side with us instead of more with Russia or say China. There's a lot of nations, Argentina, Paraguay, Ecuador, Honduras, Greenland, and others, and some that are potentially headed in that direction as well. So it's territorial, this battle between good and evil, freedom and enslavement, globalism versus, national sovereignty and individual sovereignty, the collective versus the rugged individual, power, which is what I stand for. That's what made America. It's what made us great. I don't want to have a collective hive mind where nobody has a mind of their own and it's all being controlled by a few select few.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's what socialism gets you, It all that power goes into the hands of a few people. And I didn't have a moment enough. I don't know. Brent gave a definition of socialism that I wouldn't necessarily agree with in the first hour, where he said it was sort of the corporations and the government working hand in hand, which is really more of a fascist situation. We think of fascism via Mussolini. It was working with the corporations to meet certain ends. Yes. Whereas socialism is the government owns the means of production. Right. So instead of the companies being out there working with them, no, the government owns it all. And they tell them exactly what to do.
Yeah, wasn't he saying more or less that America was socialist? I kind of have a comment about that. I wrote down a whole little portion, if you don't mind me responding to it. And again, I appreciate his perspective. I don't agree with it. I don't think that we're in a time of socialism, which I think is kind of the phrase he gave. I was doing some other things when he said it, so forgive me, Brand, if I'm misquoting you.
Yeah, no, I meant to bring it up too, but it was by the time he, got through his long, complex answer, it kind of slipped my mind to bring that up again.
Yes. Well, here's what I think the time we're in. I think we're in a time of sabotage, of great danger and dire straits. Therefore, drastic measures must be taken to secure our future, safety, security, freedom, and prosperity, which ties into everything I was just talking about with the Western Hemisphere. And all of this is being done, which I don't know where Brent stands on this, but under the law that's in our books. Now, somebody could argue that it's not constitutional, some of the things he's done, but everything that he's done, other presidents have done based on written laws on our books. So, he's not doing anything different than anybody else has done based on laws that our Congress has passed. Do we want to get back to a much stricter constitutional rule of law? I would hope that eventually we get there. But right now, he's just doing what he has to do based on the laws that are on the books, legally and lawfully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And so far, I got to say, I don't hate what Donald Trump's been doing this, for the last year. Right? It's been, about a year since he was inaugurated. No, it'll be January 20th or so, wasn't it? So, yeah, I'm not, against it. I think America's in a much, much better place than we ever would have been under Kamala at this point in our lives. All the trillions, tens of trillions of dollars of investments that he's got from overseas to come into America and build plants and build jobs and, chips and you name it, would have never happened under her administration, ever in a million years. In fact, those companies would be running the other way with their tail between their legs as fast as they can. Look at California. They're implementing if you are a resident of California as of January 1st of 2026, you are now to the state every year. And this is for people that are worth, over $1 billion. It's for the very wealthy. But it's going to run that money out of town faster than you can shake a stick. They did the same thing in Seattle. And Bezos moved. He moved to Florida. And half the money from that revenue pool disappeared the day he moved. right?
Mm-hmm.
They were expecting, 40 billion. They got 20 billion. And they're like, what happened? Oh, Jeff Bezos moved, the one guy who actually paid this. And what did he do when he got down to Florida? He then the next year set everything up and sold a ton of shares that would have netted, millions of dollars. But that's the thing. It's not your money, Seattle. It's not your money, California. Unrealized gains, you cannot tax unrealized gains, period. It makes no sense. Business doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, for them to go down these roads, it's just one thing after another. And like you say, we're at a pivotal point. If we keep going the way that Joe Biden and Barack Obama were pointing this ship, it's just the end of American freedom. It's the end of America it'll look like Germany or England or France or any of these other, failed countries that have no futures. They have no futures for their people, and it's incredible to see the left just out there supporting Maduro. No matter what Trump does, they hate it. They're getting rid of these, people, these murderers and killers. Chicago just released 1,700, people on the watch list that are wanted for, being criminals in other countries, for committing crimes, for being, eligible for going to trial for felonies here in the United States. Get them out, get them out, get them out. And Chicago's turning the other eye and letting them out in the streets. Guess whose neighborhoods they go into? They go into the Hispanic neighborhoods because that's where they blend in the best. Do you think the Hispanic families that have been living there for 20 years want all these criminals in their neighborhoods? Of course not. They can't do anything right. The people around the world, the Hispanic people, are seeing the Democrat Party for what they are when they defend Maduro and say, free him, send him back.
Yeah.
They see it for what it is. They see it all over the place, and they're only waking up. You think Trump, did well with Hispanics last time around? Just wait till 2028.
Oh, yeah.
You just wait, man. Watch what happens.
Well, you've talked about the UK and how they've gone and taken that to the next level, right? We talked about how they passed a law to where they're going to basically free people that are black and minorities in prison and give stiffer and harsher punishments to white people. Just because of the color of their because of the color of their skin, they're going to be harder on them and less strict on, say, a refugee or somebody that comes over here, that commits a terrible crime. But if you, like you were saying, say you don't approve
bad
of
tweet.
Yeah, the way the immigration's being handled, you could have 3 to 5 years in jail. But if you rape somebody, you're out in a year because you're a minority that came over here from another nation. I mean, this is the insanity. And look, I made a post today and I said, I just came to the realization that there's more people that literally just want to see it all burned down than I had imagined. Right? Don't you see that there's just people that literally, they want to see it burned down. They don't want any kind of success whatsoever.
Yeah. It's burn it all down, Cloward and Piven, break the system from within by just overloading it with requests for money, with fraud, abuse, you name it. For the people that want to take down America, if you're committing fraud and abuse against the United States, that's fine because they want to see the system fail anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? We've covered this for years. So of course they're going to look the other way. Because you're accelerating the destruction of America. And, as Brent was saying, man, it's kind of treasonous,
Yeah, I saw
it's kind of a treasonous thing.
A hilarious leftist meme where some anti-Trumper guy on the right was talking about, this is your America under Trump. And it showed, all the videos that we've seen of drugged out, zombified people on the side of the street, and it's all leftist areas. And I responded, and I got all kinds of likes and comments about it. I responded by saying, yeah, this is what happens when a leftist hellhole tries to Trump-proof an area.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Trump didn't do that. That's Gavin Newsom. That's Tim Walz or Tom, whatever his name is. Yeah, Tim Walz.
Oh, yeah. It's Johnson in Chicago. It's, Lightfoot before him. It goes on and on and on. These people are Karen Bass. They're just looking to take down these cities because that's what they've been trained to do. Heck, Karen Bass was one of the people that was going down into Cuba for training in revolutionary, how to overthrow the American kind of training down there. And guess what? She took good notes and learned what she was, supposed to out of that because she's doing a darn good job of it. But
wow.
Which goes really nicely into a. Remember Michael Byrd, the Capitol Police officer who shot Ashley Babbitt,
Yes.
killed her on January 6th? It turns out he has a daycare center in his home.
Or so he says.
Well, I mean, he's brought in 190 million allegedly. Gateway Pundit here, I'm reading from 190 million in HHS funds over the last 12 years. Since 2008, sorry, longer than that, since 2008. If he's brought in that much money, I mean, you're running this out of your home. I assume in your spare time.
Centers. He'd have 15 daycare centers with that kind of money.
I would hope. 1,000 kids?
Yeah.
You show me 1,000 kids that they're taking care of in their home.
Has anybody gone there to see if there's even any kids there? That's what I'd like to know.
Well, we're just finding out all this stuff nowadays. The Somalian ambassador to the UN apparently is a partner in some major, daycare centers in Ohio. So let's see what that turns out.
He's one of the top globalists, one of the top positions, like the number 3 or 4 position, like over there, whatever global entity that he works for, whether it's the, the WEF or whatever. He's very, very powerful, which goes back to what we've been saying. The Democrat Party is under the control of the globalists. This is a documented fact. That's why they'll never have real reform.
Mm-hmm. And why the same things are happening in country after country after country. It's not some coincidence that every Western nation is opening their borders to millions and millions of people from all over the world all at once as fast as they possibly can to transform their countries as fast as they possibly can. It's all in the cards, man. This was, agreed to at Davos a decade ago, 20 years ago.
Right.
We just never knew about it because they don't tell us these things because we're just the people and we would revolt if we knew what they really wanted to do.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've been planning on it for a long time. And, yeah, Alex Jones has talked about it for decades. Nobody listened, but now they are.
Yeah. I mean, how much money is in your Alex Jones was right jar?
I'm pretty wealthy right about now.
I put a quarter in there every time he turns out to be right. And I'm going to retire on it.
They got the shamdemic right on the money, because he had that Rockefeller document that just, called Lockstep, right? Anybody can download it and read it. And they followed it to the blueprint, which was written a decade or a little more than a decade before the shamdemic actually happened. And it was all about top-down government and then how the sovereign nations would fight back to try to get back their sovereignty and how they would have to deal with that because, of course, they want their great reset, which is global governance. And top-down government, they wanted that to be permanent. They wanted to use that as a stepping stone towards global governance. So they've been planning this for a while, and that's just one document. I mean, there's other documents that go back further than that, but that particular document covered exactly how it would be handled. That's why Alex Jones said, whatever it was 15 years ago, you're no longer going to be able to go to the baseball game, the football game. They're going to lock you down. He said all the things that actually happened. And it's on tape. Anybody can go look at it and listen to it and watch it and see it. Not make believe.
Oh man, did you happen to catch a quote from Mamdani the other day where he said it would make it? He would make it so every New Yorker gets a chance to go to the World Cup when it comes to New Jersey later, this summer.
Sure. I believe that.
How do you do that? You're going to get every New Yorker deserves to be. It's a right that they get to see a soccer game. Somebody told him the tickets were $600. He said, that's unacceptable. We're going to make them affordable, readily, easily to get. And I want, every New Yorker to be able to get a chance to go to a stadium that probably holds, 50,000 people? So you're going to get 10 million people. You're going to squeeze them in there?
Yeah. He's a big talker. He doesn't have the authority to do, 99% of the stuff he says he wants to do. He just doesn't have the authority to do it. So it's all a scam from every which way that you look at it. He's a scam and a fraud.
And bus and subway fares just went up like yesterday.
That's
or a couple days
he
ago.
has no control over that either because that's controlled by the state, not the city.
Well, he wanted to make it free, but instead of free, the reality is he's been in office for 7 days now, and guess what? They went up yesterday,
Yeah, in his defense, it was already predetermined before he became here. But
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's nothing he did. It's just he's got no control over it. You talk in the election like you have control over it, but you don't.
exactly.
You have no
Yeah,
control.
You nailed it, man. You got it.
Yeah. So we were talking about on Sunday night some predictions going into this year. What do you think will happen in the midterms? What's your forecasting pointing to?
I think that if we can secure the elections to be not fraudulent, we win no problem. If we can fix some of it, but not all of it, it's going to be a close call, but we'll win. If the globalists and the left are able to steal a lot of elections, they may be able to, I don't know, they may be able to kind of take control. I will see. I'm more optimistic than pessimistic. I think we win because the Democrats are losing ground. Typically, though, after a president has, served the first portion or whatever of his second term, generally the other party, gets more people in. It just typically happens that way. But I don't think it's going to be that way.
Yeah, the swing years, the non-presidential election years, typically the party that's in power loses seats. But I hope Donald Trump goes out there and acts like this is his election. Like his presidency is on the line, whether or not they keep the House and they keep the Senate. And I hope he goes out there and treats it with all the urgency he would as if it was his very own election, and ensures that everyone out there in these swing seats get every penny, everything they could ever possibly dream of or wish for to ensure their success. And he makes it about him. They'll say he's not on the ballot. Well, he needs to put himself on the ballot. He say this is all about impeachment. If I'm going to be impeached again, they'll tie my hands for months and I won't be able to get anything done, and it's just going to be a disaster. But they're going to do it the minute they can. All they need is 51 votes, so they're going to do it. Period. But it'll be a disaster for his second term. Not because it'll tarnish him or anything, but it'll just prevent him from getting things done. So he needs to really do that, and I think that he is enough of a fighter that he could win this and secure what he needs for the next 2 years to really get his agenda in place,
That's exactly right, man. I agree with you. They won't cut him any slack, man. And in one of my forecasts, I said for 2026 that they're going to throw every wrench in the gears that they can to sabotage Trump, man. That's because they're hoping for a pendulum swing, which would mean them taking back the power in America. Then they could just finish all the good work that they've done with their Great Reset in all these other countries. They could put the nail in the coffin within just a few years.
Yeah. Or at least, put a wrench in the MAGA train.
Yes.
Guarantee that no legislation whatsoever gets passed for the next couple of years. That absolutely, if we want to try to make, voter ID happen, that'll never happen.
Yeah.
Clean up the elections, never. Get rid of the electronic counting machines, never. And I don't know what these things, we used to be able to count elections, on ballots the night of. Now we put them in these machines that are supposed to make it easier, and it takes 10 times longer. Explain that. Why do we have to wait 2 weeks now? We used to be able to do this night of, no problem. Now we get these fancy machines in there and nothing works and no one trusts it. And so get those things out of there. But those are the types of things that you just won't be able to accomplish if he loses.
Yeah. Oh, if he loses, man, 100%. But here's the good news: if we win, though, dude, and I just want to, it's from my forecast, man. It's real short, but it explains exactly what's at stake. So I say, yes, they will fight back in every way they can to keep us from reaching our ultimate victory. They understand, this is the key point, they understand that our ultimate victory means long-term defeat for them. So that's the opposite of, if they win, what it looks like for us, but if we win, what it looks like for them. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's what's at stake, is they know that if Trump gains all the momentum that he needs to gain and then Vance wins, single-handedly in 2028, they're set back for decades, man. Long-term defeat. Especially if he gets arrests. If he gets arrest indictments and convictions, then it's long-term defeat.
And the beauty of it, too, is America we all get to look around and see that free market policies work. And look how prosperous we are now all of a sudden. You know, we went through this stagnation. You know, the whole Biden year was just a disaster, his term, disaster. But then we turned it around in 4 short years, and suddenly we're back on track, making America just kick on every cylinder. And man, you know, America's like a Lamborghini, man. You get that thing, well, let me take that back. It's like a Corvette. You get that thing out on the open highway and you open up the gas, man, it's a monster. It can fly. But we're not doing that. We're doing everything we can to kind of hinder the growth and expansion of America. Holding back, you know, keeping the Corvette in 3rd gear, 2nd gear, instead of going up into 4th and 5th and, you know, even 6th or gosh, what, 8? Holy cow, this thing's got 8 gears?
Well, you're 100% correct, man. Trump has secured some major victories and major wins, and I think it's best that he didn't just go all in, arresting all these people right off the back, because that would have just, put his back up against the wall like nothing we could believe. But now he's actually getting the approval of more people, which when it actually does happen will be easier to do. It was strategic. Do you see what I'm saying? We're not ignoring arresting these people. He already did some indictments of them, but there's more to come and more severe indictments. Those were low-level indictments that he got most of those people on, not on treason, not on a coup, not on all the other things that most likely is going to happen. So if he had done that right out the bat, he would have been sabotaging himself, because they would have just come at him with everything they had. But now he's winning an army of people that hated him. They're now going to like him because he's doing great for the economy. He's, securing our border. He's securing win after win after win.
It's looking that way. I mean, it's going good so far. I got to say, I'm really happy. I think 2026 is going to be a banner year for the economy. I think he stands, if he follows my advice, stands a good chance of holding the House and the Senate, which would be phenomenal. And this year could end up being, it's the 250-year anniversary of America this year. And I would use that as the president to do everything I can to just try to instill some patriotism in Americans, to try to get them to read a little bit about our history, to get them to understand a little bit more than what they think they know, so they can understand that this is a great country that was built on really noble ideas. But anyway, folks, we're all out of time. This has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we will see you on Sunday night. Thanks for listening.
All right. Great show, guys.
Well, thank you, Mark. Excellent production.
I opted out of Kia Stommer since it was the new year, Got to start something new for 2026. So
we got Mad Manny to work with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We could do that. We could change it over.
All right, guys.
Have you seen Rappaport is going to run against him?
I did. I saw that, man.
I'm going to go ahead and get Jack going.
Hi, Mark. Thanks for producing. We'll see you soon.
Yep.
Yeah, he's kind of losing the approval of the...
All right. It's time for me to get Jack Carey up and running. Jack Carey of the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. That's right. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey there.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Now you should be able to see me.
Yep, see you good.
Oh, very good. All right. Very cool. How are you doing?
So far, so good. What do we got tonight, Jack?
Oh, we're going to do kind of a review. I'm going to be talking about reptilian aliens, but I'm also going to be talking about the predators. Predator creatures popped up on the radar screen this week, and also be talking about just assessing where we are in various areas going into 2026. So, but how was your holiday?
The holiday was nice. Had a really good time. Yeah.
Did you? Okay.
Kids were nice and good, and, you know, we had a great time.
Well, that's good. It's always good when they behave, right?
Yeah, it's always nice to get them when they're here, you know. I don't always have them here with me.
Oh, yeah. That's nice. Did you have them through the first of the year?
Yeah, I had them up until yesterday morning.
It's fantastic. It was so low key here, and then man, I got so busy over the holiday painting, new paintings because I sold a few.
Mm-hmm.
So I have been crazy busy. It seems like trying to get some new work done. I got to go down to the gallery tomorrow for 3 hours. So
Cool.
that's gonna be fun and take some new work. But other than that, it's just been crazy hectic holiday season. I didn't have time to do much.
It was really busy, that's for sure.
Really. So I'm glad that it's over with. They just kind of impede every year. I mean, it's nice to have a little time off, but you kind of feel derailed in some ways, in a lot of ways, trying to get this or that done, you know?
Yep.
So, how's Nancy and her crew tonight?
I don't know. They look like they're ready to go. I sent messages out already, and looks like they're going to be good to go tonight. I haven't heard anything back, you know, saying otherwise, you know.
Yeah. Now, if I share screens on here, are you able to keep that video, you know, for the archive?
Yep.
shows?
But, you know, just keep in mind, the people on the radio side will not be able to see it, though.
Right. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
You
And
just have to keep that in mind. All right, we got 30 seconds, and we'll be off to the races like a herd of turtles.
I love a band called Trampled by Turtles. They're bluegrass.
Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side for the first time this year, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live 2026. This is the first show of our new year, and you know, it's good to be back after a long break. If you've not joined us before, you are joining the radio show where, generally speaking, the guest are the voices in my head, and we jump down theoretical rabbit holes. We are broadcasting live from an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And, you know, it is deep. It's 300 feet deep. And I've got a security crew here. Daisy and the Sundance Kid are keeping security for us, as always. They started last year, and they've been fantastic. So we're going to keep them on their path to stardom here on the show. And, you know, tonight we're going to talk about a couple of different main topics that popped up on my radar screen this week. One of them is the so-called predator creatures that people keep coming across out in the woods. This is something I investigated many moons ago, and if you go to my YouTube channel, Jack Carey, there is a video about these creatures. And when I say predator creatures, I mean like the predator creature that you see in Hollywood, able to cloak itself. And you know, a lot of people claim that is, well, they call it the Glimmer Man in some circles, but they claim that it could be like a cloaked Bigfoot. I don't know if that's the case, but there's an interesting line of evidence to kind of go down to, the rabbit hole kind of splits off, and in one of those little avenues, you can kind of explore the possibility of it being a cloaked Bigfoot. In the other, you might consider something more along the lines of the Hollywood version of the predator creature. In any event, I had occasion to be involved with a group of cryptozoologists, and one of them was a man named Bob Garrett, and Bob Garrett produced a film, a YouTube film. I shouldn't say produced. He just, was a guy that went out into the wild and actively filmed his hikes looking for evidence of Bigfoot, and was a quality researcher. And he made a film, and it's called 3 Miles In. And if you go to my YouTube channel and check out the Predator video, you'll get to see Bob Garrett's 3 Miles In. And I've argued a number of times in the past that it might be the scariest thing ever filmed, which is saying a lot, considering that you can't really see the creature. And by that I mean, if you've seen the Predator movies, you'll know that sort of shimmering, that it kind of is bending the light rays as it's moving through the forest. That's what Bob caught, and he did it at a time when nobody had ever caught anything like that on camera before, or even thought that it would be possible to catch something like that on camera. And you can see this thing reaching out and pushing bushes aside and stuff like that. It's really creepy, right? And you have to consider the fact that old Bob was 3 miles in, as the film was titled. And that's a hair-raising 3 miles back out. When you get 3 miles deep into the bush, in some of the places in North America like we've been, it gets pretty hairy. If you come across something 3 miles deep in, that's a long way back out if you got to fight your way back out. Long way. And, you go in expecting to find a Bigfoot nest or some prints or perhaps a cave that they could be residing in, something, some kind of physical trace evidence of a Bigfoot. And in return, you get, something that is trying to be invisible, moving near you through the woods. That's some hair-raising stuff. So we'll get to that. And the other is, we had some interesting stuff this week concerning reptilian aliens, and the reptilian alien phenomenon is something that I like to come back to periodically, because it's just such a hard to swallow paranormal phenomenon, and yet there's a lot of circumstantial evidence out there that is, when you pile it all up on one big pile and take a look at it, it makes you wonder. It really, really does. And we're going to talk about David Icke, talk a little bit about the lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins features into all of this rabbit hole stuff about reptilian aliens. Can you imagine? But it does, and he does. And I thought that to start off, we would begin by examining where we kind of left off 2025, and now we're going into 2026. And if you've been following the show here, you'll know that that I've been examining the so-called cyber prophecies for a long time, and then kind of delving into different areas that the cyber prophecies covered in an attempt to verify that they were in fact manifesting within the materium, if you will. And that's sort of where we are right now. These event manifestations, event probabilities, I suppose you would call them, don't change with the first of the year. If there's one of these things in motion, and there always is, then it'll carry us into the next year. And the next year is interesting. I got some communication from Cliff High actually right before we went on the air, so I've not been able to see what it is that he sent over, but it's interesting. I gave it a brief glimpse, and he's going to be talking about in this correspondence the idea that there's going to be exactly like Tom Lee and over in Wall Street is saying, there's going to be compression this year of a number of different things. And by that I mean we're going to go from like a sense of joy and elation to a sense of desperation, and finally to a sense of coming out of that desperation into a new, if you will, sci-fi world. This is the year that sci-fi world emerges, and that was predicted by the Webbot many moons ago, way back in the early 90s or whatever, when they were doing those original Alta reports. And so this year you're going to see, and if you've been a listener of late, you'll know that I'm covering cryptocurrencies now along with crypto animals, because the cyber prophecies led us here. It's really that simple. And along with the cyber prophecies, you have groups like Dick Algire's future forecasting group also using paranormal means by which to forecast the idea that cryptocurrencies will eventually dominate the financial landscape. And I'm not a financial analyst in any way, shape, or form. If you want to know how to track get better at attempting to track a Sasquatch, something like that, then I'm not bad. I'm for hire. If you're looking for a cryptid animal, you can reach out to me. I'm not for hire if you're looking for financial advice. So that, buyer beware on all of that. But I can tell you, I am a polymath with a photographic memory, and I have extensive experience doing what I do. And I can tell you that we're at a very interesting point here in the crypto markets ever since October the 10th, which was the largest liquidation event in any market in the history of markets. So when something that big happens, that's like a black swan taking place. And that's what happened to the crypto markets. And the only reason it wasn't like pasted on front page news everywhere all over the world is because if you're in the crypto markets, you are that early to the scene. I mean, you are early to the scene. There are literally tens upon tens upon tens of trillions of dollars of hard physical assets that are about to move on to the blockchain and bring all that value with them. Right? And the chosen blockchain, if you listen to Grayscale or JP Morgan or any of those, is Ethereum, because nobody else is scaling out and doing the things that those developers are doing as far as making that network the fastest, most reliable, securest, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? The thing about cryptocurrencies that make them a wonderful opportunity, if you're into taking risk, and I am. I'm a risk taker, and I have always been and will always be. But they offer the opportunity of a once-in-a-lifetime shift of them going from a fiat debt-based system to a digital asset-based system. And, you know, we could do 100 shows on just that alone. So I'll leave you to kind of research what that means for the future. But imagine all Wall Street, all banking, all real estate investment, all precious metals, everything, all being traded on a single, you know, network, basically a blockchain network, and that network right now is Ethereum. You know, there are people out there that buy Solana, and that's great, whatever. Solana, I can tell you, has a brutal sell wall at $140. There is the amount of buying pressure it's going to take to push that price through $140 is a lot. So I do technical analysis on the markets. October the 10th was a weird, they say, one-time accident. I argued in a past episode that maybe what you were seeing was, you know, Kaiser Soze. You were seeing the man in the high castle. There was somebody somewhere that knew something or how to make a stable coin in a particular market maker, which was Binance. They knew how to make that stable coin flash 65 cents long enough to trip all of the emergency algorithms that then sent a cascade of selling pressure through the crypto markets like nothing that anybody has ever witnessed before since the inception of crypto. It was that big. And when you have an event that big, a black swan event take place, it creates emotional scarring in the populace of those who invested in it. Literally overnight, in just a few hours, it was just a few hours is all it took. And you had millions of traders get completely wiped out. Just get decimated. Now, you have people like Tom Lee, who's the chairman of Bitmine Immersion Technologies, a premier digital asset treasury company. This is a company that does nothing but sell shares. To date, $14 billion worth, then buys Ethereum, then stakes it for the passive income. That's all they do. They are having a vote to increase their shares to somewhere around 50 billion shares, something like that, and they plan on spending most of that, capturing more and more of the overall Ethereum supply. The Ethereum exit queue just hit 0. So if you know anything about Ethereum and know anything about the idea that when the execute at 0, it means there's nobody waiting to unstake their Ethereum. It used to take like 40 days to unstake it. Like if you stake it, you're getting passive percentage return on your money, right? If you hit unstake so that you can end up selling the actual spot asset itself, it was taking like 40 days. Now it happens in a few seconds. That's how clear the exit queue is. There is a ton of staking going on, and Bitmine Immersion Technologies just staked over $1 billion of Ethereum, meaning all of that supply has now been taken out. That being said, the scarring that happened on October the 10th is not yet done with its damage, it appears. Today was one of those crucial days, technically speaking, if you look at the underlying charts, plural, for the various cryptos, even though they all kind of resemble one another. You'll see that there was a technical breakdown today that was brutal. It happened right at a bad spot. Most of the show here is on the radio side. We do have a video feed, so I was going to show like pictures of what that looks like. Let me see if I can share the right. Let's see where.
You can always encourage him to come back and also look at the encores, where they will see that. Jack.
Oh, really? Okay.
So don't forget, if you're out there in Radio Land listening, you can, and even if you missed it on the video side, you can always come back and check the encores. That is the edited versions of the show, and it will show any kind of graphics that my hosts will put up, like Jack or Nancy or John.
Let's see here.
Well, I got
Can
something over here. Yeah, I can see me.
Can you see anything else?
I saw something earlier, but I guess you switched to a different tab or something. But we're working it.
Interesting. Yeah, we're working out some technical difficulties here. Hey,
New year. And we're adding new things into the streams as we go. Hey,
well, no,
Jack, when you were talking about the Glimmerman thing earlier, did you ever come across anything about what is it, the crawlers being able to do that?
No, I haven't. Crawlers would be crazy, but oh, here we go. Let's see.
There you go. You had something there.
Did I? Okay.
Oh, it's coming up. There we go. Sometimes it takes a minute. I got something there. It looks like a box with lights in it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, I always figured that that Glimmerman might be connected to like the crawler or a cryptid like that. Maybe even Dogman. Since Dogman goes up in trees, it's like, sometimes I wonder if Dogman has some cat in him because I don't know, or fox, because I've never seen a dog climb a tree or even a hyena. Ever heard of a hyena climbing trees? But
right. Well, I don't know. We'll try this. I'll keep messing with it, and we'll see what I can do here. But
keep going. I'll get out of here for you, and I just wanted to keep so that we wouldn't lose any sound. Silence sometimes triggers, commercials and things like that on the other end.
Right. Exactly. So we'd be lucky to if somebody wanted to advertise. That'd be cool.
Well, if they did that, Jack, they could send that to me early ahead of time, and then I could just put it in the slideshow right next to where we're at, and it would show up for that.
Right. Well, it's a little confusing because usually when I hit share, it brings up like all of the different tabs I have open, and I can just pick a tab, but it's not doing that tonight. So I wonder if they've changed something since the first of the year. But anyway, today was a crucial day. They needed to have a pretty good day today, and they did not have a good day in the crypto markets. All of the cryptos sold off right at points where they needed to actually gain some ground in order to make new highs. The fact that they got rejected at the resistance areas that they got rejected at, and I'm talking about Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and XRP, it means that all of them are highly likely to revisit their December lows again. So, and that'll be a real bummer for a lot of people, but they say that bull markets make some people a little bit of money, but bear markets can make you rich if you know how to preserve your capital and wait for the right kind of buying opportunity. So most of the people that are in the money on Bitcoin were the ones that bought it back in like 22 at $15,000, right after a vicious bear market. And those people that were brave enough to kind of step in there are the ones that are doing really well right now. So, but when we come back, we're going to be talking about the Glimmer Man, the Predator creature. We're going to talk about how a prominent ufologist had a wife who had an encounter with one. And we're going to mention those crazy reptilian aliens too, because they keep popping up on the radar screen. And in that rabbit hole, you can trace it back to a source origin. And the source origin, as far as we can tell, came from a fictional writer. What did he know? Because a lot of the things he talked about were then or have been confirmed over the many decades since he wrote about them. Interesting stuff. And we'll be back right after our break.
All right, Jack. We're on radio break.
Cool.
You want to try testing that? We got about 4 minutes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's see here. Let me see. I'm not sure why. Window.
Welcome in, everybody. We're having a great night tonight. First Wednesday back of the year. Missed each and every one of you. Hope everybody had great holidays. Oh, wow. There's your crypto market.
Yep. Now you can see it, can't you?
Yeah, now I can see it. Yeah. Don't touch nothing.
That's silver right there. That's what's happening right now overseas. 78.80, and I'm going to have to talk about silver because silver is the story. It made it all the way up to $82, Mark, and now the analyst.
That's 10 times the amount that I was buying it for 1 troy ounce.
Oh, I know. I started buying it a few years ago at 22.
I can't imagine, because I had probably about I had 12 coins at one time. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah, no, I've been stacking it for a long
But
time, you know.
that was years ago, and then no, that's not. I didn't do. I did coins. I did well instead of ingots, and then I had. You have to figure in with the coins, the stamp value too, because a few of them were only like 500 print, which is really good for fine silver, 0.9999, not sterling, which is 0.9997 or something like that.
Oh, you'll freak when you hear what these technical analysts are saying, because they're saying, when you broke the historical high of $50 on a 45-year cup and handle pattern, the typical return on that is 10x.
What?
So you're looking at $500 an ounce silver.
Wow.
That's a standard return on that kind of a chart pattern. Once it breaks, it's over with.
Yeah, I had to unload back in 90.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
And I barely broke even because silver then took a drop down to 5.
Oh, wow.
At the time, because they had released some money, they had released some silver, which dropped the value. And
well, the Hum brothers.
I kind of broke even because of the print value.
The Hunt brothers tried to capture the silver market back in the 80s, and they went bankrupt, but that was because they bought all that silver and there was no industrial. Everybody knew they weren't going to use it for anything.
No,
so it just it ended up killing the market.
At the time, for the short run, I wanted to take and invest it in Sucres, which was Ecuadorian money.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And because the value of it had changed dramatically by the time we, invaded Panama, and got better. I would have made out like a bandit if I could have done that in the short run. Okay, but we got 30 seconds before we go down that road.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. This is the show that jumps down theoretical rabbit holes, and I'm your personal guide to the Twilight Zone. My friends tell me I have a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision. I think they're right about that. And, tonight we're talking about cryptids, and cryptos kind of dominate the show lately, along with our cyber prophecies, and they all are converging in strange and unexpected ways. And if you are checking out the video feed to the show, I'm showing you what a actual, trading screen looks like. So this was interesting. I have a particular time frame on here, which is a 15-minute time frame that allows me to zoom. I'm sort of zooming way in on the underlying technical structure of what's taking place on Ethereum here. And I'll switch that out to more of this is a daily chart for Ethereum. So you guys are actually lucky, because what you're seeing are highly sort of tuned metrics that I use in order to determine when or if there's going to be some buying pressure actually take place. And so really today was one of those days where, you know, Ethereum yesterday went up, it hit 3,300, and it just got brutalized with selling at that stage. That's not a good sign. It should have, you know, its all-time high is somewhere around 4,800, and it should have at least gone back up to test the low 4,000s, and did not do that. Silver's the big story. If you've been following the show, I have been touting the beauty of silver for a long, long time, way back when it was $50. Way back, Mark. Way back when it was $50. So, and, you know, yesterday, day before, it hit 82. Right now, if you're looking at the screen overseas, it's trading at $78.80, roughly. It is a battle every day on that screen, all day. It is entertainment nonstop, and whether you're in the silver market or not, it's well worth watching the battle taking place between the banking entities that are short silver and the ones that are long silver, and who's going to end up winning this. The interesting thing is that there's a lot of technical analysts out there that look at charts for precious metals, and some of the better ones are saying that a typical return, as I was talking to Mark earlier, when you have a historical breakout, like a precious metals never hit a particular price before, like silver did when it hit 50, and it forms what's known as a cup and handle pattern, and this one formed over a 45-year period, the longest ever seen in all of the history of technical analysis. The typical return is 10x on that. So you're looking at, like, you know, a projection of $500 an ounce for silver. And that would just be, that's global changing kind of stuff. When you look at the cyber prophecies, they long have kept saying silver would become unobtainium. There will be a time when you simply cannot get your hands on it anymore. It's that valuable. So, you know, keep your eye on the silver market. 82 today, we got some fresh intelligence that JP Morgan, there was a memo over at JP Morgan that got leaked. And the memo said the analyst was calling for $415 silver within pretty, you know, short time period. So you can just imagine Elon Musk just a few days ago on January the 1st, China cut off all exports of silver forever. I shouldn't say cut them off. What they did was they started a new licensing schema, if you will, and the requirements for acquiring the licenses that it takes in order to actually get physical silver out of China is almost an impossibility at this stage. And that's huge if you realize that China controls 70% of the refining process of silver. 70%. It was already short before that, and they know it, and this is economic warfare 101. They know that the Western banks have been short for too long, and that they've been trading paper that is backed by absolutely nothing. And what you're getting ready to see in the silver market, if all of the ducks are lined up the way they appear to be, let's say all of the black swans are lined up the way they appear to be, then you're going to see a cascading event that will drive the price of silver literally through the roof. There's no telling in technical analysis, they call it blue sky. It doesn't happen very often when an asset never has had proper price discovery and all of a sudden it breaks out of its control mechanism and it just flies. There's no telling how tightly wound that spring was before all that pressure got released, right? There's just no telling. You know, and it could crash tomorrow, but I can guarantee you one thing: supply and demand always takes over. And if these analysts are right about them being short the actual physical metal itself in their vaults, you're going to see some fireworks, some big time fireworks. So interesting stuff. And I said it once, I'll say it again. If you were going to do the most damage that you could possibly think of, you know, what do they call that in engineering? The linchpin, right? If you can identify the linchpin itself in worldwide economics and pull that pin, everything comes unraveled. Well, that pin's made out of silver. And somebody's yanking that pen real hard. And so you're seeing like big technology companies start to scramble. They're starting to call around to silver mines looking to buy them. Imagine that. Imagine you're Samsung and you know you need 45 million ounces of silver over the next year to be able to produce your goods, right? And there's just nothing. What do? You go out of business or you buy a silver mine. And that's what all these big guys are scrambling now. Elon Musk, they're all scrambling. They're looking around saying, oh my God, what are we going to do if our supply chain goes down for silver? We cannot produce our goods, period. That's how big this is. It's big. So, interesting stuff. So, yeah, tonight, the Glimmer Man, interesting stuff. So, Bob Garrett filmed it originally. I put that film on my YouTube channel because Bob Garrett, as far as I've been able to ascertain, even to this day, just vanished into thin air after J.C. Johnson and I were told that he was raided by the Department of Homeland Security. And that was after he filmed that thing, that glimmering creature out in the woods, and put it on his YouTube channel. All of a sudden, the black SUVs rolled up one day and they took everything. Luckily, a few of us out here in Cryptid Animal Land had seen Bob's video and had the movie-making software to copy that video footage right off the screen, and that's why it still exists today. We've theorized that maybe Bob filmed a cloaked United States soldier. Maybe that's what got him in trouble. Or maybe he filmed exactly what it looked to be, which was an unknown predatory-like creature of some kind, right? That's interesting because we've got a lot of peripheral sort of anecdotal information regarding all of this. And there's a distinct UFO alien connection to the Glimmer Man creatures. One of those connections is in the personal encounter of Jan Maccabee, the wife of Dr. Bruce Maccabee, who was a renowned ufologist. I believe he's passed away now. And this is a perfect example of the so-called hitchhiker effect. The same thing the Pentagon scientists discovered, that there was an there was other paranormal activity associated with the UFO phenomenon that they could not explain. Well, here's a prominent ufologist, a guy that is a renowned scientist in optics, right? And he was known for examining UFO footage and determining what kind of camera was used and what settings it was in, and on and on and on. The guy was a real scientist. And his wife goes out one day to go deer hunting on their property. And she goes out on the property and climbs up into her deer stand. And just out of the periphery, after a little while, she sits there for a while. And out of the periphery of her eye, she begins to see some movement. And she turns her head slightly and looks, and she sees one of these glimmering creatures moving through the trees near her. She was able to snap a photograph of it, right? Great thing for a woman who's married to an optic scientist to do. He did what he could to render an image from that photograph. He says that some kind of light bending technology was being used, but he was able to get a pretty decent picture of the arm. And I have to say, the arm looks like a hairy arm. It's really, really odd. It doesn't look like an alien arm. It definitely doesn't look like a predator. It looks like the arm of a Sasquatch. And it's out there online, so take a look at it. Now that's interesting in and of itself, but why was this creature on Bruce Maccabee's property? What was it, spying on him? Why is there this incessant hitchhiker effect that always occurs to people who are studying the UFO phenomenon? It's something that's underlying the phenomenon itself, and something that stands out like a splinter in my mind, and it's something I'll return to time and time again until we get to the bottom of it. But the other main topic I wanted to cover is reptilian aliens. So those popped up again, and I find that interesting because then we'll go into the heavy detail, but I've done this rabbit hole before, and I've done my research. And, you know, when it comes down to tracing where the idea of reptilian aliens actually first shows up in our society here, it really, and at least in modern day society, it all goes back to the same guy who wrote the Conan stories and books, Race of Serpent Men. Well, it comes to find out that he was a student of Theosophy, and Theosophy goes back to the writings of a famous occultist, and her name was Madame Blavatsky, and she claims to have had access to manuscripts that the rest of us would die to see, and she claims that in these manuscripts there were accounts of serpent-headed men, right? That's interesting because everyone will be familiar with David Icke and his theories of reptilian aliens and royal bloodlines, etc. Except for, you know, David Icke came across an interesting guy named Credo Mutwa, who was a last living descendant of a line of history keepers for the Zulu people that kind of formed a Masonic brotherhood when Christian missionaries came there to convert them. They formed a secret brotherhood to conceal their real history. And in that real history, they claim that they were ruled once by a race of serpent-headed men, and they called them the Shatari. So, very interesting stuff, right? So this guy who wrote the Conan stories ends up incorporating some of that stuff into his fiction. And that sort of muddied the waters when you go down that rabbit hole, because you think, oh, well, this guy just made it all up. Well, no, really, he's drawing from some older writings that came from Blavatsky and some other heavy hitters in the occult world, right? So all of that's interesting. Then you come to David Icke, and he says, well, you know, these things, they're in control of the music industry. They're using the music industry to control the vibrational rate of humanity to keep it imprisoned. That's really what his stuff comes down to when you synthesize it. That's what he's saying. That's interesting because that you can plug Tesla in right there. I'm not talking about the car. I'm talking about the scientist, because Tesla said what controls the universe is sound, vibration, and frequency. What if I told you then you could go over to the music industry, like David Icke says, right? The reptilians are in control over here, and they're using, you know, the music industry to affect vibrational rates of humans. And then you have an interview take place from the lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins, Billy Corgan, with none other than Howard Stern, in which he shyfully admits that he was in the back of a limousine one night with somebody involved in the music industry, and they shape-shifted right in front of him. He admitted it, and he wasn't kidding, and he said he wasn't kidding. Then he was interviewed about a month later in Rolling Stone magazine, and they asked him about that interview with Howard Stern, and he reiterated that it did in fact occur, and that he would not elaborate on it any more than that, nor would he speak about it again. All of that's on the internet. Go ahead and take a look at it. So I'm asking you guys, David Icke, right? Because here's a rock star with nothing to gain from admitting something like that, saying, you know what? I had this music exec in my car one night, shape-shifted right in front of me. I knew them beforehand, and they shape-shifted into something, and Stern asked him what they shape-shifted into, and he said something not human. Interesting. Why didn't that make the daily New York Times headline, right? But what are we to make of the reptilian aliens? Because you have, well, remote viewing groups like Farsight, and let's face it, Farsight has gotten a little hairy over there. You know, you ask Cliff High about Dr. Brown, he'll tell you Doc Brown has gone absolutely spectacularly insane. And some of their material that he's been putting out lately would lend credence to that idea. However, before the train went off the track, some of those remote viewers had targeted what they believed to be an operational reptilian base right here, right now, operating in the continental United States, somewhere in a rural area. And it's a fascinating little puzzle piece to listen to their remote viewings of where this place might be located, and then try to find that on Google Earth, right? I've done that a time or two, but so the Glimmer Man and the reptilian aliens both represent apex threats to humanity. There's no reason you would conceal yourself the way the Glimmer Man creatures are doing if you had good intentions, right? And there's no way that you would seek to enslave and control a species on this planet using vibration, sound, and frequency unless you had evil intentions. And when you go down that reptilian rabbit hole, things get really ugly really fast. I'm talking about, adrenochrome. I'm talking about systematic, functional torture. There's all kinds of really dark elements to the reptilian phenomenon that don't exist in the other abductee-like phenomenon. Nowhere has an abductee came back and said, yeah, they were torturing humans and drinking adrenochrome, these little gray guys. No, that's always reptilian. And maybe, perhaps, it's memories, cultural memories of having encountered these creatures that is why we lay this reptilian idea on the face of evil itself, right? It's why Satan was given the serpent-like attributes in the Bible and all of that. So, that's where we are at right now in 2026. We are stepping into a brave new world. I expect a pretty big correction to take place in the crypto markets. And at the same time, I expect silver to continue its upward movement. And, what are we talking about? Talking about maybe 20% downside. And through here, 20%. So, beware out there and be careful. And, when it comes to silver production, the fact, and this is a little disconcerting, guys. So China's been in Mexico buying up all of the raw doré. So this is like unrefined silver still in the rock, and they're paying to ship it all back. And then they refine it themselves, and then now they're locking it onshore. They're not going to allow it back off. That's somebody who's preparing for war. That's a country that's preparing for war because missiles take an immense amount of silver. And China has enough silver to make thousands upon thousands upon thousands of missiles. In fact, just last week, I think it was 7 to 10 days ago, a Chinese entity showed up with an army of armored cars, let's put it that way. And they backed it up, and they had 41 tons of silver loaded onto those trucks, and it disappeared forever. That means it went into private storage for the Chinese government, never to be seen again. But that's going to continue. So join us next week, guys, for another episode of Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live, and stay tuned for Nancy Planeta and the wonderful VIXEN'S Vault next.
Great job, Jack. Great job.
Thanks.
Let me get this all going. And Zach, if you're in there. Oh, Zach can't hear me because I'm getting ready to clear from TMV Cafe.
Julio. Ooh, I'm back.
There we go.
It's like Mr. Peabody and the Wayback Machine. I saw they made a new movie about that.
Another one?
I think so.
Oh.
Unless I'm just behind the times and I didn't see it.
Because there was one that came out maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, shoot. I wonder why they're advertising. Oh, that's interesting.
Maybe it went from, maybe it's finally on Tubi and places like that now.
Excellent.
All right, you coming over to the vault for a little bit?
I might, after I eat, I might join you guys. So, because my wife is sick, so I might be able to sneak away and come join the conversation.
Yeah, come on in. All right.
All right.
I'm going to get her up and rolling here in just a minute, and I will catch up with you soon.
Sounds good, sir.
All right. Take care, Jack.
All right, you too.
All right. That was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency and cryptocurrency report that he just put out. Let me get up the VIXEN'S vault. We were catching up with everybody. Let's see what we can do over here. David Campione going to be the first one in. Hey, David, how's it going?
Sorry, I had my mic on mute. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too. Let's see.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
Hey,
everybody.
New Year. Whoa, cleavage and all tonight, Nancy. Oh, my God. Starting the year off perfectly. You look great.
Dude, I was going to say, I've had that picture on there for a couple months now.
Well,
are you just noticing? Are you just noticing?
Yeah, first time.
Hey,
Jason. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Good to see everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me switch everything over on.
Roger, Vicky. Happy New Year, guys.
There we go. Oh.
Happy New Year.
Vicky, how's your head? I was just asking you the same thing. How's your headache? Because mine eased up a little bit, but I got to tell you, man, I've been getting like EMF. Like I get this. I think I told you this. I get this like screeching noise in my ear and in my head, like in my inner ear and in my head when the EMF is elevated, and it has been like nonstop. So I'm like, but there again, I'm right near MacDill Air Force Base, and with all the crap going on right now, I'm like, yeah, that might have something to do with it.
Nancy's been saying mean things to me since you've been gone.
Oh, I had a visitor for the holiday.
Santa Claus?
No,
Yeah.
Sonia visited me.
Sonia.
Oh,
yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
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 Oh, nice.
That was very nice. And she's going to be coming back to do some tattoos around my area and that. And probably sticking around here for a little while, too. But she's she's up,
oh, my God.
up near Fort Worth
Dude,
right now.
I thought when you said tattoos and then you said around my area, I'm like, where my brain went, it was not a good place.
Landscape. All right, not.
Oh God, landscaping. Just stop, Mark. Stop while you're ahead, because I'm
already checked out.
You guys know.
Sonia said that she didn't get deflowered by Mark, so he didn't. Yeah, I already had the conversation with him. Made sure.
Yes,
that's enough.
but did he get manscaped by Sonia?
Probably.
That's enough, Roger.
See, that's what really comes through in that EMF.
Wow, what a way to start the new year.
Vicky got
Really?
so mad at me, dude. So mad at me.
I just wanted to announce, I had some company in that, it wasn't family, but, it was really nice to meet her, and I'm really happy, and I know everybody here knows her. And I told John, and John's like, he's like, how is she? I said, she's great. And I said, she's really nice. I said, can't wait till you guys get to meet her too, because she'll come out your way too eventually. But here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live for the very first time this year, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VIXEN'S Vault. Happy New Year to all those listening to Up to the Vault. We went on sabbatical about a week prior to Christmas. So we basically covered, it was a 2 weeks, so we basically weren't on the air for Christmas or New Year. And man, so much crap happened in the last 2 weeks. Well, anyway, it's Wednesday, January the 7th, 2026. I can't even believe I'm saying 2026 already. And not only that, we're already a week into it. I don't know where time's going. It just seems like last week, I think it was Tuesday last week, Raphael was saying to me, don't you have a show tomorrow night? I'm like, no, we're on 2 weeks sabbatical, and here I am. I was thinking about that this afternoon. I'm like, where did the week go? What happened to the week? Because it just like blew by. I mean, the whole holiday blew by. But I did notice it was an interesting holiday this year. I noticed a lot of people going back to more traditional ways of being with the holiday and not so much the glitz. Even with trends in decorating, I noticed it was a lot more traditional, not so much technical. And because I always say that when I talk about like a lot of the decorations that are very advanced. In fact, I knew people locally. We have an area. We're in an area there's a lot of really well-to-do people. And they were using holograms and stuff for their Christmas decorations, which, that goes a bit to the extreme. But it seemed more like people were, how do I put this, more investing in their time and their personal relationships than into the commercialism of the holiday. And that made me smile, even though I'm not a Christian. And I'm not a Jew with Hanukkah, and I mean, I'm not black with Kwanzaa. So I but I am pagan, and we do celebrate the Yule, and the Yule is 12 days. But Yule is different. It's not. Yes, a lot of the Christian holiday is based on our Yule celebrations and some of the different, I guess you could say, ceremonial points of it. But the whole vibration of Yule is different. Why it exists is different than for the Christian holidays and the other established religions' holidays. And I kind of saw a move back into that traditionalism. Yule was about family. It was about basically the celebration of the sun moving out of the darkness and back into the light. And it had a lot to do with, actually a lot to do with agriculture and farming, because basically it's very hard to grow crops or keep animals at higher levels when it's too cold and the sun isn't out enough time. So it was a huge thing in ancient times when the sun actually started shifting back into more of a light during the day, a longer day. And, like I said, it's a celebration that's about family and about your neighborhood and about the people closest to you, the people in that time you would have survived with. So again, I was actually kind of pleased with what I saw surrounding me locally. I don't know about you guys, but even like the memes, because a lot of times the memes get really kind of crazy at Christmas time, and I saw a lot of really traditional memes, and I was like, wow. I mean, I've been online a very long time. This is like the first year I've kind of seen a real step back in time almost with the celebration of Christmas. And I thought that was needed. It really was, because it's become way too commercial and people get way too stressed around the holidays. Not because to grow it's not a crops time or year, keep animals at higher levels. There's an when expectation of what can be given and what can be gotten. And I think we've kind of lost the meaning of the entire holiday to that. And that's not a good thing. That being said, man, guys, wow. It's been a hell of a couple of weeks, hasn't it? Not just on the political front. I mean, I'm sure John Galt covered quite a bit of that, although a lot more has happened since John's show was on Sunday. And even tonight, there's still a lot more going on right now. Like, it seems like every 10 minutes I'm getting an update. But on the other side of things, I mean, our sun, the solar activity has been crazy. I don't know about you guys, but the weather, the sky has been different. And I've been posting, I'm sure some of the people here on Facebook with me are aware of this because you see my Facebook, but the sunsets and the cloud formations are beyond normal. And again, I'm a person who's watched the skies pretty much my entire life. I've never seen sunsets with these particular types of colors. In fact, I had taken a picture, I think it was like the day before, I think it was Christmas Eve, where several hours after sunset, I think it was like 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I go outside, I thought there was a fire, but I wasn't smelling smoke. I'm standing out front, and I'm looking around, and I can see multiple areas of bright red sky. I mean, I videoed it because I was like, what am I looking at right now? Because there's definitely not a fire. I mean, I looked on all the local fire sites, and not only that, but because of the fog this time of the year in our area, you would smell the smoke. It gets trapped in the fog. So it inundates the area if there's a fire with the fog around. Nope, no smell of smoke at all, not even a slight scent of it. And I mean, we're talking over where the sun sets to the west, which would be, for me, it's only like a half a mile to the water. I mean, it was like a brilliant glowing red. And I'm like, what the heck am I looking at? Kind of swung it around to show you guys also, or show people who could see the video, that there were other spots where it was glowing red, that like even to the east, directly east of us, the clouds were red, like glowing red. And I'm like, what am I seeing right now? I mean, I thought about, could it be refraction of light in the fog that's kind of causing this reddish hue? But again, I have lived here for a long time. I've been through all different types of fog banks here. I've never seen anything like that ever, especially not so high up in the sky. And then on top of that, our fog has been really weird. Like, even I was saying that to Raphael, I think we could just yesterday or the day before, how thick the fog was and how it was, it's like chunky. Like, how do I explain it? It's like cottage cheese fog. That's the best way I can explain it. I mean, it's weird. It's really strange.
The pictures.
Oh, thank you.
They're beautiful.
Oh my God, the sunsets.
Yeah.
I mean, that I can almost attribute to the solar activity, because it does amp up our sunsets a little bit. But still,
I'm
Go ahead.
just looking at one of your pictures at the moment. The one that you I made comments on the just before Christmas, I think. And I've seen in the UK, I've seen in red sunsets. I suppose in spring, occasionally. But it's not that common.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I live in a state where literally sunsets sell tourism. No joke. People come here for the sunrises and sunsets, because again, we're a peninsula and we have water on either side. So they're going to be spectacular at both sides, sunrise and sunset. I guess you could say the brilliance of the colors. I mean, we get incredible sunsets, that and the etching in the cloud systems. And that's what I said. I have seen this several times now over the past couple of months, where you get a streak, like an absolute, like almost like a perfect 90-degree angle in the clouds, where it separates. Sometimes it's like blue sky from cloudy sky. And I actually took the pictures that day, because I'm like, okay, I'm done looking at this. I'm going to post it and show people what I'm talking about when I talk about this stuff. Literally, that was a day where we had white clouds and darker clouds. And there was, it looked like a giant V in the sky, where you had a separation of white puffy clouds that are supposed to be very rare. These like little, it looks like cloud poop, like little puffs of clouds, in angled lines, and then like literally a complete 90-degree angle, and then dark clouds on the other side of that angle. It's like but it on the ground, when I'm looking at it, it looks like almost like somebody took a ruler and went phew.
Yep.
And again, it's just not normal. I've been looking at the sky my whole life. And I know when I'm looking at something that, okay, that could be the result. You have to look at upper level winds, lower level winds. We live again on a coastal area, and we have, different systems within the Gulf of Mexico, tidal systems and everything else that actually affect our upper and lower level winds. So you have to keep all that in mind when you're looking at this stuff, but something's not right, because it shouldn't be doing angles like that. I mean, I can understand the sun ray angles And I've said that when you've got like a sunset where you've got the perfect V of the ray of the angles of the rays, that I understand. But these are clouds divided by perfect V's. I'm like, what the holy hell?
Yep.
And why am I seeing glowing red skies at 10:30 at night with no fire? No, there was nothing. And I'm looking out in the same area now. No glowing red sky. Couldn't explain that to you if I wanted to. I mean, it was like literally glowing.
Nancy, just out of curiosity, what at this time of the year, what time does it get dark?
Sunset, we are now moving into, like, we're totally dark by about 6:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you have to understand that Eastern Standard is kind of not really a good way to measure sunset time, because the further north you go, there's a difference in time. So, in other words, it's the same time as it is here, but the difference of the sunset, as you go further north, you guys you're getting lighter faster than we are.
Yeah, we're going out a bit more east than Florida. So where I'm at in the Philadelphia region, our sun is absolutely down by 5:15. I mean, it's dark out there by 5:20. Yeah, see, we were at right before December 21st, like December 17th, 18th, 19th. 5:15, 5:30. And we know this, Rafi and I know this, because our chickens literally wait till that sun is crested. Like, all you can see is this little yellow light, and then they hop their happy butts into their hen house. They will not stay outside of the hen house if it is dark. And Rafi sets a timer on his phone at about what time sunset is, so he knows to go out and bolt the hen house so nothing can get in there. So it's I've definitely we definitely are still setting early. I mean, but I would say now it's probably between 6 o'clock, 6:15 p.m. Definitely not in the 5 o'clock range anymore. We're out of that range as far as sunset goes. But I will say the sunrise is not, I'm not noticing it's coming up later. It's still kind of the same time as it was pre the 21st. So I find that interesting too. I also find it interesting that we've got these ridiculous fog banks that are occurring like every day, every morning. And yes, Florida, okay, don't get me wrong, Florida is known for its fog banks. Dave Campione can back me up on that. We're absolutely known for our pea soup thick fog. But
fog all weekend. First 2 weeks we have a fog.
That's what I'm saying. Dave, I mean, usually with fog, you know how fog works. I know how fog works. We all know when we're going to get fog, because usually with fog, it means that there is a cold front sitting out over the Gulf of Mexico and it's hitting warm water, but it hasn't quite hit us yet. So basically, we're getting the fog roll in because of that combination of different effects within the Gulf. But there's no cold front sitting in the Gulf of Mexico. Not currently, and we're getting like ridiculously thick fog. Like, I can already tell you right now where I'm at, I can't see it on the other side of the street. It's already closing in.
Plus, wouldn't you kind of agree at where you're at in Florida on the west side, Tampa Bay-ish area, that because the ocean is, you have to really go far for it to start going down. It's not like up here on the Jersey Shore where you go out and it just starts getting real deep. Do you think because it's like that, it doesn't get as crazy with the waves, as the other side of Florida, and that can affect that maybe?
Or you mean, are you talking about tidal, or are you talking about
like the choppiness of it all? Like,
no. We're protected by the Gulf Stream, so we actually have a current called the Gulf Stream current. That's what actually keeps us kind of protected from the Atlantic style currents or the Atlantic style waves. Although we do get them. Like, if there's a storm in the Gulf, yeehaw, you can surf. I know, because my son's done it many times.
I actually went to school in Florida, and I also can tell you too, like, you have the Atlantic Ocean, which is cold water, and then a lot of people don't know the Gulf is actually warm water. So
I've never noticed that.
Oh yeah, the Gulf of Mexico, we call it the bathtub, because
Yeah.
during the summertime, it'll get upwards of 94, 95 degrees in the Gulf of Mexico if you're close to shore. Now, further out into the Gulf, it's not that hot. You'll have the 80s. But in towards shore, that's what makes us so ripe for hurricane hits, because hot water is like gasoline to an engine when it comes to hurricanes. That's why you see a lot of massive storms build in the Gulf, because the Gulf at that point in time is usually anywhere between 80 and 94 degrees, depending on where you're at. It is a bathtub, literally. But it's funny because the Atlantic side is colder.
Sorry, I
Go
was
ahead.
just thinking the cliche of London being foggy compared to what you would imagine Florida to be.
Oh God. I mean, we can't compare to like your fogs that have literally killed people because it trapped all the noxious freaking fumes of industry into the city. It literally asphyxiated people, I believe. But I mean, we can't compare to that kind of fog. But I got to tell you, man, driving in Florida, it's hard enough to drive in Florida because we got our mixtures of idiot drivers who don't know what they're doing, and drivers who should not have a driver's license. Literally. And all three are on the road at the same time, competitively. It's awesome. You throw fog into that, oh, honey, it is game on. It's worse than ice. It is literally worse than ice. I mean, it is like I took Raphael's truck the other day because I had to drive all the way down to my son's house to get his kids. And I looked at him, I said, we are fogged in. I'm taking your truck because I'd rather get hit in that truck than get hit in my Tucson. I mean, if I'm going to get hit, the Taco can take it. The Tucson, not so much. And
I can still remember my first time driving down there. I threw on my defogger, thinking that's what it was. And it didn't work. So I threw on my wipers, and sure enough, I mean, forget fog. I was in a cloud. I couldn't see the bumper in front of me. It was about 5:45. I had to go to a really early appointment. How about that? That was the very first time, and I was by myself because my girlfriend happened to be on a trip. So I got off the plane, and I was down there for like the first 3 days. Because normally, if I'm not comfortable in a new city, I won't drive for the first month. I'll sit in the passenger seat until I feel comfortable. Then I'll drive. But I had to that time. And wow, I was tripped out. I said, son of a gun, that ish is on the outside.
Yep. And now imagine, actually, some of the worst pileups in the history of the country have occurred in Florida during the fog. No joke. Because we have retarded drivers in Florida from all over the world. It's not just our people. Our people are kind of hillbilly. I will state that quite honestly. You have your hillbillies.
Everyone's transplanted there from somewhere else, so they're all used to driving where they came from.
You have your northeastern. The ones that are native are definitely hillbilly, and I don't blame them.
I was there.
But you have like the transplants from the Northeast, and you can always tell a Northeasterner. It doesn't have to have a Northeasterner tag. You can tell them when they're in the rental cars. You know who they are. You know why? They actually obey the traffic laws. That's why. They actually, without any commenting from cars next to them, like they understand that when you're at a yield entering onto a highway, you get into a situation where if it's traffic logged, one goes, then you let a car on the straightaway go, then another one melds in. It's a one go. It's a stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. You let incoming traffic in. Otherwise, you cause what? Road rage.
I live here right on, David Campione will tell you this, where we live right here, like in the Philadelphia region, on the border of New Jersey, Pennsylvania. You got Pennsylvania drivers, it's very simple. You see a yield sign, you kind of merge together. You let the other guy go first. You cross the Delaware River over into New Jersey, and I swear these folks do not know. They either don't know how to yield or they don't care or whatever.
But they do understand. They do understand bumper to bumper. They do get that because they will pull their front bumper as close as they possibly can to the car in front of them, so you cannot get in. It's just that, and I think Florida is probably tandem drivers. I have never in my life seen any state. I've been all over this country. I have never seen tandem drivers as bad as they are in Florida. It's like they do it on purpose. You'll get, 7:30 in the morning. I usually have my doctor's appointments at like 8:15, so my ass has got to be on the road by 7 to get there. I will, no joke, every time on a 55-mile-an-hour highway, I'll get stuck behind 3 idiots who think it's cool to do 40 in tandem on a 55-mile-an-hour freaking highway. And it's like,
they'll pull you over for that.
I didn't want to get there anytime in the next 2 hours. Really, I didn't. Thank you to making all these people now late for work. Oh, and yeah, road rage. Awesome. I understand why people get road rage.
Love it. It's all cool.
And and the thing is well, I mean, Roger, Florida actually had to pass minimum speed limit laws because we have so many retards that come here from other states who drive at 20 miles an hour on our interstates. We had to literally pass minimum speed limit laws where you can get pulled over and fined just as much as you can for speeding for going under the speed limit.
It's not just that. You got the AARP lobby making sure that the drivers that shouldn't be driving can still drive.
Got to bring the AARP in there.
Just to give you guys an idea.
You didn't say the other word.
To give you guys an idea. But to give you an idea of how bad Florida is, my grandmother, when she was 92, before we took her license, the family took her license, she got renewed by the DMV for 7 years in Florida.
They get lifetime
at 92.
Now. They get lifetime now. Yeah, if you're over a certain age, you can get a lifetime driver's license and never have to take a test again.
I wonder if that was
may end next day.
I was going to say, I gotta wonder if that was post-COVID. But there again, I gotta be careful with what I'm saying, right, Mark? No, not really. But again,
Sometimes it's so bad. You'll be passing somebody on the interstate, driving 45, and you look over, and it's a little old lady with Coke bottle glasses sitting on a bunch of telephone books.
Oh, guys, I got to find a video. One of my friends posted. I have got to post this in here. I got to find a way to do it. I don't know if y'all have Facebook, but I can't rip it from Facebook while I'm on there. But it's literally a guy driving over the Courtney Campbell Bridge, which is a main connecting bridge from Tampa to Pinellas County here in Florida. And it goes right over the water. It's almost like a beach bridge. And this idiot had blown his freaking hood. Had blown open. So his hood is up over his windshield, and he's literally, it's a little old man. He's driving, looking through the hole between the hood and the, oh my God. And he's driving like across the Courtney Campbell, which Rafi can testify to this. They use it as a raceway at night. Okay. Because it is like a crazy bridge. Yep. And here's this guy, just a little old man driving it with his hood up over his windshield. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's definitely a Florida man. Yep. All right, guys, with that, I got to take us out to our first break of 2026. Ding, 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 ding. Hang in there. When we return, we're going to talk a little bit about what's been going on the last 2 weeks outside of crazy drivers, weird sunsets, and weird cloud formations. Hang in there, guys. We will be back with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jason. Oh, I love those expressions, man. You're like, I was dying laughing. I got Jersey Mike's here, and I took a bite, and you're making these faces, and I about choked a couple times. I'm like,
it's because he can see your Jersey Mike's subway, dude.
I think he was reliving driving in the Florida fog because that shit is scary, man.
Absolutely
scary. It's scary. You can't see anything.
The very first time you realize, that it's on the outside. I'm thinking, just throw on the defogger. No, throw on the windshield wipers and then leave it on every 10 minutes or 10
and then
seconds.
you got to deal with the idiots who use their bright lights in the fog. And that is a big problem
I didn't
down
see
here.
any of that, thank God. I didn't. Thank goodness.
I just had a check, and in the UK, when you turn 70, you have to have a driving. You have to renew your driving license every 3 years.
Yep,
So,
in Florida. So my current driver's license is on an 8-year renewal. I just renewed it last year. I'm 55. I think that's fair, but I can tell you that when I go to renew again, it'll be another 8-year renewal. But I can tell you that once you're over the hood of 60, 65, you got your reflexes start slowing down. Things start slowing down. Your eyesight gets worse. I mean, there are lots of like my mom's in her 80s now, and she will not drive at night because she understands that her vision is affected at night. Like she doesn't see as well. And so she knows, but she's self-regulating, saying, okay, I know better. I am not driving at night. Raphael can tell you we've gone down and picked my parents up to do things because she cannot drive at night. She will not.
Well, I think
She's smart.
self-regulating is a bad term to be saying when it comes to elderly.
Well, but again, down here, because most of our population is elderly, I mean, we are literally the graveyard of the country besides Arizona. We are literally where people come to retire and die. No joke. Graveyard of...
I think it should be required for the DMV to make sure that your
Nancy, you
underclothes are on the inside.
You got like 2.5 minutes if you want to take and figure out how to share for the screen.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, let me see. This is the funniest video. I was peeing myself laughing because it's totally Florida.
Well, you just gotta make sure your underclothes are on the inside of your clothes when you go take these tests. That should be a requisite.
Yes. See,
because
Vicky gets it.
Sometimes, my mom.
Right.
Yeah. We would hear things about. Okay, make sure her clothes are on her.
That's almost as good as make sure you have clean underwear. Come on.
That's something I have an issue with. I mean, God.
Oh my God, Roger! Please don't tell us you do the reversible ones.
No, I don't even reverse them.
Oh my
God! Roger just orders them dirty.
I just,
you know what I mean? He gets them from Willie, is what he does.
No, Willie.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
He gets them from Willie. Because you know
get
that
underwear
is
Willie,
not. It's supposed to be used for fish bait, Roger.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
You get your underwear from Willie?
No, if I did, I would go fishing with it.
I was going to say fish bait. What are the pee jugs for?
The pee jugs, don't touch those, man. You'll get somebody pregnant.
I was going to say not fish bait.
No, he empties them out to take and make it into rocket juice.
Mm-hmm.
So for when he goes up
Seriously?
into space, he blends it down. Monkey pee, human pee.
I know,
pee.
Crazy. I know. Well, I shouldn't even say crazy, but I know odd people that do odd things.
Well,
yeah.
You know, guys, this is really sad. When I try to pull it up to see if somebody posted this video to YouTube, it pulls up like 8 different occasions where Florida drivers have been filmed with their hood over their windshields. That's like scary.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3.
Is that on the driving test?
1. And you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Oh my God, folks. Welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault. Today's date, January. January the 7th, 2026. It's kind of nice, though, that the first month of 2026 actually goes by the 7-day format of a week. So we can kind of keep track of things. We know that next Wednesday will be the 14th. That's I always like it when it works out like that. But it's funny because while we were on break, I was trying to find the video of that idiot driver in Tampa. I might have to post the Facebook link for everybody. I don't know who has Facebook, who doesn't, but Vicky said something about, basically, is that on the driver's test? And I have to laugh because literally what I was looking at when I typed into Google Florida driver hood over windshield video, and of course it gives you Google gives you the AI overview, and it says, in Florida, it's illegal for a driver to have their hood over their windshield because it obstructs the view, violating Florida Statute 316.2004, which prohibits non-transparent material from obscuring the driver's view of the highway. They had to pass a law in Florida that you cannot drive with your hood over your windshield. What?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Scary. That's scary.
I have to laugh at Florida, though. Go ahead.
Some old model trucks have, where it's hanging over 12 inches, maybe the roof over the front of the windshield. I don't know if that counts.
No, dude, this guy's hood was blown back, like his engine was exposed, and he was looking through the tiny hole.
Word. Never mind. I got
Yeah.
the hood. I'm thinking something totally. All right, never mind.
It was like
sun visor.
Earlier,
couldn't believe it.
A video that was showing new technology. I think from LG, and they brought out a glass which is that can superimpose augmented sort of augmented reality, and the planets. One of the plans is to actually install that onto the windscreen of self-automated cars. So instead of seeing the reality, you are seeing this sort of.
Oh, this isn't augmented, dude. I wish this was augmented. It's I wish. I'm gonna pop. I got the link. It's actually a group on Facebook called Only in Florida. For people like me who love making fun of my own kind here in Florida, because we are easy to make fun of.
While you're on there, search for women pumping gas.
Oh God!
Must electric cars.
Must I? Must I?
Go for
Oh my God!
Is that come around there?
I'll bet you some of the young men pumping gas is funnier.
Women pumping gas is some of the coolest videos you could ever find on the internet, dude.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Never mind. I'm thinking, they don't know how to pump. It's funny. I know what you're talking about.
What am I talking about?
Oh no, what are you?
It's
you know
around
what
the
you're
area
about.
there,
Like, it's legend. I mean, if you've been on the internet,
Single X. That's what you're talking about. Not double or triple X. Oh, 1X.
You know.
All right, so
women
I
pumping
put
gas
it. I put the link into the chat, guys. Go click the link if you've got Facebook. It's literally, and they actually did from Vacation Holiday Road. That's the music they added to the video. It totally fits. It really fits. But oh God, how embarrassing.
Yes.
But that is not like I said. This is not something that you. Are you watching it?
Yes.
And the guy, look how annoyed he looks when the guy he realizes he's being filmed. It's like he looks at the other driver like, "Why are you filming me?" Well, I don't know, because you look like a complete retard driving down the road with your hood on your freaking windshield.
Music for it too.
Oh my God. But okay, guys. So again, even just today, I can just round up today. So today we had a lot of crazy things go down today, and we did have the Minneapolis or the Minnesota event. I don't know if that was Minneapolis proper or not, but you had the shooting there.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they did shoot somebody. Yeah.
Oh God, and it's funny because it's like the Democrats and the socialists must have bought up all the ad space on Facebook, because I am getting like inundated with ads from liberal-minded organizations that I don't belong to, basically protesting how she was murdered. And I'm like, wait, so that was a murder, but Ashley Babbitt, who was unarmed, climbed into a window and got shot when she wasn't near anybody. That was okay. But this woman who literally, the front view, I don't know if y'all have seen all of the film related to this, but there is a front view angle of what occurred. All the press is showing the side view angle, and the women's screaming, "Murder! Stop that officer! Arrest him for murder! Stop him! Don't let him get away!" Which would have been really bad if anybody had tried, because you cannot obstruct a law enforcement officer no matter what you think. But from the front angle, the woman hit him. Like, people can say all they want. She hit him with the car, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, you can't do that, sweetheart. You can't. And not only that, but she was obstructing like traffic, and this was like the 4th intersection she had done this on. I mean, she 1,000%. She was ordered to get out of the vehicle multiple times for obstructing traffic. She was obstructing actually what ICE was doing at that time. So many things that you can say, yeah, no, if that was anybody else in the world, you wouldn't have a problem with it. If it was anywhere else in the world, you would have a problem with it. But because of the circumstances of the politics, you're going to probably make this ICE officer's life a living hell. When he was justified, that was a justifiable shoot. I don't know any law enforcement organization that would have said it was not a justified shoot. As soon as that car made contact with his body,
Yeah, you can. It's just a matter of you're exercising judgment at that point.
Yep, I agree with you. But like I said, it was.
Sorry, Nancy. Talking of judgment, I was watching a video that was done by an American lawyer that was released earlier today, and this American lawyer was extremely left wing. He was using terms like Gestapo and using all the Orange Man bad arguments over this one, and in this country we'd have been struck off from the bar if he used that commentary, but I've not really seen what reviewed the entire story as yet, so again I'm just being
well, I can tell you that it's there's been a fermented movement here in the States that basically how do I put this, it's programming certain parts of our society to think that they can do whatever they want no matter the situation if they think they're right. And that means not obeying lawful orders by law enforcement. That means putting their hands on or going after law enforcement and expecting absolutely nothing to happen. No. I don't understand how this is how I don't get, and then they try to spin the narrative to make it look like that officer deserves punishment, and it's like, no, dude, that's no.
There's more going on too. Like a lot of people don't take into consideration that there's a red pill movement that's taking place, and like this is also pushed back on the red pills, because if you take a look at this story and you compare it to that one woman who literally ran a dude down that was her ex and left him to die in a snowbank and got away with it. And then everybody said, oh, that's perfectly fine because, you know what, he was alive when she left him. Well, she's the one that put him in the snowbank.
No. I would never, and I don't care if you're what political stance you have, you don't hit somebody with a vehicle intentionally unless, like I said, in Florida, like when you have protesters that obstruct, okay, so in other words, they're obstructing traffic, they're obstructing everything, or they're putting you in danger. Because with the Antifa protests, that brought up a very good point, that a lot of these crowds were very violent towards innocent people in vehicles just trying to get from A to B. And we had several occasions in Tampa and in Miami where, you know, people were hurt.
Charlottesville? Remember, Charlottesville was the very first time that was a big thing in the news, and they had a very, very dramatic picture on the front page of, I think it was either the New York Times or the New York Post, and it ended up being a lot of Photoshop, but I guess that's neither here nor there. But and they had strategically made it so there would be a choke point so that the supporters of Black Lives Matters and the supporters of the Trump folks would have to meet up with Antifa, and there would be nothing other than a fight in which they stood down. They already had the plans to stand down, and it was just absolutely ridiculous. You know, they were bussed in by the same company, the same exact bus. They were bussed in from about 6 hours away. And the same company bussed in Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and the Trump supporters. But it just reminds me, because that was a lot of people lost their channels over that. Red Ice lost their channel just after that, you know.
It's well, and like I said, in Florida, they did pass a law. Ron DeSantis passed a law basically stating that if you were stuck in the middle of one of these protests and A, you have an emergency, you're trying to get to a medical facility, or B, you are in danger. I mean, in danger. Like they're rocking your car, they're doing whatever. You can hit your gas. In Florida, it's legal. You can run them over because they're already breaking a freaking law, protesting in the middle of the streets without permits or anything else. They're already breaking laws. And they're obstructing, like I said.
Falls under the stand your ground law. Just
it does.
Pistol.
It does. That's exactly why they did it.
That's the way protests should be. Like, I call all these protesters today just a bunch of pussies. Because, like, back in the day when it was cool, you know, people got out there, police beat them with nightsticks. And they didn't go down to the courthouse to ask for permission where they can walk. You know, that's a bunch of pussy shit, dude. Be a man.
I was going to say, in Florida, you either do that or you risk getting run over. And they did, you know, the reason they passed that law wasn't even really because of the civilians and the people who were being impacted and attacked by these crowds. It wasn't really because of that. It was because of the 911 vehicles. Because they were literally blocking entire major roads and the 911 vehicles were not able to get through. And that's a huge problem.
I would just respect somebody a lot more if they didn't go to the courthouse to get permission to go out there and walk wherever the city said that they should. I mean, if you want me to believe what you have to say, get your ass out there and do it without the city's permissions. And if you get run over by a car, dude, that means that you freaking actually were standing up for something you believe in, okay? You weren't freaking doing exactly what you're told to do by the city and the council and all this, you know?
Yep.
That's definitely an argument.
Yeah, but what about those trucks, those people in the trucks, that the people stop them and then they pull the truck driver out and, you know, beat them down.
That's a riot.
Well, that's, I mean, again, that was, but that was part of the problem too, Roger. A lot of the Antifa quote-unquote protests were not protests; they were frickin' riots.
Yeah,
they were.
Exactly.
Whenever Antifa gets involved, and I'm not saying this because I sometimes believe that Antifa has been infiltrated by the government and it's used for its own purposes to create its own things.
Yeah, almost always they're infiltrated by government. It's almost always it's started by agent provocateurs.
Correct.
The moment you go down and fill out petitions at the courthouse, you're an agent provocateur.
Well, Antifa doesn't do that, but they are retards when it comes to the internet.
Provocateurs that are paid. That's their job. Agent provocateurs.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I personally witnessed that at the Charlotte riots. I was stationed.
He was there.
I was over there, sent over by one of the multinational security investigative agencies, and anyway, long story short is, you know, the BLM guys, you know, they were peaceful. You know, they were doing their peaceful walk, marching through town, and they stopped downtown and they sat around and did some prayers and stuff. And then all of a sudden, as the sun started going down, out came all these little white kids and, you know, emo punk outfits with backpacks with bats and skateboards sticking out of the back of it. You know, you could tell they were there to cause they were up to no good. And no sooner did I get there, they started looking at me like I was a cop, and they're like, well, did we start or not? You know, they weren't sure if they're going to, you know, try to start something in front of me. Yeah, everybody says I look like a cop, so yeah.
I always told you that. There's no missing that with you. There's no missing that with you. But it's a situation where, you know, you're obviously, the American people, they need us divided. They 100% needed us divided. They absolutely cannot have us all on the same page, because if we are all on the same page, it's usually not going to be for their benefit. It's usually what's going to unite people is going to be everybody has a lightning bolt moment or a flash, you know, a light bulb moment and says, well, wait a minute, where is all of our tax money going? Wait a minute. Why am I paying income tax when Minnesota just gave away, you know, multiple billions of dollars to Somalia, or actually Somaliland if you do the homework. But I mean, literally, this is problematic. But today, like I said, we had you had the first thing I woke up this morning, you had the information about the Russian tanker that the American helicopters had taken over, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, literally, I posted back to somebody, am I the only person who is actually critically thinking right now and saying, yeah, in what reality would a Russian oil tanker with a submarine escort be so easily boarded and Russia wouldn't react? In
Well,
what
this is
world?
very interesting because now you've got 16 other Venezuelan ships that have done the same thing, thinking on the template of, well, you can't do this to all 16 of us, or will you? Because why that first one, you may know this, you may not, but the listeners may not. That first one was going to be, captured, turned around, whatever, and it made its way out. It made its way further out till it was all the way across the Atlantic just about, and way up north, interestingly enough, probably 1,000 miles or whatever east of like the southern tip of Greenland, not far up there, but by Scandinavia, close enough. And yeah, that was the first one that raised it, and I still don't know what they've done with that, and I guess the other 15 got the idea after that. So this it will be interesting to see how that transpires.
Like I said, and I kept warning people over the weekend that the United States was moving major assets into the United Kingdom. Big time assets. And I'm like, why are they moving all these assets into the United Kingdom? And of course, Raphael's response is that Ukraine, and which was a good response. Then you think, is it the Middle East? Are they just going to buttress over into the Middle East? What are they doing in the United Kingdom? Well, it turned out the United Kingdom was working in sync with the United States to take that Russian tanker. But again, I have to caution people before you take this on its face. Understand that there was a Russian submarine shadowing this tanker, escorting this tanker, and it did absolutely nothing.
Oh,
and that makes
there's nothing for it to do with a helicopter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, there was also
didn't it do something by just being there?
It literally, it just kind of sat there, which it did absolutely nothing. It was a military
what I mean is
sub.
Just by being there, isn't it doing something by just its presence alone?
Correct.
Yeah.
But then you have
it's a scarecrow. Sorry.
Well, you have the fact that Russia.
What would happen? What would happen if the submarine did go into action? That would go from a situation into a major international situation.
But it was already an international situation.
But it'd be larger.
True.
Larger. Yeah.
But we made it an international situation when we went ahead and, number one, went after that tanker in international waters. Number two, did it in conjunction with the UK. So we made it international to begin with. Correct. We made it international.
Successful. Yeah, we took a couple of them.
But what I'm saying again, though, is here's Putin Here's Putin exercising all this ridiculous restraint. Like, I keep saying this. Nobody's listening to me. I keep saying Ukraine, all this shit. He is exercising insane restraint, okay, by any standard, which tells me there's more here than meets the freaking eye.
Me too.
There is something else going on. Putin just called back all of his diplomats from Iran. He just basically had them empty out the Iranian embassy of Russian diplomats. He did that this morning also. Again, something is going on. That makes no sense because Russia has always bolstered Iran in all situations.
You've got
and
stuff
they are
popping
bailing
off in Yemen now. You've got, the UAE and what's going on with Saudi Arabia. I mean, most people know that they fought the good fight Yemen for 15 years. There was 20 million people on standby. That would have been the largest starvation in the history of recorded starvations. But something is real weird because that wasn't happening just a few days ago where I'm seeing a Toyota trucks after Toyota truck with AAA stuff mounted in the back. And then here's this real quick. I'll be brief. I mean, I got 5 different reasons here, and not all 5 reasons as one, but the first reason for going into Venezuela, wanting to flip its regime, was the fentanyl. The second reason, you stole our oil. Somehow our oil, went under Texas and ended up under there. The third reason, the last election wasn't legit, like we did with Libya and Saddam Hussein, etc. Then it was, well, swish of the pen, law of the land, weapons of mass destruction. Now fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. Yep. Here's the thing. So they go in, they get Maduro. Now this is Maduro's captured. He's given us the 2 thumbs up in more than one photo with the cuffs on. And Trump is on TV doing about a 40-minute debriefing and says during it, one of the very first things he says is cocaine money was the backbone of the Venezuelan economy. And I'm thinking, you didn't have to come up with a 5th reason, especially cocaine, when that's not the weapon of mass destruction, or the first reason.
There's
The very first thing I thought was Colombia. Watch out! Real quick, 2 things. I don't think Raphael. Let me know. Have you ever seen this? Because I don't think I have. I don't think I've ever seen 20% of our Navy go anywhere and hang out for a couple months without flipping a government or doing something major. I've never seen them do that, hang out for 3 or 4 months, and then turn around. Then I got to thinking, well, why not kill 2 birds at one stone if you're Trump and you're already doing might is right? Colombia is right there. You already have complete control over all the you've had it for the poppy over Afghanistan, and now you've got it with the fentanyl. That's why you left Afghanistan. If you have Colombia, my word, now you've got all 90% anyway of the cocaine.
It's not going to be Colombia.
Nope.
It's going to be Cuba. It's going to be Cuba.
You know what's super close there too? Super close, and he's already targeted it before. The Panama Canal.
Mexico, Panama Canal, but Cuba is going to be first, and I can tell you that for a fact.
But
only because
he'll take Cuba, he'll take the canal first to cut off the Chinese from helping.
That might be the case. I know.
Oh yeah,
I know.
I was
the day
in Panama,
he took
Nancy. I was in Panama when we invaded Panama, and who was the biggest groups there? Cuba
Chinese.
and China.
Yep.
No other countries down there helped Noriega but those 2.
Well, I know the day of the operation when they took Maduro, there's so many things going on here, but in Florida and in Colorado, there were multiple Cuban assets, military assets here illegally that were arrested. Okay? Large groups in Florida and in Colorado. Over 50% of the fatalities in Caracas were Cuban.
Yeah, 32
and I'm like,
of them.
Oh boy, that's a map. They're showing us a map. Okay, so we know Cuba was intricately involved down in Venezuela somehow. Now,
I don't know if I believe that. It could be true. I mean, but I
think they were.
Everything.
Yeah, 32. The Cubans were the bodyguards, and there were 32 of them which they killed.
Sure, it wasn't 33.
They were 80. Yeah, no shit, right? They were 80. Apparently, there were 80 in total. 40. About 40 of them died in their sleep. The rest of them were the military, the Cubans that got whacked, and the some other military personnel that were manning the air defense. But
you said they worked with the Cubans worked with them to fund the Black Lives Matter. I'm just saying.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what bothered me. Really, initially when this occurred, I got very bothered because I had done my homework on Maduro's opposition, Machado. And I don't like Machado at all. Like, she is a Zionist in a huge way. And I don't ascribe to the Zionism at all. And it was interesting because, again, I said this to Raphael. Bibi Netanyahu was the first world leader that was praising Trump for him going in. But then, like 2 hours after that, because I had actually said it on Facebook, my biggest problem with this is that they're going to try to usher Machado into power. And then it's just basically we've just given Venezuela to Israel. No, That it cannot play out like that.
They're gonna cut us off, Nancy.
Well, oh God, guys, gotta take us out to our bigger break. We will be back with the Vixen's Vault in about 10 minutes. Hang in there. Thank you, Dave.
There you go.
Man.
I was worried. I was going like, come on.
Man. I know. I
can't
saw
see
Mark's right hand.
I can't see the texting, and it's really weird. If you're dropping things in text, I can't see it until after the fact.
You got to look at the. See, I'm going like this.
Well, I was still on a main screen though because I was looking for the video of the man.
She got excited.
Yeah.
She got excited.
But
well, that's what
here's my thing.
David's supposed to come in there. He's the assistant associate.
EO
kind of producer
of Timekeepers.
Well, when you said Cuban, Nancy got all flustered and everything.
Oh, actually, I could go for a Cuban, but literally, my point with Machado was like 2 hours. I want a Cuban sandwich.
Yeah.
I want a Cuban sandwich. Damn it!
Cigar.
Is that what
No, yeah. But it's funny because my point was
Christmas are delicious.
Took Raph like 2 seconds.
Yeah, actually.
You want a BLM?
Au jus, man. Au jus.
Till this kills completely out, and then when we do, I'm going to bring us right back into this room. Okay?
What I was, my point was before we went off was that with Machado, within 2 hours of Trump going live, he was doing this huge presser, and one of the things he specifically mentioned was that he was not going to put Machado in power. He said it point blank, her name, all of it, and I was like, oh crap, he just cock blocked BB. Oh boy, this is getting interesting.
Yeah. It's bad enough.
And now,
BB has Presidente in Mexico. All right, folks, I'm gonna bring us right back. Hold on to your horses. We'll be there. I gotta take and get us reset up, and hope I can get everybody back. Before the break is over. It's been great. Hoping everybody has a great time out there. And I'm going to take and get Nancy and the crew back. We have Jason, David.
There we are. Presidente.
Larry wants you to talk about gun control laws or new gun laws in Facebook.
Okay. Which ones? The ones that
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think
I know what he's talking about.
I guess.
Yep, I think they were part of the big beautiful bill, if I remember right. Hang on, I gotta go to. I was just looking at that. That's so funny. I'll pass it to Nancy. Federal.
I almost forgot to tell you about that, but hey.
Yeah, I see it.
I got a lot on.
Hang on, I'm gonna. Sorry.
Did you guys check out Censorship Sucks today?
No, I did not.
I'm so proud of Brent. Brent made freaking those guys butt hurt, dude, like you wouldn't believe. He just said it like it was. And
he always does.
I disagree with some of the stuff Brent says, but man, when he said what he said tonight, he was right on target.
Yeah, Brent wants to invade Mexico.
I told you guys.
Other than that,
I've told you guys they're going to invade Mexico. We're going into Mexico. We have guys literally down there already. It's going to happen.
This came out in the 1990s when they came out with that environmental climate video, and I keep telling everybody to watch that because if you watch it and you compare it to what's going on today, it's word for word. It's textbook what they're doing.
Just on two of your previous points, both yours and Jason, Nancy's and Jason's, as far as the UAE and Saudi Arabia is concerned, I can see that's just been a flash in the pan situation. I mean, the issue happened last week, and we've not really heard very much about it since. As far as Russia coming out of Iran, well, Iran is the IRGC's going to fall any minutes now. It's fairly obvious. And I can see Russia wanting to steer away from that sort of situation completely.
Well, if we're
I
lucky,
thought it
they'll
was
go.
really. I
Did
thought
I
it was
hear
really
that right?
funny.
You think the
I was
IRGC is
watching
about to
Canadian
collapse?
news last
Yeah.
night.
IRGC, Islamic Republic. Yeah, that's going to fall any minute. I've been watching actions. I've been watching videos from a British Iranian commentator over the last two. Well, I've been watching him for a long time now, but especially over the last 2-3 weeks, and he posts every single day. And yeah, the IRGC. This is the end of the Republic of Iran.
They've got protesters out
Well,
with machine
that's
guns in
interesting.
front.
I guess they wouldn't say much about that on Press TV, but I mean, to not hear anything about it on Press TV.
Oh, no. Iran for the last week.
Yeah,
For the last week, they are going. I mean, they had to literally abandon 3 of their cities in the past, 2 days because of the protests.
Man.
It's bad over there. Yep.
They
It's
got
way
machine-
bad.
See,
That's
these
right,
guys
the
aren't
protests,
pissies, dude. They
the
got machine
protests that
guns.
popped
No,
up in the last week.
These
Wow.
are real
Okay,
protests.
I got
the
you.
protesters have machine guns and stuff. And
Yep.
they're like, we're about ready to kill you, mother uppers. We're gonna
Yeah, you better believe those are MEK or other CIA and Mossad backed.
If we're lucky, they'll go
Well, I mean,
back to
They are
Persia.
Mossad
Well,
backed.
I guess Mark Edworthy thinks they're completely organic. Maybe it is. It's possibility. You know what I mean? In the past, it's almost never been. Real quick, when they did Tanzania and it went all the way into Egypt with their spring, the Egyptian spring or whatever, and then the Arab Spring, and then it got to Egypt, and I was telling my brothers, "Are you guys seeing this on TV?" This is before I did any of this type of research. I said Egypt's flipped their government, and within 12 hours, it was like, no. Your Arab Spring is great. We love it. But no. We got the Suez Canal. We're not having that up to here. But, yeah, as far as Libya, we had our agent provocateurs in there. They're I don't know. That's been the past anyway.
Here's my kind of take on things.
It's all Mossad. It's all spurred by Mossad.
Here's kind of where I view it.
Right.
And this is where I'm thinking.
You're military saying that. Not military, but you are.
It's
and the thing is, though, there was one of the previous administration officials they actually said something like Merry Christmas to Iran and Mossad agents or some shit in the area. I don't know if y'all ever came across that tweet, but that interview, whatever it was, but basically it's confirmation that they know Mossad is lit the candle on this thing.
Yeah, they don't just sit home and do nothing. I mean, the Mossad and the CIA do work out in the field, and that's the type of work that they do.
It's worth noting
it's
that
domestic.
Iran has been going through a Cold War, civil Cold War for the last 25 minminimum years. Arguably,
there's a Persian.
Thank you, Mark.
There's actually a Persian movement where they're getting tired of the Muslims. What's going to happen here is going to be they're going to break away from this whole Muslim bullshit entirely.
Is it
Did you guys see on the news? I was watching some
Persian.
Canadian news last night that Canada and England are very afraid that this is going to be the end of NATO since we invaded Venezuela, because he already was talking about Greenland, and the Canadians are worried that they're going to be the 51st state too.
Well, it's interesting you say that about NATO, and this is why, because that Monroe Doctrine and the whole talk about that, there's something Trump forgot to say when he brought up the Monroe Doctrine. It's not just the half of the Monroe Doctrine that said, okay, we have 2 big oceans, you do your thing over there, if you have wars, you fight them, we don't want to sign any pacts. Likewise, we don't need your help, we don't want to sign any pacts with you coming over here. Yes, I understand the part. If you come over here and set up shop, we're going to take that as an act of war. But then that would mean we don't have pacts saying we'll come to their safety.
30 seconds.
That would mean not only no NATO, but no League of Nations prior to that. No connection at the hip to Israel, certainly. He forgets to
even
mention
that
that
has a
part.
narrate-
That's a good
even that
60%
has
of
a
it.
Yeah.
even that has a
Anyways, we're
frickin',
getting ready, and here it comes.
narrative.
5, 4,
You know, it's like,
3,
come on.
2, 1, and you are back live and on the radio set for the second hour of the first show of your first show this year, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault, Wednesday, January 7th, 10:05 p.m. We are in the year 2026. Can you believe it? And it's already flying by. Of course it is. Welcome back to the show, everybody. Man, that was a lively break. I couldn't get a word in edgewise, but it's all good because now I got the mic. Ha! But we talked about all sorts of different things, including Greenland, which is another interesting situation. We'll just call it a situation that's occurring right now. And it's funny because earlier this afternoon it was announced that, what is it, Denmark? Or is it Finland? Finland. Which one runs?
Denmark.
It's Finland.
Denmark.
Finland is actually called.
Denmark.
Is it Denmark?
Yeah.
Denmark.
I was right.
Finland, yeah, or Greenland. I mean.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Denmark. So Denmark has actually called for a meeting with Marco Rubio to discuss Greenland. So I think that's very, very interesting because, yeah, for the right price, I think they'd sell anything. And I think they only have a population of like 30,000 in Greenland. So it's not like you're mass affecting a population. I understand the strategic need for it, but I more than that, I think there's probably assets under Greenland that they're not talking about. But that being said, I want to point out a few things. One, Russia pulling out of Iran. Something that I had made note of with Russia sitting off the coast of Venezuela. Multiple Russian subs and different marine military vehicles sitting off of the coast of Venezuela, allowed Maduro to be taken, allowed everything to happen. And our guys went in there on radar, folks. You have to understand that. Yes, they took out the anti-aircraft postings, I guess you could say. But strangely enough, most of that stuff was not working to begin with. And that was all Russian stuff. Although, if you listen to the mainstream media, they're going to tell you that the anti-aircraft was provided by China.
I can give you a better breakdown.
Hold on. Let me finish my breakdown. Thank you. So basically, I have questioned on multiple occasions now. There's something else going on here. And I had theorized with Venezuela. You know, if Russia and China signed on to this thing with Trump and said, we're going to stand down, we're going to let you take Maduro, I think Maduro turned state witness, to be very honest with you, because of the way things occurred, the photographic moments. The fact that, he changed clothing multiple times. And we were watching his entire deportation occur in real time, which doesn't happen with the political
changing the clothes
prisoner.
multiple. The one, did you see the one blue hoodie he had on it had some kind of logo, like it was a brand name. I just thought that was kind of interesting. I mean, probably nothing, but it was kind of just interesting to me.
Yeah, 4 wardrobe changes in 17 hours. Yeah.
Yep. But there again, okay.
Photos of the thumbs up with the cups. And did you notice how many DEA jackets? It's almost like they made sure, hold on, we can't see the DEA on the front of your jacket, the front of your jacket, and the front of your jacket.
Because they wanted you to know that it was
there was 19 of them.
Push forward the fact that it was, because again,
they're showing
the rhetoric
he must have done drugs. He must have sold drugs if there's 14,000 DEA agents around him.
They're running on the rhetoric. The whole reason they're saying that this was
the narrative they're trying to say.
God.
Jason, let her speak.
Can I finish my sentence?
You said rhetoric. All right.
They're running on the fact that, number one, they went in after him with basically an indictment out of the lower Manhattan of New York court system, which is one of the most liberal court systems in the country. He was indicted in 2020. Okay. Under, again, the Biden administration, believe it or not, with the incoming, literally a liberal judge indicted him on a grand jury in the most liberal area in the country, indicted Maduro, which, number one, should have told you something's up. So they execute this indictment under Trump. That was why you're seeing the DEA so prevalent, because they have to sell that thought process. This was a law enforcement thing. This was not the military. This was not a takeover. This was a law enforcement execution of an indictment. That is what they want to sell this as. I still have problems with that. I think the whole thing is a script. One, do a little homework. Do a little homework on Maduro. In fact, Vicky will know what I'm talking about because I posted it to her in the VIXEN'S Vault in Telegram. One of the things you got to know. One of the things you got to know about Maduro.
Not so much Maduro, but how Venezuela ran.
This is personally about Maduro.
The military.
Let me finish. It's not about. It is about Maduro personally. It's about his history. It's about his background. Maduro in 2013 made it very clear to anybody listening publicly that his lineage is Sepharically Jewish. Okay? The Sephardic Jews come out of the Spanish Portugal area. They're Zionists. No
so he said that in
two ways about it.
Now how?
No, but then he goes on. Listen, you got to learn I think people need to learn what a red herring is because they play us with it every damn time.
I'm more than familiar with red herrings.
Because I think Mandami is a red herring. Mandami is saying one thing and doing certain things because they need him to do it as scripted. So why? So people figure out that they're freaking morons and they elected a socialist. And that nothing he said because it's going to prove that socialism is a bad thing. He's a plant. And I think Maduro was a plant.
Whoever sits in the seat of presidency in Venezuela has to juggle parts of the military that don't really control the entire military. The cartels, whether they admit it or not, they do have a say in that government, and they do have to also be very with finesse juggling what their version of the Congress is.
So how do you take the car out?
Let's take like 10 seconds.
No.
Maduro no good to run because they would have looked at him as weak and they would have killed him.
Let me finish.
How can you finish?
Let me
I was
finish.
the one talking.
No, I'm still trying to finish what I started. Listen,
nothing but talk.
Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, literally, Maduro. When you take it at face value and you think about it, if I was in intelligence, how would I play this? Okay, I got to get the cartel out of power. Why? Because the cartel is it's blocking the World Bank from doing what it wants to do. They have to work in sync with the cartel to get it done. In other words, they're not in control. It's a shared thing with the World Bank. So
that wasn't my point, but I'm talking too much. I'm sorry.
How do you nail the cartel? How do you get in there and infiltrate that kind of money? You put in a leader that basically plays their game. He's a plant. Because literally, who's the next up? Who's the next up for bat? Machado. Machado is a flaming freaking Zionist. Okay? You have literally the former ruler who claimed the bloodlines, the Sephardic bloodlines, but he's anti-Semitic somehow? You don't claim, I don't know any Sephardic Jews that claim their bloodlines who are anti-Semitic. That's completely ridiculous to even think. That's retarded. Sephardic bloodlines are very specific. So, like I said, you do a little homework and it's like, wait a minute, now I'm uncomfortable. I've got Russia and China pulling back, not doing shit. I had the Chinese meeting with Maduro right before he was taken out, like an hour before he was taken out. That's just that doesn't work with me either. You got Russia pulling out of Iran. Okay, so that's all of their oil, supposedly. Supposedly Russia gets their oil from Iran and Venezuela. And they're going to pull out of both places? No, I'm sorry. It sounds to me like there is a backroom deal made for OPEC.
You're making an assumption that the current leader of Venezuela will be the next.
I'm thinking. I don't think she will be. I think they're pushing her. I'm thinking
there will be elections within the next.
I doubt that. No, that's not going to happen because, first of all, I'm hearing a whole bunch of narratives being thrown around, okay, and that's what it basically comes down to. But the thing of it is it's the crime, and the reason that I'm kind of split down the middle when it comes to Venezuela because it's something that really needed to be done, and there's a whole lot of politics involved in it. But the truth of the matter is this is where the criminal elements are coming from that are pushing these immigrants, illegal aliens that everybody has such a problem with up into the United States. get rid of that problem, and we won't have to be talking about this crazy shit that's going
I
on.
don't disagree, but I do believe that their constitution in Venezuela needs to be followed. I believe that, yes, if we got to hold the placemaker while they get their elections set up, that's fine. We can do that for a short stint. But they need to have duly and non-Smartmatic Dominion related elections, because you guys forget Smartmatic and Dominion, all of their server software comes out of Venezuela originally. And the fact that they just put these little reflection, London Smartmatic, Palm Beach Smartmatic. No, that's bullshit. Smartmatic came out of it was invented in frickin' Venezuela. It was written in Venezuela. Of course, Venezuela is where it's housed. Chavez used it in his election. Maduro used it in his election, and they sold it worldwide to other countries, which is another thing I find very interesting about this. Because guess what? Bibi Netanyahu won an election in 2022 that he should never have won, and his own country knows it. That's why they were protesting him. Because they know there was a crap ton of corruption and a really funky monkey election that occurred. How many funky monkey elections can you guys remember now over the last couple of years? There's been quite a few of them. Forget the United States. We had our 2020 experience. Yeah, they're going to get nailed for that. But that's why I think Maduro is state's witness. Because I think there's going to be multiple governments that are going to have to pay. It's going to come out.
I just don't feel that Venezuela deserves that level of importance. It's like this whole thing.
They do. Their people do.
I mean, their people do, yeah, but politically, they mean nothing. Like on a global level, they mean absolutely nothing.
Of course they do. They are sitting on some of the largest oil reserves in the world.
And we've been without Venezuela.
Not to mention gold and silver deposits.
It's more than that, guys. Can I put a pipe in here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's more going on than that. One of the things that pushed that I'm convinced that Trump pushed Trump to pull that trigger is that he had to get them under control because they were converting over to SIPs. And that's basically the Chinese version of the SWIFT banking network. Basically, if they would have completely converted over to SIPs and to the BRICS, they would have basically destroyed any conversion of Venezuelan oil to the U.S. dollar. Forget the fact that that China was helping redevelop their infrastructure. Yeah. But the most important part is that they could not allow all that oil to be sold in anything other than dollars. The petrodollar status completely hinges on that, and we are already on life support. We couldn't have taken that blow. And again, they have the oil, they have the gold, and on the way out, China took like I can't remember what it was. They said like some 2,000 metric tons of silver. On the way out, bars of silver.
Yep. I still think I do believe we're going to end up in basically a world divided into 7 pieces. You and I talked about this, Raphael. I think you agree with me on this. We're going to see 7 superpowers, basically, and that's going to be it. I almost think that has to happen if we want to maintain peace, because we are way too fractured on this planet, and there's way too much. And it's funny. I got an argument with somebody today over socialism and how socialist the United States is, and my one thing. In fact, I wanted to make this point too before I forget. When we had Brett Kavanaugh, what is his last name? Why can't I remember it right now? Hamachek. There we go. Why am I thinking Kavanaugh?
Supreme Court Justice.
Because that's a Supreme Court Justice. That's why. When we had him on, and he asked me the question, well, even if conspiracy theorists are right, what does that change anything? Yeah, it could have changed quite a few things, because my point was, and I think I put it in the chat after the show, is that if John F. Kennedy was proven to be assassinated by internal methods within the United States, the CIA, was Lyndon B. Johnson involved, which if the CIA was, he certainly was. If that's proven to be fact and goes mainstream, we have a serious constitutional problem, because every president elected after that would be considered a coup. Every president elected into power post-Kennedy is invalidated. Every law passed by the Supreme Court is invalidated. Why? Because you were ruled under a non-legal government. And that, I can tell you for a fact, I know I'm right. I've asked several different lawyers, 2 of them constitutional lawyers. I know I'm right on this, which is why they've never flat out come out and said that John F. Kennedy was assassinated by connections to LBJ or anything. They can't. It would literally undo every bit of law that has occurred within this country, every elected official within this country for the last 50 years. All of it.
Cool.
So
bring it on. Bring it on.
Exactly. That's what we need. That's what we
Don't
need.
tempt me
Well,
with
that's
a
why
good
I'm
time.
saying. That's
Start
why I
all
said,
over
though,
again.
don't tell me that conspiracy. Why? What would it change, even if you're right? Don't tell me that, because it would change a hell of a lot, knowing I'm right.
There's something else too. After that interview you did, do you mind if I kind of say something else? I kind of
No, go for it.
No, Brent mentioned this whole fact that we got socialism here in the United States, but we might as well just live with it, And he took that kind of attitude in that, and I found that pretty disturbing. And the reason why is because I see a lot of people taking that attitude, especially when it comes to us being a constitutional government. And that goes not only with socialism, but this nationalist movement that keeps coming up and popping up. Everybody has this misconception of what a constitution is and what nationalism is, as well as socialism. So I found that very disturbing,
Well, that leads to what a rebuttal I had to somebody today on that fact, because we were discussing socialism, and they made the point that, listen, our national parks are socialist, our military is socialist. I mean, they made the point of, different areas within our government that are socialistly run. I said, yeah, our national parks are post office. That's another one. I was like, when piece by piece it tore it up, I was like, so our national parks are socialist. We get taxed out the yin yang, so we can pay for our national parks. Those national parks.
So they can steal them from us.
Mm-hmm.
And literally, you have to pay admission to get into the national parks on the same breath. So that's not actually, number one. Socialism, by definition, is government that runs without taxation. Look it up. So it doesn't work. You cannot have taxation and collection of fees from the general public and call yourself socialist. It's not socialism. Socialism is supposed to function without taxation.
Right. The other one is fascism.
Yep.
Fascism has taxes.
Well, I have my theories on that too, though. Fascism is developed off because of socialism. First, they develop, they start a socialist society, and then fascism piggybacks.
But here's the fun part, guys. We're double screwed here in the States. Why? Because we're freaking retards. Because we put on our shirts that say red, white, and blue, we're constitutional republic, and you can't do that, but they do it anyway, and they just don't tell you about it until you're either getting arrested or paying out the yin yang for it. So here's the thing. Capitalism. All right, so we have now mushed capitalism in with socialism, just kind of like they did in the Scandinavian countries, but we don't get benefit from it. We pay taxes for our national parks, and yet we pay fees to get into our national parks. Yet our national parks are always begging for money. Where's all the money going? This is my question. Interstates. Most of our states now you have to pay tolls to drive on the rolls.
I hate it when Bigfoot invests all that currency into Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Dude,
yeah, I know. That sucks.
It's again. I'm basically saying we're paying all this money. We're not questioning what form of government we are, and yet we're not seeing the results of the money anywhere.
Well,
your educational system, flat broke.
It sort of works in Scandinavia.
Not anymore.
Well, yeah.
Look what happened. They got run over by their big hearts, which they got completely.
Whatever.
I feel bad for the people of Scandinavia because they got sold a bunch of junk.
Those are Vikings. Don't call them kind hearts. What are you talking
They got
about?
neutered somewhere in time there, Roger. They somehow our Vikings got neutered. I don't know how it happened. Their horns got buffed. I don't know what happened. But
you need to listen to the Viking music and let that blood.
I mean, they are literally. Their women are getting raped to hell over there, and they're like, "Oh, it's her fault."
That's the way Vikings are supposed
It
to do
doesn't make
shit.
any sense. So what
But
happened to the
again-
Vikings took their women, dude. They didn't freaking ask for permission. What the heck?
I think the Vikings they were in Scotland, but then Scotland got all pussified too. So did Ireland. I don't know what the hell has happened to our people that we used to look up to.
Ireland. I'm gonna tell you something about Ireland now. If Ireland would rule the world if freaking they didn't invent beer, dude. I'm just saying, dude. If
That's true.
Alcohol in general, brother. Alcohol in general.
they would literally rule the world.
An
if
Irishman
they
walked into a bar.
But I mean,
That was
it's
all right.
if you
take
think
a break
about it.
there, Nancy.
Oh, I see it. I see it. All right, guys, I am going to take us out to our final break of the evening. God, time is flying by tonight. We shall return. I'm going to continue on this Irish thing. Hang in there. We'll be right back with the Vixen's Vault. But think about it. I mean,
we're on
you had my
break. We're on break,
you
guys.
had okay.
Hey, we're on break.
So you've got, I know, you have the Scandinavian countries who took in all those immigrants, and it totally destroyed their economies. I mean, it destroyed their economies in a huge way. But they were working this
And their
finite
people.
balance. And they were never fully socialist. They were always a capitalistic, socialistic, like they ran socialism on the social level and capitalism on the economic level, which was intelligent. It kind of worked for their smaller populations. But once you started expanding that population, it doesn't work. That's why it would never work here. We have too large of a population. It cannot work here. And we are way too corrupt.
Actually, there was two things that has broken Scandinavia. The immigration issue and also the net zero issue.
Yep. Yeah, oh my God,
the
but that's all
major one.
part and parcel. But I will tell you guys too, Trump today, in the middle of all this shit, he was dropping all these freaking orders. Oh my God, I'm like, holy shit. He basically neutered BlackRock in a huge way. He basically put a law in place that is disallowing them from buying residential properties.
Oh,
because
REITs. Yeah, you shut it
Yep.
down.
Shut them down. Them and Blackstone. Blackstone fell off a cliff on the stock market.
Wow.
So,
really? I didn't know.
Yep. So big yay. Finally, somebody's getting this crap under control. And then on top of that, what was the second thing he did? He did a second thing where I was like, what the holy hell is he doing? He's cock blocking everybody. Oh my God, I'm in love. Because it's like, pay attention to this, but don't watch when we're just going to. We're going to wait to a huge news day and then do all these big things that really impact the American people in a good way.
You said
that was it.
like 3 times tonight, dude. I'm
because I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome.
You know what that
He's
means,
doing it.
right? You know what that
I
means.
do.
Right?
I think it's awesome. But again, I got to connect BlackRock where it needs to be connected. The guy, Larry Fink, the guy that runs BlackRock, is an emeritus professor at Beijing University. BlackRock goes right back to China in many ways. So, be realistic, folks. And I hate it when they sit there and say, well, they're working under the rules of capitalism. No, they're not. They're dodging antitrust laws is what they're doing. I mean, what did I say to the one guy that was arguing with me? I was like, basically Blackstone and BlackRock are like having all these like interfamily relationships and producing children that are going to be warped and retarded because they share executives like it's a sex party. No joke.
Europe is the 18th century.
Where's the platforms? I want to see it.
Oh, it's on Facebook. It was literally on my Facebook. I mean, I was going back and forth.
Where they're like having deformed babies and stuff. I want to.
No, but literally, Blackstone.
I don't care about the rest of that.
Blackstone came out of BlackRock. It was, and I said that it was formed in order to avoid the antitrust laws. And it's like you can see it plain as day because they share executives.
Well, I've mentioned some more scarier stuff than that about these guys, and everybody just kind of shrugs about it. But like when I was just talking about wetware, okay, that's BlackRock. When you talk about Cortical Labs and CL1 and Brain Dish Project, that's all BlackRock as well.
Yep.
Again, there's other companies like the I to you yesterday.
CL1 is an experiment. Okay, it's not a company. It's an actual experiment. That was
I mean, we develop a cortical.
I know, but CL1.
Like that.
CL1 is the one that actually started all of it off. Cortical Labs is the one who started it.
True.
Yes, it is. This this brain is where it actually started, and then it came from there over to CL1.
I think you find there is several companies.
All right, get ready to go back, guys and gals. All right.
It's
alrighty.
Three, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
I'm here.
Okay.
And we're back. It's 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, January the 7th, 2026, and it's been a rough and rowdy break as usual, as Mark is shouting our time countdown and people are talking as we're shouting. And by the way, yes, Raphael is still here.
That's a neat
trick. The second thing I wanted to mention, besides the BlackRock complete neutering, is that he also neutered DoD contractors, which I was like, oh, crap. He literally put into place that DoD executives cannot, or I don't know if it was executives or contractors in the whole, cannot exceed the $5 million marker unless they are making great strides in innovation that's provable. I was like, oh, that Lockheed Martin stock went right off a cliff.
It's to curtail a lot of the fraud that's going on. I mean, look what the cost rover ones were on the F-35 alone.
Yep, but this is what I mean. He's taking steps that should have been taken decades ago.
Yep.
And it's taken. These DoD guys are taking big hits, but they should be, because they've been eating fat off our bones for 50, 60 years now, easily. I mean, and nobody's done a damn thing to stop them. In fact, if anything, they've been encouraged. So, like I said, all this crap going on that makes you hate Trump, and then he's putting these things in play that are really helping us. So it's like, okay, are we supposed to be distracted so the liberal press doesn't jump on this other stuff, because they're not gonna publish the fact that he just neutered BlackRock and threw the DoD into the fire? I think it's like I said, a lot is happening. And it's not just here either. It's all over the world. Like, a lot of movements happening militarily. A lot of things are occurring that don't seem to make sense. So I think and now we're heading into a precipice. Like, they're starting to spool up the whole World War III. Russia's going to, China's going to, no. And, Vicky and I are both going to tell you guys, we were told this was coming.
Yep.
We were freaking 1,000% told, I can't tell you how many times, that this was coming, and not to panic.
Right.
Just let it play out.
Happening with the silver and everything else messing with
everything. We were told all this was going to happen. Yeah. I know.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well,
every single step that's happened.
Where is that actually at? That's on like any legitimate.
4 banks have closed their silver desk, so they've gone dark, is what they call it. Mm-hmm. And 4 out of the 8 major banks, and J.P. Morgan couldn't make the deliveries. They basically the market called on their futures, and they couldn't fulfill. So, and then to top it all off, China has cut off export of any silver. And even Mexico has stopped issuing what do you call it? Not expedition.
Exportation.
Exportation.
Yeah. No, they're just searching for silver. Exploration. I guess exploration permits. Whatever. I'm so tired. My brain's not working.
Yeah.
Exportation.
But you know what I'm saying. There's no new mines they're gonna be going
they're
developing in the near future.
Yeah.
So
but we get to have the Venezuela's silver and the smelting
Also, it's
Well-
not just about silver. I'm just looking at the Google result. Nickel, copper, tin,
Yep.
titanium, and other.
All at once. All at once. And what is that always a precursor to? Do you know, Mark? Because I know. Every time that has happened, we have had a catastrophic failure of the economic system.
Right.
Every time it's happened. So, yep, it's coming. But two other things I want to point out before we get off and running again that happened within the last couple of days that the Trump administration did. One, they turned the food pyramid upside down, which, thank God. Thank you, Robert Kennedy Jr., for that one, because that food pyramid's been killing us. It has been killing us for generations now. Grain. And now nobody has working intestines. Why? Because we have genetically modified grain in our freaking intestines, up the yin yang.
Yeah.
But now
and tearing holes in our guts.
Yep. Leaky gut syndrome.
Leaky guts.
Yep.
You guys are
bad
sick.
news. It's the truth.
You're sick. Stop talking like that. That makes me
No,
sick.
we are sick.
Oh my
You
God.
have no
So-
idea.
We had that occur. Hold on one second, Raphael's a little
Stop
too
it.
close to me.
Stop it.
Sorry about the feedback. Okay, so
That's
we had
sick.
the food pyramid officially flipped upside down, literally. And then on top of that, yesterday, they done slashed the hell out of the vaccine agenda, the required vaccine. Like, they literally took it from 77 doses down to, I think it's like, now we're at 31, and they're looking to take it down to 11.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is huge. Again,
That is.
the things that have been poisoning us slowly over time, and it might be, I think it is different overseas. I know they were saying that the European nations, there's only 12 or 11 required vaccinations here in this, and that includes your doses. Here in the States, it's 77. And let me tell you, the crap that is in these vaccines, it is absolutely criminal. We're poisoning these children in a huge way.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to tell you ahead of time too, because this is Illinois. They're already coming back. They're wanting to strike out. They've started making commercials aimed at encouraging people to take the vaccines, and they've already got the legislation that they're pushing on the state level here. So
well, that's because a lot of people are going to
We're
take
gonna
big
see
fat hits
pushback.
on their big fat paychecks.
Mhm.
I mean, pharma's going to take a hit. Go ahead, Rafi.
Well, no, I was going to say, I think it's fantastic that they've gone as far as they have, you know, as reducing the number of vaccines. But I think they need to take it a step further and eliminate any mandates altogether, because it's got to come down to individual choice, informed consent. And if they don't want to take it, they shouldn't have to take it. It does, you know, whether to go to school or not, the taxes are already paid. You know, there's no reason, you know, it doesn't mean that you get to tell the people what the government gets to stick in your kids' bodies. There should be absolutely no mandate whatsoever to take any vaccines. And then that way, there's no argument about the Amish or the Mennonites not taking their vaccines, and they get religious, you know, got to get a religious exemption and all this other BS. If I decide that I do not want my kids getting any vaccines, they shouldn't have to.
Correct.
I agree with you
You're
on
right.
that. And I think they don't tell you that a lot of the diseases kind of disappear with the sterilization. I mean, the modern medicine, a lot of reasons why a lot of these diseases kind of abated. Smallpox, what was the other one? Polio, some of these really nasty bugs, was mainly because we began sterilizing more and more. We began using more effective cleaning mechanisms within the actual medical system. And they don't tell you that. They really do not tell you that. But on top of that,
it's in everything too, though.
Smallpox is the
not
only
just
one that
medical,
really
in
needs the
everything.
vaccine.
Like
and a lot of
That's
Sorry,
really dangerous.
just before you finish with the point, funnily enough, I heard a report just yesterday, Prevent, the British state-run anti-terrorism sort of youth program, They've got actually they have training once a year. Prevent members have training once a year. This year they've made they've on the training program they've made so-called anti-vaxxers as potential terrorist activists.
Oh no way.
Well, yeah, because again,
that's terrible.
Here's the thing with vaccines: you have to look at whose pockets get lined by vaccinations. There are multiple industries that are going to be affected by this in the adverse way. Insurance being one, pharmaceutical being the top one, politicians getting kickbacks from the pharmaceutical, doctors, hospitals, all these places that have been paid off by Big Pharma. All the grants that go from our government to Big Pharma, where they only use part of it, but there's a kickback involved. There's so much money in these vaccinations. It's not funny. COVID was Go ahead.
You're going to be sued.
Sorry,
like
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No,
nobody's
go ahead.
business. Go ahead.
I mean, COVID.
I think Mark brought up a great point. I'm sorry. Mark brought up a great point about them targeting and labeling anti-vaxxers as some kind of domestic terrorism. That is a problem. You know, basically our government have gotten out of control, and we've allowed them due to jingoism. We've allowed them to use labels to mark people that they don't agree with, or that don't agree with them. You know, it doesn't matter if you're talking about vaccinations, constitutional nationalism. You know, that was during the previous Democrat administrations. You know, everybody that was a constitutional nationalist was a damn domestic terrorist. You know, freaking even Maduro, narco terrorist. Even though we've shown demonstrably over and over that CIA was working with the Mexican or the Venezuelan army to smuggle the drugs. There was no proof that Maduro had a direct hand in it. All right, no, there was no more proof that Maduro had a direct hand in it than they had in Marco Rubio's brother being a drug kingpin here in Florida. Okay, Marco Rubio's family is involved in drug trafficking. So basically what it comes down to is you can only get the drug traffic if you are part of the right faction. All right, that's basically what they're saying. But even the charges that they gave for Rubio or to Maduro for BS, they don't ship fentanyl. The cocaine, all right, let's just give it a maybe. But then they even throw in possession of machine guns, which, dude, he's the president of a foreign country. How the hell does our laws have anything to do with Venezuela? You know, all of it is basically, it's just basically a bunch of they're stirring up the public because they're too stupid to think for themselves, so that to allow them to go do whatever they want. And I'm not saying that Trump is the first guy to do this. I mean, this is going all the way. How many of our presidents haven't sidestepped the War Powers Act in order to attack somebody? You know,
they did that to themselves by passing the NDAA. They did that to themselves.
But again, we're talking also about the Monroe Doctrine as well.
Well, you know, first of all, wait, hold up. When it comes to Congress doesn't need to be notified unless it's an act of war. Nobody's called for a war. Vietnam wasn't even a war. Okay.
An attack on a foreign country is an act of war. If China came and fucking bombed Washington, D.C., that would be an act of war.
That's why they're trying to sell it as a law enforcement issue with the indictment.
When you declare war, there's a difference between an act of war and declaring war. When you officially declare war, that is when you need the approval of Congress. I hear people saying that all the time. Like, we had the Vietnam War, which the United States never declared a war. It was what they considered a police action.
Police action. The United Nations started the whole damn shit.
I was going to say, we had boots on ground in Syria. We never freaking declared war.
Right.
We've done it over and over again in many different ways. Never so clean as what was done in Venezuela. That was pretty clean. But on the other side of that, again, due to the NDAA. And again, this is something I have blown up about a million times on this show. I have discussed it. I have said, people, we are retarded. We're allowing them to pass a law, and of course, it was passed in the I guess you could say, the linked arms of both parties, because it gives them a blank slate to pretty much do whatever the hell they want. But every time they re-up it, it's always a 99 to 100% ratio of Congress. It's the one thing they bipartisanly agree on every time is the NDAA. Under the NDAA, is the initial review and then the additive view is defined narcoterrorism. And it gives them free reign to do whatever they want if you're declared a narco-terrorist.
Yep.
And sure enough, what did they declare Maduro? A narco-terrorist. They indicted him as a narco-terrorist. So now you've got an LEO aspect to it, as well as the NDAA backing up the president. And the Democrats really can't say shit about that, excuse the language, Mark, because honestly, they use the NDAA to take in the J6 people and hold them without charges for years. That was under the NDAA because they were what? They were terrorists. By declaration.
Well, if you want to get technical about it with what they were doing here recently, I mean, Trump came out and said straight up, it's like from this point on, anybody who's a drug trafficker is considered a terrorist. They were planning this way back.
Yep,
Exactly. I mean, and when you talk about countries that really need attention besides Venezuela, let's talk about Brazil. Let's talk about how much trade they've got going out with China in just soybeans.
Yep.
You know?
And again, it's how much trade do we have going out with China? I keep saying that we keep saying China, 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 yet here we export all of our Purdue chicken to China to be processed and sold back to us by China after they touched our food. Yeah, that's great. That's real good idea. Real smart. Brainiac thinking right there, let me tell you.
Sprinkle some poisonous drugs on it.
Yeah, and then you wonder why we're having all these like warnings, these recalls with like really insidious crap in the food that's being recalled. And it's like, well, wonder why that's happening. I don't know. It's been out processed. Has it been sent to another country to be processed and sold back to us? I mean, what the hell? Are we retarded? Are we open for bioterrorism today? Is that what's going on? I mean, it's like
because they don't have any regulations, do they?
No, it's not even that they don't.
It's just they want.
Unbelievable the stupidity involved here, and it can't be seen as anything but purposeful stupidity. Because I don't know anybody in their right mind who would process their food products, their meat. Food products to a country on the other side of the world. Literally, that's a hell of a flight. I hope they're freeze drying those things all the way over to the other side of the world to process them. So if they're freeze drying them with all their internal organs. That's an awesome idea. All the way over there.
Have some salmonella. Yeah.
And then let's fly it all the way back to sit in our supermarkets for God knows how long to be sold.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. It makes no sense.
But it's fresh, Nancy. It's fresh.
I went down to my local supermarket only yesterday, and in one of the freezers, I just had to look at something. I think it was some chicken strip or something, and it stated on the front of the pack or back of the packet, produced, manufactured in Thailand.
Oh,
manufactured?
Yeah,
manufactured.
Fresh from England.
Yeah.
Well, and I got to tell you guys,
produced.
I think Trump turning the triangle upside down. I thought that, again, one of my first thoughts was, well, he just cock-blocked Bill Gates with his damn 3D printed meat. I mean, although in Florida, it's banned. You cannot buy Bill Gates meat products in Florida at all.
Mark said that we are all fired.
We have done some pretty good things here in Florida. We've got, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Ron DeSantis put up for president in 2028 by the Republicans, because he's done some damn good things here. Things that I would not have expected. It's like he came back from the presidential run and really locked down. I mean, he banned the chemtrails. He's banned the artificial meats. He has banned the vaccines. They're working on
Bitcoin. The computer.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin.
The digital currencies. Plus
Digital
now
currencies.
he's banning
the Bitcoins. Is that what you just said?
He's not banning Bitcoin. He's banning it from becoming basically a primary currency within.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But they put it in now. Didn't he sign the executive order for we're able to use gold and silver?
Yes, that was what I was going to say next.
Yeah,
he has made gold and silver legal tender in the state of Florida.
Right.
And on top of that, basically I told you guys they got rid of most of the vaccines in Florida, and they are working now to get it through where vaccines are not no vaccines are mandatory in the state of Florida. So he's doing big moves here.
Yeah, huge.
And like really huge. And it's like, wow, okay, so again, you got Trump in Mar-a-Lago, which is again Floridian, and you've got DeSantis making all these huge moves, and Trump is kind of following sync, slower, but in different ways.
There's something. Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go for it.
They seem to mess this up in censorship sucks, and I want to clarify this. And I keep saying it, and everybody doesn't seem to understand this. Okay, a person can run for president as many times as they want. They just cannot run after 2 consecutive terms.
Yep.
Okay.
So he can go for another term.
Right. He doesn't even have to have approval or anything. He had a break in between the first run, and now he can do 2 terms
back to back.
So.
Which is why I think the Democrats are pushing his health, which I think is hysterical.
That is
funny. The other side of things too is that he pulled us out of, I think it was 66 international organizations say in the UN. So
we don't want any part of them.
He's making like huge moves and very quickly. It's like we went into the new year and all of a sudden, bam, 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 all these things we've been waiting to happen for a decade now. We're seeing these moves happening at a very, very fast pace. And like I said to you, Vicky, you're seeing it the way I'm seeing it was, this is exactly what we were told was going to happen. Once it started, it was going to come in rapid fire.
Right.
And it was going to be basically.
I still say his ass is on fire though, because like, have you seen those redacted files they've got on the Epstein? It's a joke. Like they've got so much redaction on there, it's pathetic. And
I think that again, I think you're going to be surprised because I read the original articles where he turned state's witness against Epstein in his first trial. Okay, these articles were dated to the early 2000s.
I'm not even bringing that up. I'm just talking about the redactions. I mean, there's more redactions on that file than there was on JFK.
But I think Pam Bondi, I really think Pam Bondi is going to be one of the people that goes down.
Yeah.
Her, Marco Rubio. There's a couple of them because I think she's being outed. Like, she never filed the charges on the J6 committee. Those charges expired on January 6th this year. It was 5-year limitation.
Oh.
I thought they didn't.
Oh, no, they expired.
Different things.
Yeah, no, they expired as of January 6th. It was exactly 5 years from the date of the initial thing.
And you know what she's being accused of.
You know? Yes. And I know your husband's background.
Because it's like, that's the reason he's in this mess.
Yep. And so, I mean, I really think she's being outed by her lack of action. And it's becoming very obvious to those of us who are watching that, okay, so you basically just shook off, you let them get away with it. Unless you wrap it into murder when it comes to Ashley Babbitt. Unless you're going to go that route, because there is no statute on murder. But okay, we're going to go there. And I noticed the White House posted literally on the anniversary. They posted the video of Nancy Pelosi admitting it was her fault that the National Guard wasn't there. Yeah, they did. It's on the White House website. You can go find it. I was like, oh. Yep, it's the actual video of her in her limo admitting that it was her fault that the National Guard didn't come in. So there's that. But it's like I said, little things are happening. But I keep
still
thinking,
haven't seen Hillary Clinton locked up yet. Once I see
No.
Hillary
It said
Clinton
the
behind
first
bars,
arrest.
Good luck on the one.
First arrest might have been Maduro.
it should have
It-
been Hillary.
Brennan and
I mean,
Brennan
that's
and Comey and
I don't know,
Strzok
guys.
and-
I still go the opposite direction with the first arrest. I'm wondering if it might be somebody like Elon Musk.
Hillary
Honestly.
Clinton.
I think it's
Well,
going to be something that jars people where they're like, it's a shock. We expect Hillary Clinton. We expect Tony Podesta. These are names that we expect. And most people in any kind of newsworthy range or earshot of news would expect those arrests.
Trump
Okay.
loves Elon though, dude. Like they bicker and fight, and Elon gets a black eye. But dude,
I don't think it would be-
they
It's a
love
show.
each other.
Kayfabe.
I don't think it would. I was going to say, I don't think it would be Trump that
Kayfabe.
arrests him. I think he might get arrested by another country. I don't think it's going to be a U.S. arrest.
Well,
I
you
just
know
have
that-
this feeling.
Well,
I can
didn't,
just
wasn't there
imagine
just a
Trump coming
post?
into
that
the
just
UK
said-
and get arrested just like that.
Can you
No,
imagine
guys, I'm
Trump?
looking at the
Weren't
time.
there
Wait, whoa. I'm looking at the time, guys. I gotta end the show. We're at 10:55 already. Holy crap.
Yep.
I did it again.
Yep.
All right, folks. I
Okay,
am out of
Cuban.
here for the night. I gotta make it quick, or else Mark's gonna kill me. On behalf of everybody, good evening. Have a great night. We'll talk to y'all next Wednesday. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot more stuff to talk about. Sorry, it's been a little bit of a cluster, but it's been a crazy week. See y'all next week. Same bat time, same bat station for the Vixen's Vault. We're out of here.
Good night.
Are you all wanting to come back for an after show?
Yeah.
No, I'm exhausted.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
me
gotta be.
too.
I was gonna say I gotta get you up early, Ralphie. So it's
Are
up
you
to
gonna
you.
wash
are you
my
gonna
hair.
stick around?
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
stay for a little bit. Yeah.
I'll get us
okay.
going.
Yeah,
If
I'll
you
hang
hang
in-
up,
I'll
I'll
hang
call
in
you
there.
right back.
All right.
All right.
All right.
See
All
y'all. Peace.
All right, folks. Stick around for the Vixen's Vault after show. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids, curtain climbers and crumb bakers, and all those other people that you may or may not know. Right here on DREAGUS Productions.
I'm here.
Here we go. I'm not going to call Wrath in because he said he was already beat.
Oh no, he's wiped out. I mean, he is really wiped out, and he's got to be up early tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Wow,
That
Brent's,
was
Brent's in there. Want me to see if I can get Brent to come in?
Sure, it's up to him.
All right.
He did sound tired, Nancy.
Yeah, he is literally wiped out, but he's had a really bad headache all day. Which
He's not coming down with that flu, is he?
I don't know because I was battling a headache a really bad migraine the last couple of days, and sinus issues. But
Okay,
I said to him,
I guess he's busy.
I don't know if it's got to do with, I mean, because it started when the fog started. So it could be pollen trapped in the fog. It could be other things going on with the fog. Because I told you, this is a weird fog. It is weird.
You know,
Yeah,
they got
I
maybe
drove
after
down
that.
I drove down to the Paynes Prairie a couple days ago, and there was no fog. And I got in the prairie, and it was full. It was so socked in, I couldn't believe it. But the highways were perfectly clear.
Clear.
Never seen it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
strange.
like something out of a horror movie. Like you can see
Yeah.
it rolling
That's
in.
what I was saying. There's a movie made that's about that.
The
It's
fog.
like the fog.
The fog.
Yeah, I mean, it is literally, you can see it coming in. And of course, I'm only a half mile, and my house faces the west.
Beach.
So I'm facing the water. So it's like you can see the fog coming in off the coast, and it's literally rolling on top of each other. And it's like, oh crap. You know, that's not good. I hope I don't have it. I hope I don't need anything tonight, because I am not driving in that with the old biddies who, you know, are coming home for whatever the hell they were doing this late at night. You know, bingo or whatever.
But hey,
You know, it's-
Roger, wasn't that the movie that the fog would roll in and take everybody's souls, and then when they went back
No,
out?
it was
No, no.
it was the ghosts of the crew of a ship that had sunk.
It was kind
Oh,
of like
because the
Cthulhu
lighthouse wasn't
in a
working.
way. There was tentacles everywhere too.
H.P. Lovecraft. I swear to God,
I
dude.
love Lovecraft.
I'm so sick of testicles, though. It's just like every time you turn
dear
around,
God.
there's some kind of scary freaking movie with a whole bunch of testicles everywhere.
Come in.
Oh boy.
Or tentacles.
Oh,
I'm
boy.
sorry. Did I said that out loud?
Oh, you did.
Yes, he did.
Tentacles. There's like, but you know what I'm saying? Like the tentacles are everywhere, and it's like all of a sudden here's a bunch of tentacles. Can't they come up with something scarier? Like pythons. I mean, aren't you sick of hearing about octopuses coming up from out of the water, like stealing people off the ships and stuff? Like that's so freaking cliche.
That's
It
been
is
around
cliche.
for 100 years practically.
Oh, longer than that. You forget. Release the Kraken.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where that kind of stemmed out of. But lo and behold, after all these years, everybody telling you that was just a myth. We find out that we actually do have these absolutely gigantic octopuses and squid.
Oh, the squids, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That reminds me of something. Mark Watashik, you need to talk to Jack because he was getting onto a good topic about Conan tonight. You did a stream during the break about the Hyperions and the actual myth behind it.
Whoa. Who's brushing their teeth on air?
Oh, sorry. That's
Airworthy.
He's making coffee. But you know which one I'm talking about, don't you, Mark? The stream that you did where it's talking about the Hyperions and the Black Sun myth.
Yeah, I got that. You can look that up on archives.org. That's where I got that from.
I'm saying tonight,
old.
Jack was talking about that with Conan. Point that out to him because like the Hyperions on Conan isn't the same as what you were showing.
Yeah,
because
it's similar but not the same.
I would have gotten more into that in my research, but it's some really, really dark stuff. I mean, you want to get dark, that's where you go. Like, have you guys ever heard of the Black Sun?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the Nazis talked about it all the time. Oh, and the band Tiamat too. You ever listen to that one song called Light and Extension? The whole song's about the Black Sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Some
It's
pretty
like one of my favorite
stuff.
songs from them. I don't know why, but anyways.
I don't know if he knows about that because he was talking about Conan, and then he was mentioning the reptilians.
Yeah.
And like that's like a really, really dark freaking Russian northeast European myth. It's where that all comes from. It gets real, real dark.
Yeah.
And I that's what got me kind of hooked into the whole darker side of these stories.
Now that we're on the after show, language may go one way or the other. Good night, YouTube.